live on the Immortals of Aveum channel. Still forgot Instagram. I still forgot Instagram. There's still something I'm still forgetting. Oh my god, please, why will you not connect? This thing drives me insane, I swear. I have this really, really cool device that is really helpful for, like, stress management and people with ADD, like me. Just helpful. It's helpful when, like, I need a boost. It's probably at least partially placebo, but it does help. However, it constantly refuses to connect. It drives me bonkers. Is it coffee? Coffee also helps. Or any caffeinated beverage. I think I'm also still in just chatting. Of course. Okay, we're just gonna not do Instagram today because I would like to do all the platforms. Immortals of Aveum. Category. Okay. Cool. I could have probably just started in this category. Okay, we're live on the Ascendant channel as well. I think. You're doing good, a bit sore after yesterday's dentist. Oh no, I'm so sorry you had to deal with that. I feel like a lot of people are going to do that right now. I don't even want to talk about it. That's how, like, traumatized I am. It's so bad. Okay, we are live though. Okay, and today's April 4th. Okay. Just making sure. I'm just making sure. And you guys should have music. Right? Music is working? Music is working. Okay. Just gonna replay the song that played previously. Really like it. There it goes. Okay. I think we're good now. Okay, we're live to all the platforms. The actual channels are live. This is too many things. Too many things. Okay, I think we're good though. I think we're actually good. All right. Hi, how are you doing? We're good. We're good. Okay, so we have potentially 5 guests joining us today. It might even be more. Like I said, if there are people at the office that just kind of want to drop in, they definitely can do that. We'll kind of see how it goes. No guarantees. But hopefully. And we're gonna be playing some more New Game Plus. And so I have our 2 art directors, Julia and Bogan, are gonna be back today, but we also have I don't remember everyone's titles. Hold on, I'll tell you. I'll tell you by showing you what the stream is going to look like when they show up. Okay, so when they show up, we're gonna have our senior art director, our associate art director, our lead combat engineer. Oh, I hope this works. Nope. Our CTO, and the principal engineer. And they're all really cool, and I'm going to turn all of that off for now because they're not here yet. But when they show up, we're going to have all of those people, and they're super, super, super awesome people. Like, everybody that works at Ascendant is incredible. Not just these people. All of them are. All of the devs. Everybody that's on the team is just incredible. And I'm so excited for you guys to meet more of them and get to, like, ask them developer questions or any kind of questions you want. So definitely get your questions ready. You were planning to pick up your scooter only to hear about when you were leaving that it broke. Oh no! Oh no, I'm so sorry. That really sucks when you get excited, especially for something, and then it doesn't work out. That's poop. I'm so sorry you have to deal with that. Okay. We are doing all the things. Just need to change my monitor over, and then we can get to the gameplay. Okay, well, I hope they get it sorted out for you soon, Deathcrawler, so you can actually enjoy it. It's so nice outside where I live right now. I'm very jealous of anybody that gets to go outside, like, right now. I'm gonna go outside after stream. Off-topic question, or maybe on-topic? Go for it. Yeah, of course. All the stuff and all the things. And Jose in the YouTube chat, I'm not sure if you're still here, but there are more improvements coming. FSR3, especially with frame gen, is going to definitely provide a lot of performance boosts for you guys. So just keep an eye out for that patch. It'll be in the near future. 3 streams in a row. I know, Bluesbreaker, crazy, right? Hello, Neku Gaming. Welcome to the stream. Thank you so much for joining us. I hope your day is going super well. Okay. I think we're basically good to go. Yes, we have game, we have music, we have all the things. I feel like I'm forgetting something or making some kind of mistake somewhere, but I don't think it's actually the case. Okay. If anything sounds weird or looks weird at any point, please yell at me and let me know. Okay. You guys are, especially you guys on Twitch, you're used to my levels of derp, so I trust you to tell me when I'm derping. How are you guys doing? Are you excited for the weekend? It's almost the weekend. It's Thursday, but I feel like Thursday is like, at least for me, Thursday is definitely like a big work day. Fridays also tend to be a pretty big work day, but Fridays are generally like a prep for next week, like make sure everything is ready kind of day. I don't know. I just feel like it's Friday is like halfway into the weekend, even though I'm still working. That's just me. Test derpy never. You find yourself using AI assistants in coding lately. Has this happened with gaming dev coders? That's a really good question for the CTO and our engineers. So when they drop in, I'll definitely ask them that. Let me just make sure to write it down so I don't forget, because that's a really good question. I'll tell you, I have definitely used it when I'm stuck, not for coding though. I feel like I personally am not good enough at coding to use an AI assistant to code because I wouldn't be able to tell if it's doing something wrong, right? I feel like if you're a professional developer in any industry really, or if you've even just like, if you're like a student that's a little bit higher level even maybe, if you feel confident enough in your coding knowledge to be able to tell when the code is wonky, or to get ideas from whatever it provides for you, I feel like it makes sense to use it. But for somebody like me, I just don't know enough to even understand when something is not right, right? However, I have absolutely been using AI to help myself with like writing copy, basically, for anything when I'm stuck. If I'm like out of ideas or I'm having a hard time getting started with writing something, I'll definitely ask ChatGPT, and then it'll kind of get me going. Like most of the time I don't even use what it comes up with, but it gets my creative juices flowing, and then I kind of go run with it. And sometimes it has really good ideas and I just need to adjust them a little bit. Does that make sense? You'll probably be in meetings. Well, I will ask for you and then I'll just let you know later. For the more advanced stuff, you have to spot check it. Yeah, that's kind of how I feel about it in general. Like I feel like AI in general is a really good tool, but it's not meant to like replace the person, because the person has to double check it and make sure that it's actually doing things correctly, right? So okay. Hopefully I can get through that door, because I'm not sure if I can actually get back up here. Probably I can, right? Because isn't that where I came from? Why can't I? Oh. Okay. Maybe that is where I need to go. Trying to figure out where I need to go. That's a heavy topic. 3 days of test, the lucky number. Oh my goodness. Good morning, Poopy. Hello. Your name is adorable. It's Thursday. Oh crap, you thought it was Friday and missed work. Oh no. You had to unplug and replug your monitor to make sure it's live action. Oh my god, Highway Hero, I'm sorry. You're so awesome. Thank you so much for hanging out. No problem, Poopy. Okay, so I'm missing... There's a green that I'm missing. Where's the green? It's probably all the way at the bottom, isn't it? Oh no. So I'm looking for a green crystal that isn't lit up that I need to activate. So if you happen to see one, let me know. I'm guessing this is gonna be tricky. Ah, no, it's down there. Okay, but maybe I can hit it from here? Oh no, I don't think I can hit it from here. I need something that has, like, range. I don't think any of these have that. Maybe? Yeah, no way. That is poop. Okay, let's see if I can get a little closer without going any lower. Or too much lower. Maybe I can hit it from here. There we go. Yes. Okay. 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 Good stuff. Good stuff. We did it. Awesome. Is there going to be any new content for this game? So there's already been a new content drop, a pretty big one. We released an update a few months ago that was free to everyone that purchased it. It's like that purchased the game. So free to everyone that purchased it. What? Can you tell I'm already asleep? Or still asleep? I cannot form sentences. Basically, a few months ago, we released an update called the Echolector update that included New Game Plus, a bunch of new content, lore, a new boss, a bunch of new, like, pocket dimension, shatterfanes, I'm sorry, that are, like, extra challenging kind of pocket dimension areas in the game where there's really cool loot at the end and you have to, defeat enemies in there and kind of do a little platforming. What else was in that update? Oh, there was a new difficulty added as well. The Grand Magnus difficulty was in that update. So that was completely free to everyone that already had the game, and any new person jumping into the game now is just going to have access to all of that. Don't have any more sort of DLC style updates planned, but we are still planning updates that basically boost performance. So we have an FSR3 with FrameGen update coming that's going to boost performance and improve visuals, and it also includes something to do with variable refresh rates for TVs and monitors. I don't remember the exact language off the top of my head, but if you want to check it out, there is an update video on Twitter and YouTube. I can find it for you. I made the video, so I should know what's in it, but my brain is still asleep. I apologize. I need more coffee. Let me find it. What is the easiest way to do this, actually? Here we go. Okay. Yeah, Mr. Monday, the music is really awesome. I agree. I listen to it all the time too. What's cool is if you're on TikTok, by the way, our entire soundtrack, our main game soundtrack, and our deluxe kind of like ambient sounds soundtrack, our extended soundtrack, both of those are available as sounds you can use in your TikTok videos. You just have to search for Immortals of Aveum You can also search for our composer, Aubrey Hodges, Hodges, is his last name, but you can just search for Immortals of Aveum and you should find both both playlists, both soundtracks. So that's really cool. Have a cup on chat. Thank you. I should make hot coffee. It's just very warm here, so I kind of want something cold. And this has caffeine in it, but maybe not enough. Maybe not enough caffeine. How long is the main story? Are there side missions too? There are sort of optional things to do. I don't know if I would call them side missions. So the Shroud Fanes, there are a lot of Shroud Fanes in the game, and also Shatter Fanes as part of the bonus content that we added a while back, the Collector update. And those are just kind of areas in the game that are there. You go through them, you go through portals to get to them. So you'll see, like, you'll be walking past and you'll see this like blue and purpley, like very purpley, sparkly portal. And if you walk up to it, it'll be either a Shroud Fane or a Shatter Fane. And those are really cool. Those contain, like I said, extra challenges and extra cool loot and sometimes interesting bosses. And there's definitely a bunch of kind of bonus stuff you can do at the end of the main campaign. So when you finish, there's a lot of like extra bosses and extra kind of cleanup that you can do. There's a lot of little things you can get. And also, when you first start playing the game, you don't have... Wait, didn't I just come through here? Oh, it was just for a chest. Okay. It did just come through here. So then... how do I open that door? Do I need to open that door? Maybe I don't need to open that door. I'm not sure. But yeah, so as you start playing through the game from the beginning, you'll see areas in the game that you can't get to that are behind these like blue kind of partially see-through, not fully opaque barriers. And you'll see puzzles that you might not know how to do, but you also might not be able to do right away. You need to wait until you get all of your augment abilities for your control spells. So your control spells are the spells you use with your left hand, like the Lash or Disrupt. This is really nice to use when you're fighting bosses or anything difficult, because you can, if you do this at the right time, it's almost like a parry. You can basically spell break your enemy and it'll stun them, which is really, really beneficial sometimes. So definitely recommend using that. But so there are augment spells to all of your control spells that will give you access to some of these areas and allow you to do some of these puzzles. So it's worth going back to areas from the beginning of the game once you have all of your augments. So you want Hover, you want Board Breaker, which lets you punch through those blue barriers. You want Grapple, which is your Lash ability. But it allows you to grapple onto various points in the game, like this. Whoops, I'm gonna fall all the way to the bottom. But you can do that once you get the grapple augment. And there's a couple other ones that I'm probably forgetting. Restore and Refract, which is one with your Disrupt. It doesn't really change the visual, but you can use this on like crystal formations. Like if you look at my character's ring that he's wearing with all the little red spikes, sometimes you'll see a puzzle area that has like a red spiky ball almost. And in order to activate that, you need Refract. So you need that augment. Yeah, just kind of keep an eye out for cool little tidbits to return to and get your augments. Okay. Have I done everything? I don't think so. I can't do this one yet. Can I? No. Yeah. Oh, I need to do that one. And that one. How do I get up there? Ah. This is the room that I was just in. Hold on. I'm very confused. Okay, so this is the room that I was just in. There's a place right there that I need to get to from here. Seems like it's... Oh. How did I miss that before? What? Hello, Aaron! No worries. We're still in the library. We're only really just getting started. I'm just kind of unlocking these...
Some of the door is unblocked.
These memory metal nodes, I guess. Bad boy, hello, how are you doing? Welcome to the stream. Okay, so now I have to do the other side. And I don't think I can get to the other side without going to the other room. But I'm gonna try just for lulz. Because why not? Yeah. He's not gonna happen. Oh, I'm so close too. Okay, so I need to go all the way up there. But how to get there? Ah, there we go. Okay. There's a chest I see. Can I stand on this? I bet I could make that jump on the other side. But we're gonna do it the way you're supposed to. Looking at some toys to 3D print. Oh, cool. Very, very cool. Gaming is good. This is one of my favorite parts of the game. I love the puzzly aspect of it, but also it's just such a beautiful, like, weird, awesome area. All of the art and design. There's just so much happening here, and it's all so cool. I love it. Okay. Good. I just want to make sure. Yes. No problem, bad boy. We have many devs stopping by today as well. Like, very, very many. We're going to have Bogan and Julia again. And then we also have our... I keep forgetting everyone's titles. Let's see. We have our principal engineer, our CTO, and our lead combat engineer all stopping by today as well. So if you have like coding questions or technical questions or combat questions or anything like that, totally welcome to ask those kinds of questions. Okay. Okay. Let's go. Second, scale it like it is. There's a red one up there. Can I reach it from here? Probably. Maybe? Probably have to try and hit it from there. I don't think I can do this with... No, yeah. You want to make a game too? There are so many YouTube videos out there. My biggest suggestion is if you want to learn how to make games is literally just Google different YouTube videos and figure out what engine you want to learn and learn that. It is complicated and it does take a lot of time and effort to kind of learn that. I have been trying a little bit on the very, very side, and honestly, I haven't had any real time to devote to it. But luckily, I work with a lot of cool people that I can ask questions of. But even if you don't have that, there's a bunch of communities out there that are super helpful on Discord, and just like developers on Twitter. Mostly Discord, I think, is actually where everybody congregates. But yeah, just look up YouTube videos and join communities and ask questions and just start, because it's really, really hard to even know what you need to know until you kind of get going. So watch some YouTube videos and just play around with it, you know, and like whatever you make first will probably not be that good, but who knows, anything is possible. But at least it's a start. And then as you kind of make new things, you'll come up with new ideas and you'll learn more. So that's my biggest suggestion. Okay, we'll figure that door out later. Where do I need to go now? I need to get up there. I also don't know where the blue thingy is that I'm going to need to hit. There's the blue thingy. Okay. How did I even get up there? I'm not really sure. Okay. Ah. Oh no! Okay, that did not work out for me at all. That's okay. No problem, bad boy. Absolutely. And video games are like just one of the coolest, most fun things to learn about and experiment with and enjoy. 100% get where you're coming from, wanting to learn. Okay, I think... How am I supposed to activate this and also get on it? Definitely need to get on that, but then how do I activate it? Can I do it from there? I don't think so. Is not the way, clearly. Have to be on that thing. I know I've done this before, but I don't do these puzzles very often. Oh no, I don't think I actually hit it, did I? Rip! Yes! I made it! I made it! Okay. Whew. Hey, Muffin Proof! How are you doing? It's good to see you. Welcome to the stream. Thank you so much for joining us. How's your Thursday going? Okay. Is there a door here? Nope. Just this guy. This is the door. Okay. So there's a door there. How the heck am I supposed to get up there? And this guy. Hey, Mel, how are you doing? Welcome to the stream. Good morning. Thank you so much for joining us. We have unlocked the door. As a kid, you wanted to be in development. Your maths weren't very, very good. That's okay. That's really cool, Aaron. I understand that. I also... I like math. Like, I like it a lot, actually. But I think I'm just not as quick at it. Like, I get it, and I do okay. But I'm not quite as quick at it as I would like. But I do enjoy it a lot. Okay, so here. And we go here. And we can just shoot it from here. And there's a chesty chest in here. Look at how gorgeous this room is. Okay, now we have 10 ascensions to use. Can this just like be my bedroom? Like, maybe it's a little small, but I don't know. I mean, this is just a room with a chest in it. And you had to open, like, there's actually really cool loot in here. The first time you come in, it's just because I'm in New Game Plus and I just got a whole bunch of extra experience for Ascension so I can upgrade my skills and talents. But I just think it's so incredible that you have this beautiful room that's sunlit and just incredibly well designed with plants and just, I don't know. And it's literally just a treasure room. Like, what? This place is just so cool. But I love it. 1 month till your 9-year muffinversary, follow-versary. I'm so sorry. I'm losing my mind quite literally today. Hey, Monica, how are you doing? A little Ebo hello as well. I agree with you. It is really fantastic. I'm so glad to hear you love it. I think we were just unlucky in a lot of different ways, unfortunately. But it is in a really good place now, and a lot of people are finding it now thanks to PlayStation Plus. So we're really, really excited. We had so many new players just in the first like 24 hours. Right? The lighting is incredible. Like, I just want to hang out in this room. Look at that. Look at that view. It's wild. Can I just like hang out in this room for a bit? It's so beautiful. Even the rust is beautiful. Like, this green I think is supposed to be sort of slightly rusty metal, but it's just so gorgeous. I'm not even sure if it's rust. I don't know what this is. Patina, maybe? Beautiful. Oh, that's so interesting, Aaron. That's really cool. That's really, really cool. Billy Bust Up. I'm gonna have to look that up. I've never heard of it before. Cool. Okay. I think we can just go down now. No fall damage. You guys know why I like this game? Just look at this room. I know, there's about to be lots and lots of enemies. Ah! Okay. That worked out really well for me. All right. Hey, Cleed, how are you? You're a little overwhelmed to start the game. Was wondering if it's super hard or not. You're going to play regardless. It's not that bad. It's really not that bad. So you might not have seen it when I first started because I'm starting a New Game Plus playthrough, but there's a beginning level where you get to meet Jack kind of as a 15-year-old kid. And there's a tutorial level called Training Grounds where you get to learn how to use your magic. And you can set the game to a lower difficulty if you want. And there's actually an achievement for playing on all 3 difficulties. So there's Apprentice, Magnus, and Grand Magnus difficulties. And I think there's also Immortals difficulty now. Let me, hold on. Oh, gameplay. Yes, there's Apprentice, Magnus, Immortal, and Grand Magnus. Grand Magnus was the one that was added with the DLC, the free DLC that we put out a few months ago. So yes, there's 4 difficulties, right? I'm playing on Apprentice to just make it really easy on myself because I'm tired at the moment. But you can also change it at any time, right? So you can literally swap between them at any time. I definitely recommend if you're at all new to first-person shooters or you just kind of want to have a blast, especially your first time through, just play it on Apprentice. It's still quite challenging at times, but like in a good way. You're gonna have a good time. You're gonna learn the movement. You're gonna learn the like magic gunplay, and it's gonna be great. And then you can always replay it in New Game Plus on higher difficulties. So yeah, it's not that bad. I think you'll have a good time. And the game eases you into it too. So the pacing is good. Game is super cool. You got it on PS Plus and you're loving it. That's awesome, Gary Jones. Maybe for a sequel, it could be open world. I wish and hope for that to be a thing. Each player character gets to fully master one kind of magic. Could be cool. Yes, absolutely. Absolutely, 100%. Do you get all the trophies achievements if you play on the hardest for the lower levels too? I think so. I'm not sure because there's a lot of different trophies and achievements, but I think all of them, you're able to get all of them in whichever difficulty. Like the difficulty doesn't matter, except that there is one achievement, at least one achievement, that's based on playing through with multiple difficulties, right? So like you could play through the base game on Apprentice and then play New Game Plus on Grand Magnus, and that will give you 2 of them, right? So yeah, so you get, like, if you want to just do Grand Magnus from the start, you absolutely can do that. But I think one of the achievements requires you to play on the lower ones, I think. Not 100% sure, but I can double check for you, actually. Thor, how are you doing? Welcome to the stream. Yeah, basically about 20-25 hours. For the campaign, if you do a fair amount of exploring, it can actually be a lot longer. I think people have said something like 40 hours. If you do like all the side stuff, or maybe even a little more. It just kind of depends on how long it takes. But yeah, if you just kind of want to play through... Oh, hello, boss. Where did he go? Ah. He's moving slow, so I'm not used to his... Ah. Okay. This is an Archon. They're actually some of my favorite enemies in this game. They're so cool. Okay. Okay, buddy. Ah! Oh no. Not good. Not good. Yeah, there we go. Okay. Hey, who the hell is Carlos? How are you doing? Game would be perfect for VR. Oh my gosh, I agree with you. I agree with you. Who knows? If enough people get the game, however they get the game, and it gets more attention, and it gets more love, and it gets in front of more people, anything is possible, right? The unfortunate reality is our launch was tough. And so not enough people were even aware of the game, right? And it's definitely making a little bit of a comeback now with PlayStation Plus, so that's great. But there's a limit to what we can kind of work on and what we can do at the moment. But who knows what will happen in the future, right? VR would be super, super cool. I completely agree. I would personally love that. I'm super addicted to VR fitness apps, but I also just love the immersion of VR in general and absolutely think this game in VR would be an epic experience. You haven't seen the gravity
What
command
you
before?
doing?
Oh, Blues Breaker.
Again, with this.
My friend put an invisible ward on the lock that'll blow your hand clean off. We didn't want the chroniclers down here or thieves.
TJ, how
or
are you
spies from
doing?
Another. He's right behind me, isn't he?
Yeah.
My friend is the interesting bit, wouldn't you say, Jack?
The enemies are more
Invisible
difficult
wards are a
that
pretty
way.
complex bit of business to conjure up. Also, please put that down.
In a lot of
Nice
different ways.
craftsmanship, by the
Like
way.
they
Surely it's not
require
purple.
more damage
Your friend wouldn't be
from
named
you
Thaddeus, would he?
to
Why?
down
You here to kill
them.
him?
What? No.
They do
Why
more
would you
difficult
think that?
things.
Thaddeus said some Lucian assassin goons might turn up looking for him. Said he ran afoul of the downright tyrannical bylaws their order of magic swears by.
Thaddeus led that order. He was an immortal.
Before he decided to abandon his post, that is. Does he really talk like that?
Look, we just want to talk to the guy. Can you take us to him? Please?
Thaddeus isn't here. Abandoned that post too. Come on. He left some things behind that might help you.
Look at us! Friends now! United through the sense of abandonment by an authority figure.
I love Kenzie. She's one of my favorite
Thaddeus
characters.
is a real asshole. You know that, right? He said he was gonna help me restore the library, that we'd figure out a way to clear all the chroniclers out. And we almost did it. Right up until he found the archives down here.
Why'd he leave?
Never really cared to find out. What kind of trouble was he in with you guys? I mean, I know that Lucian's pretty...
Hey, Neku, yeah.
Never mind.
It was before our time.
She was going to say fascist. Lucium's fascist. Is that why you and Thaddeus hit it off out here in the anti-conformist frontier?
Orman was a commune, jackass. That's as conformist as you can get. Magic was shared by everyone here, not just those that made sure they were born with it.
It's so funny. She's like so idealistic and
We're here.
awesome.
Thaddeus was, messy. Maybe something here will tell you where he went.
Really messy. Jeez.
Aha! This is his last journal, and I really have to say thank heavens for multiply underlined map coordinates. He says he's going to Pentac 4.5 to, 357. That's in Calus, right around... Oh no. He went to Mount Dresnia. Assuming he got past the Rashanians, and assuming he got past the Underdwell.
Past the magic eaters.
The Allori.
It's said a very large contingent of them make the Underdwell their home. This is madness, Jack. We can't go there. We're Magni.
We're
The
about
Allori
to
will
meet
kill
some
us on
cool
the spot.
people.
Lot of good eating on a madness.
Sandrak's still out there with the Binding Stone, and Thaddeus may be the only one that knows how to stop him.
We're assuming Thaddeus is alive. Well, you are. I most definitely think he's extra dead.
We don't have a choice.
Well, if you're really going to risk walking into a den of magic-hungry demons, I can take you to a ley line that'll lead you directly to Calus.
All right, let's do it.
So cool. This view is crazy.
Devin, you stay here. Hunt down the rest of the chroniclers getting too close to Lucium. You can catch up with me later.
Will do. Be careful, Jack. Thanks for your help, faithless rebel.
Anything to get you off my islands, bootlicker.
For real though, we appreciate it. I know you'd rather stay out of all this, but I've seen Sandrak absorb a ley line and move the wound. No one can afford to ignore the Everwar now.
Just watch me.
I
It's
love
sad
her.
that you're caught up in it all, because you're really hot. Good luck finding the old man.
I love how Jack's like, he just doesn't know how to react to her. She's so
On to
awesome.
Calus.
The visuals impressed you right from the start. That's so cool. With the gameplay trailer from a PS stream, that's so awesome. Summerfest or State of Play, yes. Oh god, that was a good trailer. That might be my favorite of all of the trailers that we did. Was the actually Sony mostly did that. It But yeah, that was definitely one of my favorite trailers, the one that played. I think it was on if we're talking about the same one. There was like a Sony
to Mount Dresnir by way
God,
of
my
the
brain has
Underdwell.
melted today.
Say,
I'm
you're
so
from
sorry.
around here. What do you know about the Allori?
They're elder demons that the old kingdoms banished into the earth. They feed on magic and really, really hate.
It was like a Sony hype trailer or
So,
something.
about the same as everyone else knows.
They're a threat to the natural order, Initiate. Cursed by the Pentad to live out their poisonous existence in the clutch of a hungry darkness. Is that better?
I'd workshop it. So, what am I looking for exactly?
Just look for a mining operation, smartass.
Nice, Aaron.
It was abandoned once they accidentally dug into the Allori caves and got eaten.
Eaton. Awesome.
Okay, go to the Underdwell. Don't get eaten. Got it. I actually love the Underdwell. It's beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. And a little bit of a spoiler here, but the Allori are actually kind of neat. They're kind of interesting. Hey, Low Tech, happy Thursday. How are you doing? It's very, very good to see you. Okay, so look at this craziness. This is Calus. This is one of my other absolutely like most favorite locations in the game. Most of the magic ley lines that flow through Calus are red chaos magic, and the people that live here are like, if you've ever read the Wheel of Time series of books, they're like the Shinarans. That's kind of how I think of them. They're just really hardy, really strong, value strength and willpower and resilience above everything. But they also control chaos magic, so kind of makes sense, right? So cool. They tend to have chaos magic because they grow up around a lot of chaos magic ley lines. Like Zendara, who's from here. Hey. So pretty.
Hey! Yes, sir. Sushi. Uche de devil.
So disrupt is really nice because you can basically spell break these guys and then they can't shoot you. Anyone left? Oh. One more. You can also just punch them. Big Skyrim vibes. Yes, definitely, definitely. There's been many state of plays, so if you can't remember a specific one, don't worry. Yeah. Yeah, maybe it was a state of play. My brain is mush today. I'm so sorry. I went to sleep late because I was working on stuff, and then I woke up late because I woke up early because I was working on stuff. Setting up 5 different guest kind of visuals is tricky. Also to like get them ready to go kind of quickly and easily once people join. I might have to make a couple of adjustments once they join, but hopefully not too badly. Too many changes. We have a kitty visitor that I'm totally gonna have to put in the other room because the begging for the foodening has begun. Hey Kenny, how are you? Welcome to the stream. Monkey cat. Will you settle down maybe? If she stays, I'll let her stay if she chills. But I have a feeling she won't be chilling. The PS Showcase, yes. That was it. That was it. The PlayStation Showcase in 2023 in May. That's exactly it. I think that was my favorite trailer. Okay. I'm gonna be right back, you guys. This kitty is very, very sweet, but she likes to start begging for food anywhere within the 2-hour period before she actually is supposed to have food. So I'm just gonna go put her in the bedroom, give her some treats, some toys. I'll be right back. You have to say bye, though. Okay. Oh, God. Say bye. Have fun gaming, friends. I'll be right back, guys. Okay. Oh gosh. Beware ice physics? Oh gosh. Gingy butt. Yes, little butt. Forever little butt, even though she's 9. Isn't that crazy? I can't believe my kitty is 9 years old. I have a 19-year-old leopard gecko also, lizard. Isn't that bonkers? Where does time go? What is time? Hello, Ooze. It's so good to see you. Welcome to the stream also. I hope your day is going well. Okay. This is just such a cool place. Like, I can imagine living here. I've lived in some really cold places before. I also love the sound of walking through the snow. Hey Jojo, welcome, welcome. How's your Thursday going? I'm doing well. Having a total blast replaying Immortals of Aveum. Showcasing it for you guys. Ooh, devil. Okay.
Be that yellow shut
Okay. Okay. Oh, there are still people here. I don't want them coming up behind me when I go in there. Oh, jeez. Oh, whoops. That was the wrong button. Hey. Not too bad at all.
Can you hear me, Tess?
Oh, yes. Hello.
Okay, good.
I totally did not realize you were in here. Hello. Give me 1 second.
I just came in.
Awesome. Okay. Let me get your cam turned on and get it sorted properly.
I wish I could blur my background.
We can't see very much of it if you look at the stream.
Oh, yeah,
Don't
that's
have
good.
to worry. So I made our cameras pretty small for this. Right now there's only 2 of us, but there may be 6 of us in a short while. So I had to make them
Nice.
kind of small. Yeah. There's just going to be lots of little circles.
I only set my camera at 720. Is that okay?
Yeah, that's totally fine. That's perfect. It'll make it easier for our collective internets. So we got to Calus. We finished up with the library, and now we are heading to the Underdwell, but we're heading there through the absolutely gorgeous Calus. And for anybody that wasn't here yesterday or the day before, this is Dave Bogan. He is our senior art director. So if you have any art or cool dev questions for him, definitely go ahead and hit us with those. Oh no, Phil, I'm sorry to hear that. I hope you were able to get it restarted. Jojo, so the story of the game, how do I summarize it? How would you summarize it, Bogan?
What do you want me to summarize?
The story of Immortals of Aveum.
Oh my gosh.
That's a big question.
In general, I think the world setup is that there's this massive war going on called the Ever War, and it's over. Everyone's fighting over magical resources. If you think of today's world as powered and run by power moguls of oil and fossil fuels and minerals and those types of commodities, in this world, it's fought over magic. Magic means control, and wealth and power. And that's where we start. And I guess if you were to summarize it, you play the story as Jack, who is basically an orphan. You're kind of a recognizable hero story where you start off as an orphan in a small town that in this really cool city that's been built over a giant bottomless chasm. One of the actual, I don't know if you know this, Tess, but Saren is built over one of the cracks that come from the wound.
Yeah.
So that's kind of a bottomless thing. And I say bottomless, but actually, if you fall far enough, you end up with the possibility of transitioning into the Shrouded Realm. So it's kind of, it's a fantasy story, and we've got multiple realms, and we basically start out as this troubled orphan trying to survive in this ramshackle city. And you learn very early that you have magical abilities, although kind of small and insignificant at first. And an event happens where one of the factions of this world in Everwar is basically bombarding the city and taking over. And that starts your emotional and magical journey where you kind of explode with magic, almost literally. You witness some kind of traumatic events. General Kirkin, the leader of the Immortals, who the Immortals you can think of as like of this particular faction in Lucium. They are the special ops Magni. Magni is our word for wizard. So they are basically the top tier special ops unit of Lucium section of the Everwar. And you go on an escalating, magical, gritty, boots on the ground journey of fighting in the Everwar, saving the world, so to speak. So, I don't know. Does that summarize it? Or
Yeah.
there's more. There's way more.
There's a lot more. Yeah, it's really hard to summarize because there's a lot more. But I think that's a really good.
But that's
start.
that's the setup. So like during the story, you encounter different Immortals in this group, and some former Immortals and other allies or acquaintances as you wander through this world and complete your missions. And you discover a lot of things about yourself, and you discover the reasons for the existence of the Immortals and the sacrifices they must make, and et cetera, et cetera. Yes. Hopefully that's good.
Yeah, no, that's great. So we have a couple of questions. So Phil, first off, unfortunately you can't skip cutscenes. That is something that's been requested, but unfortunately it's just not something we can accommodate with this game. It is feedback we have heard, I promise, and for future things, who knows? Hopefully we can make that happen, but for this game,
Loud
it's just
and
not
clear.
possible. Yeah, loud and clear on that one, I promise.
Yep.
Also, when's the sequel coming out? We don't know. But if more people hear about the game and more people get excited for it, more things are possible. So just
We would absolutely love to do a sequel.
yeah, just tell your friends basically about the game, and that will absolutely
More people need to buy it.
yeah, exactly. So we have Super joining us. Hello, Super.
Hi.
Oh, whoops, wrong one. I made buttons for everything, and of course I forgot which buttons do what.
Good morning.
Good morning. So Super is our super cool lead combat engineer. Okay, let me
Yes. Super Dan.
cam
That's right.
tiny smidge.
Let's see.
Oh, you're doing it for me. Cool. Even better. Thank you.
I read a comment about someone liking the music in this game. I think that
Yes.
it's totally legit. Right from the get-go, we tried to do something that was a little off the beaten path and a little bit unexpected. And I think the music is a good example of that. Like, you don't typically hear music like this in a fantasy game.
Yeah, there's so much good music, and it's such a cool mix too. Like, there's some stuff that I'm a big EDM fan, and there's definitely some of this music that has that like kind of good beat to it. We lost Super, but I'm sure he'll be right back. But yeah, there was another question. Oh, a lore video series. So we have put out a little bit of a lore series. Some of it is videos, and some of it is like a series of images with some interesting lore text to go along to give you like little tidbits of information that you might not find in game or you might find in game. I've been posting a bunch of lore, like little videos and images and things to our TikTok. They're also in our Discord. I see.
That's a really good idea, a horror video.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, there's so much lore, so I've just been doing like little tidbits here and there. So like we've done lore things on some of the characters and different.
It'd be cool. It'd be cool to get Brett or Michael to do like a fireside lore video.
Yes, that would be really awesome. That would be very, very awesome. You good now, Super?
Yeah. I don't know what happened. I was like opening up the Twitch chat in another window, and for some reason it like disconnected this one.
Oh.
I was like, I should get the chats open so that if people have questions, I can.
Yeah. Okay, hopefully I can make it up this. Let's see. Jumping puzzles are the bane of my first-person existence. Is PlayStation 5 more popular than PlayStation 4? I don't know the answer to that question, actually. I think so, but I don't know if more people actually have a PlayStation 5 than have a PlayStation 4. Because I know PlayStation 5s were tricky to get. I think I need to make this higher. They were tricky to get for a while. I don't think they're tricky to get anymore, though. So... hopefully that's far enough. Which environments were the most enjoyable to design? And you're loving the snowy area. That's really cool. Hey, we have a Dave Bogan in the chat.
I just realized I can chat and send hearts and
Yeah.
celebrations.
Yeah, totally. Our devs are super, super, super awesome because we've got 3 chats going. And they're like, cool, no problem. We can handle it.
I'm gonna open them all. That's dangerous.
You can do it. They're not if you're going through the links that I put in our little Slack thing, it's just the chat, not the video. Because you're getting
okay.
the video through the ping call. So it's like less resource intensive.
Having multiple videos would get a little nutty.
Yeah.
Yeah, just having the chat's nice. That's real nice.
Cool.
I'm like, how do I stick these so that it's like this? I'm doing the like side tab thing where the one screen is one tab, like the left side, one screen is the right side.
Oh my god, I'm at home, so I only have one monitor.
Oh no.
Yeah,
Oh, no.
it's gonna be interesting, but I'm doing it.
Yeah, I've got my monitors on like a gas spring mount so that when I raise my standing desk, I can like Because like what happened, I figured out was I raised my standing desk and then I'm doing this.
Oh, yeah.
I'm so tall, and it's like, so I got this gas spring so I can raise the desk and then I can lift the monitors up
Nice.
to eye level, right? Because like it was like I'm doing this, I'm trying to type, and my neck's all cricked.
We've got a little bit of an echo for you, Super. I'm not sure if it's...
Did you have that problem last time?
I think we did.
I don't hear an echo on Super.
So it's got to be coming through the stream? No, because then I wouldn't hear it. If you click on the little microphone symbol, just make sure that your output is the right output.
Just using my headset mic.
Okay, let me, I'm gonna do a thing. Hopefully it doesn't break anything. I'll be right back.
Oh, but you know what's on my speakers? Maybe, hold on. I didn't set the audio. Maybe that better?
Nope, same.
Huh, okay.
Oh wait, hold on. Maybe it's better. Talk for a sec.
You might have an echo because you're so tall.
Yeah.
Oh wait, I think it's better.
Yeah, I think what happened was my audio was coming out my speakers like a lazy person.
Oh. Would not be a test stream without technical difficulties. This is a fact.
Streaming is. I remember we had that discussion last time.
Oh, now it's back. That's so weird. It's like there and then gone again. I have to go back down, don't I? Yeah, I do. Okay. This is such a tricky part because you're moving the same things for different purposes.
Cleed 44 had a question that she or he is. They are overwhelmed to start the game and wondering if it's really hard or not. I would say that the game is really hard. So play on easy mode. Yeah. But the key is collect the gear and use it. Go into the menus and arm yourself with the right gear because that makes it a ton easier. And look around for the chests and the levels because you get all kinds of like upgrade gear as you go.
I 100% agree with all of those tips. I have played BioShock before. That is also a very cool game. And I think a little bit of inspiration for this game as well. Talked about that yesterday. Any insight into the development of the 3 different kinds of magic, how things progressed from concept to gameplay? That's a great question for you guys.
I just read that. I'll give you an overview, basically the concept of visuals, and then maybe Super can speak about how the abilities have an effect on the world and the enemies, maybe.
Yeah.
So right off the bat, we wanted to. Again, I kind of keep coming back to this, kind of like we wanted to be a little bit unpredictable. So right away, we didn't want to go for fire and ice and green plant life kind of magic as you would expect. It seems to be the norm, and for good or for bad, we chose to go a different route. So we try to come up with names and properties for these different magics. Blue magic is a physical magic. It's force magic. We call it the world name for it is Cafe Rob. I'm not sure if that actually comes through. I think it does in one part of the story. And when I say it's a physical magic, we like to come up with like descriptors for what this magic means and how it acts. And we think of blue magic as very direct and laser-like and symmetrical and predictable, surgical, straight lines, diagonal lines, perpendiculars. So it's kind of got that kind of like feeling. I say feeling because you make these rules and then you kind of like, you apply the nature filter over top. So the rules aren't 100% accurate. They kind of like, if you made everything into straight lines and what I just described to you, it would maybe not be very palatable over the whole game. So you kind of have to like as I said, lay the nature filter over and apply the 85% rule or something like that. So that's blue magic. Red magic is chaos magic, and that one's called Eterion or Etherion in the world language. I don't know which language those are, maybe Aristan or something. But chaos magic is very unpredictable, very dangerous. It can be unwieldy. It has decay and it's weird. Like, you would think when you talk about lightning in magic, everyone kind of thinks it would be blue, automatically. And ours kind of snuck its way into red magic. You can see like little lightning fizzles in some of the spells and things like that. But we like to think of lightning less of the color and more the way that it forks out in unpredictable and completely different patterns all the time. And that's why we think of red magic when we think of lightning. Green magic is very flowy, organic, and it's kind of a mixture. It can be like fractals in nature, where it is kind of repetitive and I guess symmetrical, but it can also be asymmetrical, like the shape of a tree or the way branches grow. Or we also think of fluids like water and gases, and it can add life or detract life. It's basically life magic, and its name is Sparus. So that's kind of like a good overview of where our heads were at designing the magic, and of course all those descriptors and ideals rippled out through into the visuals, and even like the costuming on the characters. If you look at like the filigree patterns on some of the Magni, it has those design aspects rippling out from the ideas of the magic, kind of like the costumes paying homage to the magic principles or something like that. Anyway, that's kind of like where the visuals rooted from. Dan, maybe you can talk about the combat kind of aspects of each.
Yeah.
When we talk about spells and abilities, we definitely take from all that he started with, and then there's sort of since blue is force, you'll see a range of abilities. Like most blue spells, the precision tends to be important with blue, but you'll see sort of a range of effects. Your blue strikes are the very precise ones. They're the ones you're going to try to get your headshots with the strike bolt. Arc light is all about lining up rows of enemies so that you can shoot through. It pierces all the enemies it hits. So like really good strike bolt gameplay is like all about lining people up so you can shoot through rows of guys at a time. And then you have javelin, which is like your headshot, big shot, sniper kind of effect. And then it's also, we think about force, it's movement. So your vortex spell. You have like the really explosive force of shatter, and then you see the hand is a blue Magnus, and she can fly. You see blue Magni when you see them in the game. They have a constant hover off the ground or flight that gives them that's something that Jack can't do. That's one of those things. I don't know if I mentioned it. It's like, because Jack's a Triarch, he can't actually get good enough at blue magic to learn how to fly. It's just part of the problem. And then red magic, it's very it's chaotic. It's very aggressive, which is why you see the red strikes are very in your face. They're kind of short range. They're very like Zendara being a red Magnus. You can really see that. That aggressiveness, the power of red, okay.
This is
Anyway,
funny.
so,
Sorry.
and then...
Go ahead, Super.
Sure. And it really, ties into things like the blast wave spell, the bash spell that at least you're aware, you just would have just picked it up. I'm sure you already have it playing Game Plus. It is our... sort of in your face, and so that was sort of our very mature instinct for the design of those abilities. And then green is it's sort of life and death. And so our like you might notice that like our green projectile attacks have homing, and it's because green is it's a death effect. It's hungry for life, so it's pulling itself in to the targets, which is why the green attacks home at different amounts. But then also, there's a certain amount of like time manipulation falls into green, which is really interesting. You see the time burst spell that's been cast, and so there's like you see limpets, like they slow down time, so like time managed to get sort of wrapped up. That time sort of bounced around. I think it's funny. While we were trying to understand both the design and like where all the abilities fit, because we came up with a bunch of abilities. I think time burst has definitely been read at different points. And then it was like, well, limpet's slow. That's a very similar thing. So it's sort of there was sort of a process of like figuring out, did we want to follow the rule of threes and have 3 strikes, three control spells, 2 each of 3 furies. It was sort of do we really want to do that? And it was like, well, it really works out nicely that way, and the amount of buttons we can control, and it feels like we're not leaving anything out, right? You can branch in all those ways. So, it was like taking this concept from the world and then applying it to sort of player personas or like combat roles. Like these fit into this sort of role, and if you specialize in them, and you can blend them.
That's so cool. So we're still having echo, and I'm not sure where it's coming from. I muted you, Bogan, just to see if it maybe somehow was coming through yours, and it's not, but now I can't unmute you. I think you have to unmute yourself. I'm so sorry. Let me know if
I'm back.
You're back. Awesome. Okay, good stuff. So I'm not sure why there's an echo, and it seems to be worse depending on which way you're like facing. So like if you face to your left, it seems to not be as bad. If you face to your right, it seems to be worse, but I don't know why. I'm so sorry.
Two microphones?
Maybe? Like maybe there's another microphone that's being used? Thanks, Funky. Yeah. I love the way you can combine magic and combine all of your abilities to be really effective. Like it's honestly incredible. The way Blink and Shield works together, the way the Furies work together with the strikes and each other, the way you gain Dominion mana and then can use it in a pinch, like it's just so satisfying when you get it right in combat. It makes the overall combat super satisfying, which is kind of the point. So, I love it a lot. Okay.
My favorite ability is Bash.
Bash,
by
yeah.
and far. Bash,
Yeah.
like when you really get good with Bash, like there's sort of Bash has some sort of hidden features that players might not know about. So it basically, when you Bash, first you'll notice that you kind of have a small amount of target lock, so you'll turn into your target if they dodge out of the way. It also has sort of a hidden floor mechanic, and what that means is like if your feet are at the level or above the feet of your target when you start Bash, you won't drop below them, which means you can like lash up in the air and then bash down onto someone, and even if they're like on a ledge, right, and you're up here back like this, you'll slide to them. So you can do all sorts of really cool aerial tricks with Bash. You can aim down and it'll go down, so you can dive punch if you're like above somebody. And there's actually like if you dive punch just right, you'll literally like Mario stomp off of somebody. It's pretty fun. It's not like perfect, but it's like you'll bounce off and you can actually like rebound and get into some get some more shots in before you land. It's pretty cool.
I was completely shocked to watch videos of people play this game that really took to it and learned how to do it. Like people lashing around, flying around, acrobatics in the air, and then using Bash to attack. And then you've got hover too. So like combining lash, hover, and Bash is insane. What you can.
Yeah.
It makes me worry about like people might be able to break the game. But
I mean, we did so much work to try to give you lots of cool mobility without breaking all the puzzles. And that was sort of a challenge for us. I really wanted to do more dodge. Like, you can't hover and blink in the air. Like, you have to touch the ground between. You can only hover or blink, right? And that's a limitation that we had to put in to prevent people to just like, oh, I'm just gonna like jump, hover, blink, and I'm out of the map, And so there's a certain amount of like you have to balance. So like I think that any project that we work on next, taking the mobility to the next level, more movement, more and relying less on some of those environmental puzzles, just so that we can allow the combat to be even more fluid is sort of one of the things I'd like to see.
Yeah, I definitely miss being able to blink mid-hover. I feel like you'll just feel such freedom if you can do that. And I think instinctually, and this is not the fault of our game at all, it's just kind of something that's available in a lot of other games, even if it doesn't work the same way. And so I think people are used to it, and that's why you miss it. Like if you hadn't experienced it elsewhere, you wouldn't have missed it. But definitely being able to do that would be really fun. Also, like things like mantling. But there's already so much movement and so much freedom in this game. It feels really good. So any further upgrades will just be the cherry on top. I'm glad you like it, Ninja Man. Ninja Man says this game looks amazing. I agree.
Oh, thank you.
How did the
there's
design...
a question here.
Yeah,
Yes, I'm just reading that. How did the designs for various outfits come about? Well, I'll go back to my blanket statement of when we started the game. We wanted to do something that was a little more unpredictable for fantasy and a world filled with wizards, basically. So no robe-wearing, pointy-hatted, long white beard wizards with wands or staffs, basically. And Brett coming from a Call of Duty background and Dead Space background, I think it was inevitable that little bits of sci-fi and military, like modern day military, was going to creep into our design work. So for the costume design, we had, I don't know, my brain goes automatically to like old world fantasy when I say the word fantasy. So that kind of explains all the, the plate mail and the chain mail and the kind of cut of the costumes. But you'll see that injected in there, like Jack, for example, almost has like a more modern kind of like Navy peacoat feeling to his costume, but it's got chainmail sewn into it, and then bits of plate mail, and then it's very asymmetrical. There's a lot of like padding and pockets and pouches and stuff like that, and where that came from was kind of the look of more modern military and their gear. Like, we did a lot of costume design, and we often found ourselves saying, well, it doesn't feel like Immortals yet. It doesn't have enough gear. So add the gear, and then it starts to feel more like the Immortals. I would say that's true for the Lucians and the Immortals. The Immortals we wanted them to be, like, if you think of the Avengers or something, they all look like Avengers, but they all look different. And that was a challenge. It's like, how do you make them feel like they're part of the same group, but also make them feel different? So what we did with that was we tried to think of each character, like Jack, Devin, Zendara, Kirkin, Orphe. We tried to think of their backgrounds. So we were lucky enough to have Brett and Michael come up with, stories for where they came from and what their did they grow up rich or poor? Did they grow up in Calus or Lucium or Orman? And that background information helped us kind of like push their individualism and their costumes a little bit forward. So that was nice. Apart from that, like the Lucians are very kind of like utilitarian looking and function over form. Whereas if you look at the Risharnian costumes, they're what I call the peacocks of our world. They are the battle peacocks. So very ostentatious looking, very shiny, iridescent.
They have like antlers
Yeah.
on their helmets, right?
Like the one, I like the red Magnus with that thing that's attached to the
Yeah.
back. It's almost very spider-like, but in a fashion-forward kind of way. So
Yeah.
there are fashion-forward armored peacocks, the Rishanians.
I like a couple of touches that I particularly like on design. I really like Jack having that close quarters combat knife like strapped to his chest right there, even though you never get to use it. Just it being there and all the cutscenes, this feels like very modern military, very like Navy SEALs.
And
His
he's got like a
whole
little
outfit is like
magical
very
compass.
yeah.
Yeah. And then the other thing that I really love is Zendara's queen outfit. Like when she gets the queen costume, and like how it's like that really tells you so much about Calus, just in what the queen wears, and it not being ostentatious, being this like barbarian like queen outfit. It's like it's not flashy. The crown isn't flashy. It's there,
and
you
put a little dressing on you, but you're
you're still a fighter. You're still a fighter. You know, and I really love that. That's I think that's one of my favorite little bits of those two little things.
We have a new visitor, a new player who's joined, and we can see Indy. I did it right.
Oh,
awesome. Perfect. I think we're getting a little echo with Julia too. I wonder what is going on with that. So strange.
I tried flipping up my microphone and talking to see if there was a second microphone recording, and I couldn't see.
It might be.
No one. You couldn't hear me, so.
Yeah.
Julia, do you have headphones?
I do. It actually might be me.
Yeah, perfect. I think for Super, it might be that your microphone is picking up what your headset is putting out. Maybe?
That's weird.
Yeah, it's really weird. I'm not sure. Because I do remember it did happen before, and I don't remember how we fixed it. I wish I remembered how we fixed it.
I thought we just lived with it.
We might have. Possible.
Yeah. Gary Judge said Orphe is a very intriguing character as far as design goes. Orphe is an intriguing character all the time.
Yeah.
Every line Orphe says. You want to talk about characters you need to make sure you find and talk to every chance you get. Like Orphe is always got something really cool to say. Like, yeah.
Something cool about Orphe that you don't actually see, the fact that Orphe is a diarch.
Yeah.
Underneath their, I don't even know what to call it. Their
the mask.
Yeah, underneath the mask, Orphe has one red eye and one green eye. I didn't do that for any of the other characters, but it felt appropriate. And I really want to see it in some content one day.
I mean, it's mentioned. She mentions it at the party.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
She mentions it at the party when you talk to her.
Right.
She explains it. She tells you she's not going to take off the mask before you ask. And then she says, the Pentad gifted me red eye, one eye red, one eye green.
That's right. Yep.
She does. She says played that scene so many times.
They can perceive so much. Like, they must be so confused all the time.
Yeah.
Like, they see the past, the future, and the present all at once. And I think that's the motivation for the blinders. It's like, I need to limit the information I'm taking in, or I'll get overwhelmed. Maybe.
Yeah. I'm just adding a few talents because I realized I had like 12 ascensions I hadn't used.
Oh, that'll put you behind in the power rate curve too, because each talent also gives you magic power.
Oh, cool. Cool. Somebody asked earlier about how the difficulty scales when you like go from apprentice to Magnus to immortal to Grand Magnus. Like, do the enemies just have more health, or are they doing things that are more challenging? Like, how does the difficulty scale?
For the 3 original difficulties, it's just damage and enemy damage and enemy health. So for the first 3, Grand Magnus, we added that after launch, and we went back. Jason Warnke, who I think will be here later on, and I sat down and went over every single enemy and said, "What can we do to make this enemy harder?" So every enemy got some sort of adjustment other than just damage and health. A lot of them got changes to the timing of their cooldowns, or changes to their like when they would like, for instance, if you're on Grand Magnus and you're fighting an Oathbroken, the rage that the Oathbroken goes through, instead of happening at a third of his health left, it'll happen at 2/3 of his health left. So he gets a lot more aggressive a lot earlier. Along with the damage, and so there's lots of adjustments on the Grand Magnus difficulty scale to make the game harder, that go beyond making them tankier. A lot of them involve the timing of their attacks. So.
I have a tiny question. Julia and Bogan, do you guys hear the echo?
Nope.
No.
You don't. So
Nope.
it's gotta be something on my end. Hold on. I will fix it. You guys continue answering questions.
All right, I'm gonna grab my adorable corgi to keep her from squeaking toys, and then you guys can all look at her.
Perfect.
She does not being on camera. This is Penguin.
Oh,
Oh, Penguin.
cutie. Super cutie. What else could it be? No idea. My OBS is a scary land of so many scenes and sources that if you're somehow in a second source, I probably won't find it, but let's try.
I see a question here about Orphe using the word "we," and is it because they see through time and such? I think that is totally it. I would have to ask Michael, but I think because they're seeing in all different parts of time at the same time. There's multiple people. That's the way I've interpreted it, at least anyway. Yeah.
Yeah.
So cool.
They basically exist in all of the time streams, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. I don't have the source doubled up. I don't know what this is. That's so strange. Okay, we'll just live with it.
Thank you to the Ninja Man for intending to spread the word on the game.
Yeah,
Super helpful.
definitely. That is the best way you guys can help support the game. However you sort of found it and however you are playing it on whatever platform, just let other people know that you're enjoying it, and hopefully they give it a try. We want people to decide for themselves whether or not they like it, but they have to give it a try first, right? So, yeah, cannot figure out where it could be coming from.
I think one of the things that Orphe exposes in the story more than any other character is how slippery time is in Avium. That they talk about there's also side direct lines about it too, but there's a bunch about pieces of history falling away, and then sometimes those pieces of history also come back. And like the a lot about how the wound isn't just devouring the physical matter of Avium, but also the history of Avium and possibly even the future in some ways. How you would prove that? How you would prove that? I definitely. There's lots of comments about the various the wound is destroying the history of Avium, but sometimes regurgitates things. Essentially, which is really interesting.
That's cool.
Yeah. Really, really cool. So sorry, friends. I'm just trying to figure out where this echo is coming from. It's so strange because it doesn't make sense that if it was on my end, it would be all three of them, not just Super. And it also doesn't make sense that it's Super if we're the only ones that are hearing it and not Dave and Julia. That makes no sense.
Someone's asking about the big red crystals. You can eventually break those, but not right away. It's something you would need to come back to.
Yeah, you get the disrupt spell. Once you get the disrupt spell will break them, and you get a health and a mana crystal. So they're sort of like little health bonuses around scattered around the map. But you don't get them until chapter 6. I think.
Super, do you have the stream playing audio by any chance?
I don't.
Nope. Not know what this
So
could
weird.
be. Yeah, it's super, super strange. I don't have you doubled up in a source. I'm at a loss.
So if I do this, does it change things? Do I still echo?
Yeah.
Okay, so let's do that.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah.
Talk for a sec?
Okay, I'm talking now.
Still there.
Whoa. This changed me to the webcam.
Now we can't hear you.
Yeah, it's nothing I can do on my end.
Wait. Keep talking?
Okay, I'm talking. What, is it better? Is it like literally better if I turn my head like this for some reason?
A little?
I don't know. I don't get it. It was so weird last time too. We couldn't figure it out.
Yeah. Maybe if you do have another mic and could switch to it, would that be an option at all?
The only other one I have is the one on the webcam, which I don't think is going to be better. I can try it.
Yeah.
I'm using that. I have like a little cheap Logi webcam, and I have always used the audio on it as a microphone.
Is that working now? Can you guys hear me?
Yeah. Oh wait, now we can't. We could for a second.
He's got ghosts in his
Technology! It is not a test stream without technical difficulties. This is just streamer life, pretty much. Yeah, we can't. That's so weird. Did you change it in ping? You might have to change it in ping. So, like, change the source. You did, okay.
You're in the bone room.
Wait, now we've got echo too. What is going on? Okay, I think we just might have to live with it. I don't know what's causing it. But I don't want it. And wait, oh, it's an Ilori. Oh my god, he's just gonna eat all of my magic. I remember this guy.
Stunned it.
Okay, hold on. Hold on.
The Aelori they worked out so well, I think, in terms of the tension. I've watched a lot of people play this section of the game, and you really feel it. Like when you get to these segments, it's like they're scary. The sound, the draining effect,
I gotta get out of here.
I see a lot of people like panicking, running around, trying to figure out what to do, and definitely compliments to the level designers who worked on this level. They really they did a really good job of balancing that tension and the ability to get through it. The first time you run into the Aelori and you're shooting it, and it kneels down, and people keep, they're like, oh, it's stunned, I'm gonna keep shooting it, and then Jack's like, I can't kill it, and it's like it works. Like people figure it out right away, and like, when you're designing something like this, like you it's sort of a gamble. When you're like, it's a different moment of gameplay. It feels different from the rest of the game. You don't want it to overstay its welcome. You don't want it to be the like, oh, that was the worst part, right? You want it to be your Ravenholm, not I don't know a good example of a really bad level off the top of my head. But you want it to be one of those moments where it's like, hey, we changed the tone, we made it spooky, and it lasted just as long as it needed to. And I think we did. I personally think that they did a really, really good job on one of the harder design challenges. Still one of the harder design challenges in the game, in my opinion. But they did a really good job of making you feel it. You feel the fear. It sells the Aelori as this important part of the world really, really well. And then you never have to fight them again. And I think that's really important.
It's a huge relief when you never have to fight them again, for sure. I think the hardest bit, like the first time I encountered that Aelori, I was absolutely petrified. You're 100% right.
Yeah.
But the hardest moment with them is when you have to get them to stunned on like a pressure plate. There's an area of the game where that's the only way you can progress, and that was really, really tricky because stunning them is difficult, and it's really easy to stun them in the wrong spot.
Yeah, that is definitely one of the. It's a little bit finicky at times. It's that one with the double pressure plate, the last pressure plate.
That
one is
one.
really
That's exactly
quite
it.
tricky. Yeah.
When you're always having to wait on these like really slow doors as well. I think that definitely was a fun design decision to just lean into. You're just having to turn your back to them to pull a lever and then wait for this really creaky, heavy gate to slowly rise. And you just know that like there's an alert behind you that in a couple seconds is going to come back live and attack you. So, it's very anxiety-inducing, but still really makes this level feel drastically different than any of our other maps.
Yeah.
Oh, no. I'm this way.
Somebody asked if this game was inspired by an old game called Cybermage. I'm certainly old enough to remember that game, but for some reason I missed that game. That looks cool. I just looked it up. But we have plenty of people on the team who have injected kind of all their mental influences into the game. It wouldn't shock me. We should ask Brett. I wonder if he remembers that game.
1995. Wow.
Yeah, that's like going back
That's
to
like
the
Doom
Doom
era.
era. Yeah.
Wow, I was still in high school.
How long did it take to make the game? About 5 years, right?
Yeah, about 5 years. Brett started the company in, I think, May or June of 2018 or something like that. And he had spent the late spring and the early summer kind of coming up with the whole world idea and a design document that was like 60 pages long. By the time I got hired in October, there was probably about 5 or 6 people at the company. And then as Telltale Games kind of collapsed, a slew of us went over to Ascendant, probably another 5 people or something like that, 5 or 6. So in 2018, we're about 12 people. at the end of the year, and quickly expanded to 20, then 40, then 70, 90. How big were we at our largest?
110, I think.
Yeah, that sounds right. 110.
100 something, 110, 112.
And then a ton of codev partners and stuff. But yeah, it took about, and then we finished in August or over the summer of 2023. So yeah, 5 years.
Those first few years were a lot of experimentation.
Hey, Mark.
We have a Mark
Oh,
as
Mark's
well.
there.
Give me 1 sec to get your camera sorted.
Yeah, like those first few years, we were just doing a lot of experimentation, and it was definitely all in service of the game, and a lot of it did end up kind of making its way in. But I think we like to say that it was around like a 3-year kind of dev cycle where we really figured out what was exciting about the gameplay and how we wanted most of the levels to look, and we kind of nailed down the art style and upgraded to. Well, Mark, when did we upgrade to 5.0?
Ooh,
2022.
yeah, preview was May of 2020.
Yeah, okay.
And
Because
then
we started it over Christmas, right? We had the, yeah.
It was late.
Yeah.
It was pretty late. Yeah.
I mean, it took us 4 months to get it to the point where we could run the editor, which was always fun. And then we did the ruins conversion.
We didn't make things easy on ourselves, that's for sure.
It was the right move, though. I think performance and what we achieved with our levels and stuff, I think that 5 really paid off. 5 really paid off. If you look at the four games that came out last year, they all had really big problems.
I think I figured out the echo. Maybe. I'm gonna check everyone's. Yeah. I think I figured out the echo.
Ooh.
Okay, we should be good now. And it is my fault. I'm so sorry. There's a setting in ping that I did not realize was turned on. Okay.
So now no echo if I talk?
Yes, we fixed it.
Hey, Mark, do you remember the old game Cyber Mage?
Cyber Mage?
Yeah.
No.
It's like in the Doom era, like 95 or something like that. Someone asked me if it helped inspire the game.
No echo.
I mean, no, I don't even recognize the box art. Wow.
I kind of want to go play it now.
That sounds really cool. There's so many older games that I wish I could play, but they're just like even if I could get them on PC, I wouldn't be able to make the controls work. The whole thing. But I can learn about them and watch other people play them sometimes, which is also fun. I don't know where I'm going.
Oh, now I've got echo of Tess.
I think that's I'm coming through maybe Mark's speakers, if he's using speakers.
Oh.
Testing.
It's an echo fest.
Yeah, I think it is. I think it's because I see Mark's cam light up whenever I talk sometimes, if I'm loud. That might be where that's coming from.
This Cyber Mage looks like it's from the era when you couldn't even aim up and down
Oh, wow.
in first-person shooters, like Doom and first Duke Nukem.
Question for the devs from
That's
Death
something
Caller.
I've erased from my memory.
Oh. The question from the Twitch chat. What purpose does motion blur serve? Because most streamers immediately turn it off, and honestly, a lot of players immediately turn it off because it's kind of an accessibility issue. It makes a lot of people really nauseous. So, like, what is the actual purpose of motion blur? Like, what's its intended purpose?
That's a funny question. We only have motion blur in our cinematics, actually.
Yeah, for IOA, And this was something that it was like one of the first things that I started bugging people about when I was hired. It was like, where's the motion blur offsetting? And people explained to me that it wasn't on in the main game, but it's on in a few cinematics. But for a lot of other games, it is an option, and it's usually turned on by default, and then people always have to turn it off. I don't know why. Okay. It's gonna be a little tricky. The sounds they make absolutely freak me out. But these enemies are so cool looking. I think I'm just partial to anything spiky. And they're very spiky, but they're just very cool. And they rush you so quickly, which makes them absolutely terrifying.
Yeah, their leap is just like they'll cross the whole map to get in your face. It's really fun.
Yeah.
That spiral attack that the green Magni have is so cool.
Yeah.
The spiral or the green Gestalts have.
Yeah. It's
beautiful. I believe the legendary we added for the Echo Lector, the legendary sigil that we added for the Echo Lector, shoots that.
Oh. Do you happen to remember what it's called?
Think. It's no. That's a Jason Workey question. I'm pretty sure that was what we talked about adding to that one, whether we were going to give you a different variation of the way the spellcast works on that. I don't know if that worked out.
Oh no. He's here. Oh crap. There. Where do I need you to be? I need you to be here. Come on, buddy. No, too far. Come back this way, please. A little closer. Oh, no. See, it was here that I think I actually had the most trouble, because he jumps and he always overshoots it.
I definitely think hitting him with his spikes, the Shatter Fury, is the best way to stun him. Because it does a lot of damage all at once. Bashing works too.
Yeah. So hair off.
I don't think Vortex and Time Burst work on them.
They do slow him down. I don't think Vortex does anything.
Yeah, Vortex doesn't.
Oh, crap. Mostly just to give me time. Come on.
Yeah, I shared a video on the Discord while of a streamer whose time burst use is just amazing. They use it for these crazy aerial maneuvering where they like jump and lash and put themselves in these crazy situations and then like do midair time burst, not to slow down the enemies as much as to slow themselves down so they can make all their last moment lash corrections. And it's pretty impressive to watch some of the things people can do with the game controls. Like I play the combat as much as most anyone, and there are players out there that are just like, I can't do what they do, and it's sort of amazing to me how good people have gotten this game.
Oh my god. Sorry, this is actually quite tricky for me. So I'm sort of focus mode on the game. The uniqueness of this game world is its biggest selling point. Yeah, Gary, I completely agree. It's just such a beautiful game. Like, look at this crazy underground environment. It has so much color and personality, and there's so many different parts of the game that are so beautiful. Love it. God.
This fight is one of the difficulty peaks in the game. It's like one of the peaks in terms of like how hard the fight is, especially with Elori showing up at the end of the fight. Like this is definitely one of the hard. Like it's up there with the first time you run into the Archon and the first time you run into the Blue Magnus in terms of challenge. There's a few peaks, and this is an intentional peak, I think.
I can do it. I can do it. Maybe. How did you guys come up with the design for the Aloy themselves?
Do you mean like the gameplay design or the visual design? I can talk to the visual design.
Yeah.
The story of the Aloy is that they were a very different looking being, and they predated the humans on Aveum, I believe. And in much of, I can't really go into it fully without spoilers, but like the way that the story resolves in with our cast of characters in Aveum was a story that has played out before in time with the Aloy. And the repercussions of that story on these group of characters turn them into the purpose that they serve in the current story. So it's a very interesting kind of lore. And we kind of wanted to design these characters to show that they had some kind of metamorphosis. So if you haven't played the whole game, you won't know what that means, but it's pretty obvious what our inspirations were, I think, once you get to that point. And I don't know, they just look cool. we wanted to have some characters in the game that were just not human, so that's the major inspiration for it.
They just kind of remind me of like gargoyles, and they blend in very well with the like underground environment.
That's a good point. If we look back at the characters that are burned in our brains that probably inspired these things, I think the devil from the movie Legend by Tim Curry kind of inspired the shape of their head in my brain, I think, maybe. Or the old cartoon gargoyles is definitely, as Julia pointed out, kind of inspirational. Those are a few anyway.
So cool. Hey, Duval fan, how are you doing?
From a gameplay perspective, we went through a couple iterations. There was always the idea that, hey, these things, they eat magic, so you have no real effect on them. You can't hurt them, you can't kill them. That was always a thing. But what them eating magic kind of meant and how you interacted with it, how you got through the level, went through a couple iterations. There was sort of a test that we did before we came at the current one where you would charge up crystals in the environment to sort of distract them. But it became really clear that the most compelling thing about them was how scary they looked and them coming after you and them chasing you. And so the idea that they're just literally draining the energy out of you with a field that's around them and they're chasing you, and the most you can do is stun them, and that's all we're going to give you is like, hey, they're just terrifying. The simplest thing worked out to feel the best, and so we had the more complicated gameplay in attempts at the beginning, and then those things just didn't feel right. They felt like, hey, why would it care about a glowing crystal when there's a delicious juicy mage that I can eat? And it really sells their the idea that these things they are intelligent, but they're so hungry that they've just like evolved. Is sort of what the we were trying to sell, and I feel like it gets there.
Absolutely, it gets there. Okay. Oh my god, Super, you totally saved me with the shatter fury tip. That was so helpful. Thank you. Okay. How do I do this? I never quite... Oh, okay. I think I need to hit.
That's a good question for Mark. What was the hardest development of the game?
Oh, yeah.
Max, what are you asking? Features or just like the worst thing we had to do? I guess I'll answer both. I think the hardest thing was frame rate, as it's still a battle for us. Dave and Julia like to add things to games. It's a constant tension between us. Even Saren's really...
I call it love. Constant love.
It definitely is love. We put more stuff in this game than I think any other game has done. One of those things I wish I could bring like a behind the scenes video and say, hey, we're going to go into, pixel complexity mode and you'll look at this building and there's 17 buildings behind it. And they're getting culled and all that, but there's still a lot of stuff that Lumen has to do. We're just a very dense game. There'll be other games where they'll fake things with, this is a card, so you can't actually look inside or go inside it. It's just really a 2D image. We didn't. Julia made buildings, lots and lots and lots of buildings. So, being that we were the first Lumen game, I think we might still be the first Lumen Nanite and World Partition game. I don't think anyone else has done the Trinity yet. We were still fighting the battle of how do you use this tech? What does real-time lighting look? We got a lot of things right, I think. My favorite part of that was just getting everything switched over so as you're walking in and out of buildings, we don't have to cover it with lens flare to cover light map loads and that kind of stuff. So just kind of making that happen was huge.
Real quick, Tessa, you need refract before you can solve that puzzle.
Do I
Yeah, that's a return puzzle.
No, you got to come back. You don't get it until next chapter.
Okay. I'm sorry. I totally forgot. I'm like, what am I?
You were shooting that thing for a long time.
Thank you for noticing.
I watch a lot of streamers, and I do that a lot.
Mark, I think you nailed it when you were talking about, we were just learning how to use Nanite. I mean, we learned it. We learned it well enough to ship a game, obviously, but there's so much more we could tap into there. It can be used way more efficiently, and we know what we would do if we were to go back and do it again for sure.
It's not on Game Pass Develop Span, but it is on PlayStation Plus as of the 2nd of this month, and it'll be there this whole month. So if you're a PlayStation Plus subscriber, you can claim it and then keep it for as long as you keep your subscription. And we do have a lot of sales happening kind of randomly all the time on all the platforms. So if you just keep an eye on our Twitter, you'll probably find out when there's an Xbox sale.
And also, if you play the demo, there's a discount that's evergreen at the end of the demo. So if you play there's a demo, at the end of the demo, it'll take you to a discount page, so you can get a discount on the game on any platform. So, I believe.
Yeah. Well, I think you have to play through the demo on the platform that you want to buy the game on.
Buy it on, yes.
Yeah. But there's a free demo on Steam, and there's a free trial on PlayStation and Xbox. Yeah. Did not have Lash equipped. Whoops. Somebody asked me earlier a question about coding and development stuff and using AI, like the AI Copilot or any kind of AI help for coding work. Have you guys been doing that? Have you found it useful? What's kind of your take on that?
I think that the technology is a ways to go before it's ready to work with something as complicated as Unreal. It is only just now starting to get really common that people are using it for coding, other than like going back, like actually tools for it, like Copilot actually existing are just now coming. We finished the game last year. I personally don't know a whole lot about how useful it is yet, but I expect something as vast and complicated as Unreal is going to be more than those tools are capable of really handling for a little while at least.
We used it a little bit, but not for things in the game, for things around the game. So a good example was we got into the point where we had some extremely complicated Google Sheets. for some of the combat formulas and all that.
Right.
And at some point that needs to get into the game. You can't just leave Google Sheets in Google. And we ended up using some combination of AI to help us write Python tools in order to ingest that and pull that into Unreal and convert that. And the formulas were extremely complicated. I think we pulled from over 40 sheets in order to get final numbers into the game. And people were doing that by hand at one point, which is obviously not what you should be doing in 2023. So we stopped doing it.
Yeah, that's right. I forgot about that. That was a good use of it.
Yeah, that was a painful point for me, so I didn't forget about it. And we do look at some of that stuff. We even things like using Midjourney for doing some of the previs on things and just getting ideas. We constantly are looking at what technology's out there and how we can make games but basically cheaper so that we can focus on the game part more than the making part. I think everybody would like to be unshackled from the day-to-day so they can get creative. And these tools are definitely a step in that direction. They're not quite there for something like Unreal with the crazy amount of complexity. It's really hard to explain to an AI tool that you can't do this thing a certain way because the PS5 doesn't like it, but everybody else does. And the training sets aren't there yet.
Also, the tech was not, the visual AI tech was not ready at all for us. So we, all of our concept work was done by, when would you say, Julia? Probably the end of 2022 or something.
Yeah.
So we missed the boat on all that, and of course it's also quite controversial. So we kind of dodged that bullet by it not being ready, quite honestly.
Dave Medina. Yeah. Dave Medina, if you're having issues with audio, especially on PlayStation, a pro tip is to turn off 3D audio in settings. A few people have mentioned for some reason it just doesn't play well with certain headset setups. So that might be a good solution for you. Sorry to interrupt, Bogan.
Oh, I don't even remember what I was saying. I think I was going to say it's going to be interesting for the next round of games coming out, like how many companies will actually adopt AI. Certainly with all the controversy going on over it.
Update portion of it, I mean?
It's a tool that's not going to go away, you know. It's just, I mean, I think the real issue is the imbalance of ownership of things. That's certainly a valid topic for debate.
Yeah.
And causing a lot of unrest.
Yeah. I don't think it'll ever be possible for it to be more than a tool. At least that's kind of my super layman take on it. I feel like any AI will always need to be directed by humans. It's just a tool. At least that's kind of...
The scary thing about humans is it seems like anything they dream up eventually becomes a reality.
That's true also.
They look at old movies and stuff and they're like, oh man, they really predicted that. Damn. So I don't know. I was talking to Mark about this a while ago, and AI has actually been going on for decades. We've only become really aware of it, I think, as a general public recently, like in the last maybe 3 or 4 years or so, because of all the tools coming out, like the accessibility of it. But the R&D of it and the execution of it has been going on for decades.
I think part of we're getting deep. Part of what is sort of scary about AI is that we often said well, we don't really think creativity is the thing we expect a computer to be able to do, right? We don't expect art is a thing a computer is going to be able to do. We sort of said this is a human thing. This is a thing humans are capable of. And then all of a sudden AI is creating these amazing images in moments, and it's like it turns out that creativity is a thing that can be done by a computer, and that's sort of an existential threat, along with the it's whoa, all of a sudden this computer is doing a thing we didn't think a computer could do. And that's, I think, part of the like there's a lot of very practical reasons, but I think there's a sort of existential thing there as well.
It's interesting. When we create art as artists, a lot of the time, whether you're doing it intentionally or subliminally, you're pulling from all your inspirations in your past, visually or experientially, like anything. And it takes us time to not only build the talent to be able to execute a vision like that, and experience the kind of happy accidents that happen along the way that help create new, interesting things you weren't even thinking about. The computer is able to do it much more quickly. But in a sense, I mean, it's the idea is that you feed into the AI, it's just able to source things more quickly.
Yep.
In a scary way, more accurately and inaccurately, like the whole fingers thing. But I don't know. It's certainly in my, from what I understand, it's a tool that's just not going to go away. But hopefully, it can be used as a tool and a replacement. Because I think that's what truly everyone's scared about.
A really good example of a good use of it is Adobe's generative fill in Photoshop, because it's built entirely out of Adobe stock, which is all paid for. So you can use generative fill and be like, hey, I literally know that generative fill is being used from all licensed images that the people who are use Adobe stock to put those images up are actually getting compensated for. So I think we're going to see more and more of that, where these companies who have legitimate access to the images and can compensate the artists or the people whose images, came through, are going to have tools that are less controversial insofar as people actually can get paid for people having, the training, since that's already what Adobe's doing. And I think that's pretty cool. That like when you use generative fill in Photoshop, you're not that training data didn't violate anyone's copyright.
So cool. This is such an incredibly cool area of the game. Like the puzzliness of it and the lighting and the fact that you're underground and the crystals. What are these crystals, by the way? You guys know? Like, what are they meant to be? Are they just part of the environment?
I think the story of this, I mean, Julia can speak to this more than me, but it's essentially a deposit of, we kind of like to think of crystals as lenses and almost batteries, if you will. They can innately have magic in them or be charged with magic and able to hold on to it and retain it. And if you notice, this level is set up kind of like a mine. So
yeah, like the earlier sections, what I like most about this map is like you start in Calus, where they were ostensibly mining the crystals to, like as Dave mentioned, use his batteries as light sources, but then basically the some of the environmental storytelling is all the Calus miners basically had to abandon the mine because they kept being attacked by the Allori. So there's all these sort of scattered bones and stuff kind of in the mid-ground. But as we finally move into the actual Allori civilization, we just really wanted to go over the top with all sort of magic elements, where you have all of these crystals, all of this sort of glowing water that's almost like it's bioluminescent. It's a lot of like really distinct magic plants that you don't actually see on the surface that only grow down here. So it's really trying to show that these Allori, even though they've up until this point been just attacking you, and it's sort of these creatures that are constantly chasing you and bombarding you, that they actually live in a very beautiful place with really unique architecture and are surrounded by all of this color and life.
So I believe there's a question in chat from Jose. I believe the next update that includes FSR3 and FrameGen will boost performance overall. I think that's the point. There's other fixes in that update as well, but that's the main thing that's in it. So there is another update coming. There's really two I don't know if it's going to be 2 updates or 1 update, but there's an update with HDR for PC, and there's the FSR3 update. That may be the same update. Okay, I did something. I'm not really sure what I did, but I did something. Oh, that's what I did. I swear I've played this game so many times, and yet I never quite remember what the order of things is because I've always played it kind of out of order. Oh, whoops.
I can never remember the chapter numbers.
Yeah, that too.
That's a challenge for me.
Gosh.
You know.
Can you tell us more about the Pentasod and what it is?
Ooh. God, how do we explain that one?
I mean, he's sort of, the god of the universe, and is sort of split between multiple worlds and dimensions, and is sort of the physical manifestation of Avium and all sort of sources of magic. And so there are some creatures which sort of very actively worship it and can communicate with it, that you get to sort of see later on in the game, which was actually starting to get to that point where some of that starts to be explained. But in the world that Jack inhabits in Avium, where we are right now, like it's this massive statue that is in the very center of the world and in the center of the wound, and it's just like this ever-present figure on the horizon that you can see from all different kingdoms, and just taller than the tallest mountain.
I like to think of it as the center of this universe, which includes multiple dimensions. But like, if you think about the creation of our universe, the version that Avium exists in would be like magic sourced, magic based, and the Pentasod is kind of the source of balance between the dimensions and worlds. So I don't know. It's weird to use. I guess the word God is kind of relevant, but I don't know. We kind of push it more towards like a sciencey thing. I don't think we mentioned the word. Do we mention the word gods?
No, we definitely didn't want to.
There's that point where Jack comes back, and when he's talking with Kirk, and the what did you see, or the when Zendara. But I like to just think of it as the embodiment of magic, right? And it's a multiplanar being who's powerful beyond imagination. Doesn't necessarily need something beyond that. Just something super badass from D&D.
It's the glue that holds everything together.
Yeah, I don't know what to do with all
I'm
that.
looking for the entry in the art book.
Why didn't you try to eat me like
I don't
a
remember where anything is.
Oh, the art bit's so awesome.
Yeah. It's
The
beautiful.
Pentasod might also be the architect or the shepherd of how magic travels back and forth between dimensions. Because there's
Yeah.
definitely there's an interplay between the Pentasod, the fonts, the Allure, and how magic travels back and forth, and how it is
Help yourself, I guess.
super important to maintain the balance of it all.
And I think in the art book, it talks about lore where the Pentasod has actually recreated Avium over and over and over. And there were earlier iterations that basically fell out of balance. And so it just sort of wiped the slate clean and created the next Avium. So this current universe is, however many numbers past that, was just a really fun thing that Michael added to the lore.
Yeah, there's a whole entry in here. I can't remember. I don't think we've done a lore post on the Pentasod yet. I think it's just planned. So, hello, Kitty. He's like, you got
Max
the book out. I'm
asked-
curious.
Max asks, this is a good question for everyone. What's your favorite boss in the game?
Ooh, great question. I'm gonna let you guys answer that question. Hopefully,
Still thinking on it.
actually, I think I have to follow Rook.
For me, it's the Howler, and especially the Shrouded Howler. Howler took a lot of iteration to really get it to feel great. And there's just something about that, like you get to fight the Howler at the beginning of the game, but the Shrouded Howler is the one that is sort of like late in game, where we tuned it up, we made it harder, we made the arena tighter, and then there's all of these the Leylodons that like spawn between waves, and so it's like this. It's the same fight you did before, but there's like so much pressure added onto it. It's so much harder. It's much more intense, and it just is one of those. It's a great skill check because it blocks a really cool spell. Like it's a boss that you unlock. It's optional. You don't have to fight it, but like one of the coolest spells in the game is behind it. It's a really hard fight if you do it right when you first can unlock it. And it's just it's a blast. It's super fun. It's it's I think it's my favorite for sure.
Super Construct, hands down, Super Construct. Partly because that was the first one we made during our vertical slice, and I probably played it 1,000 times during all of that. But also, I think collectively because it changed how we built the game. That fight in iteration 1 is nothing like the fight we shipped, and it really served as a crucible to sort of evolve our magic combat system in a way. I won't describe the earlier versions because we had spells that don't exist in the game anymore. It was a very different style of magic when we first started this. And watching that evolution of we changed how combat works and we had to then tweak the boss battle back and forth. And then I also just like the entire idea of Sandrak just going, yeah, you're having too much trouble. Hold on, let me go power up the super mech and let it go mess with you. Just emotionally just is a nice note for me. I really enjoy that.
Not only that, but it turns your little buddy into your enemy.
Yeah.
No.
It's your companion cube away.
I think mine would be the Echolector. And only selfishly because it's an amazing design that was almost not going to be seen in the game so much, other than like statues or relics from the past. So to be able to see like an Aristane Magnus almost in the flesh was super cool. I like that fight. I also can't beat him.
It's really hard.
Yeah.
It's really hard. I can't beat it on Grand Magnus.
Yeah. I can't
I
even
really liked the Sandrak fights. I think the one that's at the bottom of the
ocean. Oh my god.
Goliath. Yeah. Just because I mean it's a really amazing environment where we got to have Joe Wieland make this amazing water wall that's just swirling around you, and you have the Goliath, Colossus, sort of looming down over you, and there's like sunken ships, and the ground's all wet. But Sandrak's just also fun to fight because he's also able to use a triarch and able to use all of the different types of magic, and so you really have to just constantly be changing what colors you're using, adapting to his shields, and trying to find ways of breaking it. It's really hard, but like once you do feel like you've truly mastered all colors of magic when you are able to successfully like defeat him.
Also, it's not a boss necessarily, but there's 2 moments in the game where you fight with other immortals by your side, and those are such great. Like, I want more of that.
Yeah.
I love that so much.
Sandrak, the nice thing about fighting Sandrak also is you really want to beat him because every time he opens his mouth, you're just like, you're such a jerk. Like he has a line before the final boss fight, and I've heard it hundreds of times probably, but every time I hear it, it makes me mad. He's just so cutting, which is amazing because the actor Steven is such a nice guy.
Yep.
He's so incredibly nice, and like Sandrak is just the worst.
He's good at playing bad guys.
God,
sure.
It's horrible.
Okay, is that everyone? Has everyone said their favorite boss already?
I think so. Julia,
Me.
did
I
you
don't-
say yours?
I don't
Oh,
know.
Sandra.
The same dragon.
Oh yeah. I don't know. I don't know if I have a favorite. That's really hard to answer. I also really love the Sandrak fight in the ocean. That was just so incredible. I actually really like the final Sandrak fight because you're like on this crazy platform and there's all these things around you and it just feels super epic. I love that fight a lot too. Yeah, I think those are probably my favorites. I like the Archons because they look so tall and imposing, but they have this like super weakness that makes them easy once you figure it out. So I enjoy fighting
Yeah,
them.
that's a pretty awesome fight too. That
Yeah.
thing's just massive.
Yeah.
The way it shows up, where like the metal dissolves and it stands up, and you're like, oh, it was there the whole time,
Yeah.
is really cool too. Like they really nailed that moment.
Wait,
Yeah.
before I forget.
I agree.
Smell the lightless
Also, I apologize. My kitties have a food schedule that
never supposed to happen.
cannot be altered. They will just eat me if I don't feed them. So
Still,
on schedule.
The unforeseen aren't supposed to happen?
you were all supposed
This
to be
part
back.
is super interesting. I've got subtitles on in the game a little bit low,
So what
so
did
Devs can
happen?
talk
You
over
tell
it. But
me. You went and done
the
fucked
whole
it up
story
somehow.
of Rook and the Aelori and how that's revealed and how everyone hasn't
Maybe
even
just like it better this
understood
way.
it this whole time.
Humans do have a lot of.
So you see
He's
the
wild.
Pentad? It talks to you.
Why is that supposed to be amazing or something? I know you've seen it too. Smells still stuck in your hair.
You know, the amount of what you smell on me is starting to get really creepy.
I didn't make the nose rules.
So how do you enter the shrouded realm? I got knocked out. Didn't feel, ideal.
Never said I could. Me talking to the Pentad was a long time ago. Let's go.
So the game is not on Game Pass, Telesto. It is currently on PlayStation Plus, and we do have sales pretty often. So if you're looking to get... right? That is okay. We all have Ascendant pets. And there are very many of them, and they are very adorable, and they require our attention at times. Sorry, sorry, headphone users. Everyone's awake now.
So there's a question on playing other Immortals, and so I'm just gonna come out and say, we announced when we were at Unreal Fest that we are working on some spin-offs and some other versions of this, and one of those things that we're looking into is playing other Immortals and experiencing some of the other
Told you that.
characters that we've shown off in the game and using their power set. So that is something we are actively working on, and really, I won't say how much fun it is, but it's an amazing amount of fun. My dream has always been able to run around and play Zendara, and yeah, I may have hacked the initial game to play Zendara instead of Jack for a while, just to have War Lily on screen. So that's me.
She is so cool. Definitely one of my favorite actresses and one of my favorite characters. And I 100% agree with Mark. Like, being able, with all of you guys, being able to play some of these other characters, just with their different magical abilities and their cool personalities, would be really amazing. Tell your friends about the game. That's how all this stuff happens, basically. Any cool thing that you guys are coming up with, believe me, we're thinking about and wanting to do. And anything is possible if enough people are into the game and get the game and tell their friends about the game and etc. So, yeah, that's my PS.
I feel like the hardest thing that's been for us is just people knowing about us more than anything. I've had so many people tell me, "Oh, your game came out," hey, I worked on this game last year, and it's people I know that are gamers, and they're like, "Yeah, no, I didn't even hear of it." And it's like, it's rough. It's really hard to it's like, and so many people tell us like, wow, the reviews were so harsh, but this game is so good. I hear it all the time.
I had
it's just-
an encounter with someone where they said they hated the game, and I asked them if they played it, and their answer was no.
Yeah.
And I was just like, please, just give it a chance.
Yeah. I don't
So yeah,
understand that.
there's
at
a lot
all.
of there's some negativity out there, but it's some of it, not all of it, but some of it is kind of unfounded.
Yeah. Yeah.
I think
I mean-
give it a chance for yourself.
Yeah. We don't we're not worried at all about changing people's opinions that haven't played it, right? What we want is just for more people to actually try it. And nobody ever has to buy the game to try it. There's a free trial on PlayStation and on Xbox, and a free demo on Steam for PC. And if you play through the free trials or the demo, you get a 5% bonus discount if you choose to purchase the game after that. But you know, it's free to try. So trying this game is definitely trying it is believing it, because the actual experience, the gameplay, the environments, the characters, all of it, the audio, it's really so much fun and it's so satisfying. But the only way you really see that is if you play it. So that's our biggest recommendation, is if you want the game to succeed and you want the studio to do more cool stuff in the future, all of the things you guys are talking about, just tell people to try it. Try the free trial. Or, you know, get it on PlayStation Plus, or get it during a sale, or pay attention to our Twitter to find a sale when it happens. But just try it and then decide for yourself.
There's a question here about if we're proud of the cast or not. And I got to run actually very shortly after this, but I would say that the cast was amazing to work with in the voice recording booth. Every one of them. And they're such pros, like Darren and Gina and Millie, and they just brought so much, and they really just became the characters. We fell in love with the cast for sure. We didn't necessarily just go out and try to get big names. The bigger factor was when the additions happened, could we envision them as those characters? And the answer for that is a resounding yes. Like, they just brought the game. Like, Gina Torres in the voice booth was just literally the one take queen. Like, every line she delivered was just like bang on. Jack too, Darren too. Like, all of them, they were so good. Nick Brain was amazing as Thaddeus as well. Like, it was just
Thaddeus is
super cool. Yeah, great cast, fantastic cast.
I
And
love
by
seeing
everyone
their
for coming,
success.
I got a split.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
I love
thank
seeing
you.
their successes too. I mean, you see the actors that are, you know, obviously Gina's a big star. Suits is huge, but Steven, who plays Sandrak, was in an episode of Sandman recently. And Darren's been having a huge career growth. He was in Gran Turismo movie recently.
I just wanted to say I watched the new Roadhouse and Darren's in there, and I really wasn't paying attention at a moment, and I heard the voice, and it totally freaked me out because I thought Jack was in the movie for a second.
Yeah, oh my god. All of the actors are so cool. I've seen some of them in other things and others not, but they're all really, really, really good.
Darren Barnett definitely does a lot of voice acting for just a ton of shows. And like, I was watching on Netflix, like Skull and Bones, the like cartoon series. And I was like, this guy sounds familiar. He sounds like so just some of the Jack mannerisms. Like, instantly I had to, IMDb and make sure that it was him.
Oh, we're
But it's
getting
been
rated
fun to
over
just
on
hear him.
Twitch. Thank you so much, Killer6, a wonderful, wonderful creator that I know from 2K Next Makers and Borderlands fame. Thank you so much for the raid. We're about to get a big influx of people. So thank you so much, and welcome everyone. You guys are awesome. K6, thank you so much for the raid. So for anyone that's curious, we are playing a really incredible game called Immortals of Aveum, and we have some lovely developers all around hanging out. We have our associate art director and our lead combat engineer and our CTO chilling, answering questions. So if you guys have any questions for them, definitely feel free to ask. They can be about art, the game, games in general, tech, really anything. And this game is currently available on PlayStation Plus. So if you're a PlayStation Plus subscriber, you can claim it this month, anytime this month. It is also available on Xbox X and S and PC on all the platforms on PC. Well, not all the platforms. EA app, Epic Game Store, and Steam. There's a free demo on Steam. We did lower the PC specs pretty recently, a few months ago, I think. So you can try it out for yourself, see how it runs, see if you like it. And there's a bonus discount at the end of the free demo. There's also a bonus discount at the end of the free trials on Xbox and PC. I'm sorry, Xbox and PlayStation. There's my spiel. Hi, and welcome. Thank you, guys. Yeah, Killer 6, you enjoyed playing it? That's so awesome. Sorry, what was that?
There is an art book available digitally. There was an alternate reality game or ARG that launched with the game that was about finding a code to a password to unlock the digital art book and the soundtrack. And that it took a month to solve. It was really cool. They translated the alphabet. They found all sorts of hidden stuff. It was a really neat process to watch. But there is the soundtrack we released on all the digital platforms as well, so you can get it on Spotify or Apple Music, whatever you get your music. And then I will dig out the link for you to the page with the digital art book.
It's like an alternate page on our website, right?
Yeah, it's like snow. It's like Immortals / Snow Globe or something. I'll look it up. I have it somewhere.
Oh God, I'm gonna die a horrible death.
Although I don't want to get that little comment lost. Rasharn is a real language. We actually hired a linguist to build the entire language. It is a real translatable language. Everything you see in the game, all the posters on the wall, when they're talking, those are all real words that can be translated. There's little Easter eggs that people still haven't found that would be wonderful to hear people bring up. So if you're a language geek and you really want to get into it, there's a lot in this game that you could do that with.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, and for everyone coming in from Killer 6's channel, thank you so much again. My name is Tess. I do stream regularly on Twitch. I've just come back to streaming regularly after hip surgery. So I usually stream on Tuesdays and Thursdays, starting early in the morning around 9 a.m. Eastern, and on Saturdays around 10 a.m. Eastern, and occasionally bonus like evening streams and stuff like that. You'll see definitely a lot of Immortals of Aveum and all kinds of other games. Obviously, I love Borderlands and shooters in general. I also love Souls-likes. You'll see all the things.
I just shared a Reddit link to when it got unlocked. It has the link to the direct to the yearly guide to the Everwar, as well as a link to the page that you have to use. The sigils up is the password. But there's a direct link off of that Reddit at the top that's directly to the art book as well. So
cool.
Yeah, the soundtrack's on there.
Yeah,
copy the link for the other two chats if I can get my mouse to cooperate. Hey, Biscuit, we have all the streamers hanging out in stream today. And I do all the channels. There we go. Thank you so much for grabbing that link, Super. I'm good, Viz.
Yeah,
I'm very, very good. I am playing the game that the studio I work for created, and it is one of the most incredible gaming experiences ever. And we also have 3 of our devs hanging out. We had a 4th earlier, and we might have another one join a little bit later today, possibly. We have our art director, our associate art director, and the lead combat engineer, and our CTO here hanging out and answering questions. It is really beautiful. I think if you're a Borderlands fan specifically, this is a really great game for you guys to try. And like I said, there are free trials and demos. There's a free demo on PC. You can kind of test it out for yourself. But the combat, the gear is a little bit different, of course, but there's a lot of really cool gear in this game that you can upgrade. I'm currently playing New Game Plus, so I have like double the upgradability for most of the items that I'm using. And there's a wide variety of different items that kind of change how you play. There's 3 colors of magic in the game. red, which is chaos magic, blue, which is force magic, and green, which is life magic. And there's spells for your right hand, spells for your left hand, spells you do with both hands, all kinds of really cool magical things that you can combine into some really, really fun and epic effects. Okay, did I?
When it comes to the combat, one of the things that really worked well for us is we found that every time we made spells more immediate in the way that you cast them, the better they felt. So you don't find yourself, like magic in games is often really soft, or you do a lot of hand waving and then you cast the spell. And so there's a lot of like lag and delay. And we sort of took the opposite approach. Everything is very visceral. It's very immediate. You push the button to do bash, you push the button to shoot spikes. They happen right away. And that it gives that game that sort of pace, that feeling of like quickness. We found that like anytime we gave you something where you had to stand around and to do it, it like took the pace down, it slowed the combat down, and like that like lightning blazing action where you just snap right into your attack from the moment you push the button just always felt better to us. I think it really was it kind of came over time, like more and more. It was like every time we said, let's take that warm up away, let's take that that long charge up away and just make it faster, even if it's weaker, right? It just felt better. And so that really just kind of became a touchstone for the gameplay that it took time to get there, but like it really is. I think the only spell with a charge up is the ult immolate, and you're invincible, so it's okay.
Yeah. There are a few kind of basic spells that take a little bit of extra time. So like your javelin, which is my favorite thing to use in this game. This is a javelin spell. So you've got a variety of different magical abilities that you can focus with these sigil pieces of gear. And for blue magic, for force magic, for example, you can have magic that shoots like this. That's kind of very like long distance, kind of snipery almost, or scout rifle-y if you like those. It feels that way, and that's just kind of how it functions. Very, very long range, precise, very satisfying. But you can also use something like the javelin. So this is just an example for blue magic. There's also a variety for red magic and green magic as well. There it is. I love the God Spear. It is my favorite thing in the world. And one thing I wanted to mention, Biscute and any other streamers that are interested in streaming the game, we do have a campaign currently live on rainmaker.gg. You can just sign up with your Twitch if you don't already have a Rainmaker account and get a key for this game and stream it. So definitely do it if you're interested. If it's your kind of game, go for it. We have a lot of codes for you guys. And yeah, Mark just mentioned in the chat for YouTube, we have another update coming. We just released an update for PlayStation and Xbox that included HDR. Just make sure if you are trying to play in HDR that you have your your PlayStation and your TV set to HDR first, and then turn on the game. Or like if you're already running the game, just restart the game. But yeah, you can have HDR on consoles. HDR is coming to PC soon, and frame gen with FSR3 with frame gen is coming to all platforms in an update very soon, and it'll be the first game. Our game will be the first game on consoles to have FSR3 with frame generation. So that'll be really cool. So there was a free content update, Vandar, a while back. I want to say it was a few months ago, the Ecollector update that included some new lore, a bunch of new extra challenging locations with extra combat called Shatter Fanes, and an additional difficulty level, the Grand Magnus difficulty. So there were already 3 difficulties, and now there's a 4th, even a greater one, and New Game Plus. So that was it was kind of like a DLC, but it was free that we added to the game. I want to say it was a few months ago. But But yeah, and that's all the updates that we currently have planned, but who knows? More people get into the game, hear about the game, tell their friends about the game, more things are possible. So, stay tuned. You think Frag Strike and Maelstrom are your favorite sigils? Cool. Sorry, I keep forgetting to drink my drink. Okay. I will drink and then I will make this jump. You want the super speed that Green Magnus has and the constant levitation the blue enemies had. Tie it in with the red magic super jump and slam. You want all that mobility. Wow, that would be awesome.
Yeah, I had asked earlier what spells we didn't make that people might be interested in for no reason at all. Definitely just for fun. But
I love that Red Magnus jump slam. That that ability really.
Well, that's like Zendara. You know, that's why I want to play as Zendara. Like she would have all of
that
those.
exact attack, right? I could just see, you know, we talked so much about Zendara and like what Zendara would be like in a fight, and it's like I can't see Zendara using the same like, oh, I'm just gonna like this little hover that Jack does. It would be slam every time, you know, like it would just be like leaping and slamming down and like you know, you might have the same amount of mobility, but like just the way it feels, and just, you know, like the movement should feel so much different. Like there's so much about her personality that I think could really come out.
Yeah, I really want to be the artillery archer. I just really like that moveset.
Yeah,
and I also
all
like
the flips and stuff.
Yeah,
all the little flips and hovers, and that'd be cool. Those dodges they have. Yeah, I mean, I like the Green Magnus fantasy of like I'm just gonna teleport over here, I'm teleport over there, I'm behind you, I'm in front of you. All my shots all home in on you, so good luck getting away from me. You know, I've played the release version of the game 4 times now, and I've done like a Triarch build, and then I'm gonna play all red, all blue, and all green, and all red is still my favorite. Like hands down, like there's something about the all red build where it's got the best synergy, because the way Blast Wave and Bash, the tier 3 talents on those synergize in a really cool way, where it's like the third talent for Blast Wave is you get a second Blast Wave that like there's like a little crystal that sits there for a moment and then explodes, and you can like lash people into it and make it and trigger it. But then you get, if you kill somebody with Bash, you trigger a Blast Wave. But that Blast Wave has the bonuses from the other Blast Wave. So you like hit one guy with a Bash and then get 2 extra explosions. And it's just like the comboing of all of that, and the okay, I hit them with Disrupt and now they're corroded, so all my other red abilities do more damage. There's a certain amount of like, if you go like full Berserker, if you go just all the way down the red tree, like it's this high risk gameplay. Like I intentionally on that one, I was like, okay, I'm playing on the hardest difficulty. I'm not going to take any shield upgrades at all. Like I'm just not going to take shields. I'm looking like armor. Yeah, I'm just hardest difficulty. Like it's my game. I'm going to play it as hard as I can get. But it was like, oh, I can take things down so fast with this build that it doesn't matter like how much damage I take, because I just like I can pummel things like they just can't get away. So. And I love that we nailed that like you can really play the game differently. Like there's a totally different play style where you are you're using the like combination of blue and green, where you can, if you blink, it refreshes your shield. So there's this sort of like dodgy gameplay where it's like I got my shield up, they break my shield, I get a time slow, I blink. I shoot them, I blink, now my shield's back, I put my shield back up, they break my shield again, I get another time slip. And so you're just kind of like, you could fight some of the hardest enemies in this like constant back and forth until you run out of blinks. So you have to like kind of balance. So there's, I really like that there's some very different ways you can go about how you play the game.
Yeah, I mean, I don't even know, like 1,000 hours in this game? I'm not even sure. A lot, and I've done a number of full playthroughs and a lot of like little bits and pieces. And every time I use a different weapon or a different setup of talents, it feels completely different. Like I'm a different Jack. I'm a different character playing through it. It's really, really cool how much of a variety there is. You can combine your skills in so many different ways. And then if you play New Game Plus, you're continuing to earn experience or ascensions as you play through New Game Plus, and you can just continue to level. For those of you guys, especially from the Borderlands fam from Killer 6, this is the talent tree. And so you have like a green magic side, a blue magic side, and a red magic side. And then you have spells that combine, or talents that combine different sort of magics. So because Jack is a triarch and can use all three, there's a lot of really good things that kind of play well together. They have a lot of synergies. Like your shield, if you can master using your shield with your blink, which is kind of your dodge ability. I don't do this enough. I tend to forget. But basically one renews the other if you have the right talents, and it's really, really, really cool. I'm trying to do a puzzle here and I'm a little distracted, so I apologize.
Yeah, our combat team deliberately made some extremely OP combos that, I mean, I love. That when you get the right gear mixed in with the right talents, this game gets incredibly crazy.
Yeah.
So there's a level of depth in here that Jason and Patrick really tied in tight that I'm really proud of.
Yeah. Артур, привет. Игра очень-очень хорошая. Я ее очень люблю. We have a Russian-speaking viewer in the YouTube, and so I answered him in Russian. He was asking, or they were asking, whether or not it's a good game, and I said yes, I personally think so, very much. If anybody ever,
I'm very proud of it.
yeah, we're all very, very proud of it, and I think it deserves that. And all of you guys that worked so hard on it deserve to be so proud of it. It really is an incredible experience. If anyone ever hears me speaking what sounds like gibberish, it's just Russian. I'll always translate for you guys, though. It's good practice for me. I left when I was very, very young, and I'm very, very lucky to be an American citizen. But it is nice that I still speak it. Like, missing comments? I'm just saying you're welcome because he said thank you. Okay. Don't think I need to do anything at the forge. For anyone that just came in, this is one area of the game that's pretty crazy. It's basically, I don't know if I could call it a fortress. It is a fortress, that's what it's called, but it's kind of like a fortress that is so organic and grew up inside of this caldera of lava and magma. How did you guys come up with the design for this, Julia?
Well, in this entire caldera, it very much was leaning into the sort of evil wizard trope of trying to look as close to like Mount Doom as possible. Because when you actually get inside and meet the character in there, he's basically created a fortress of solitude and has tried to create his entire space that's just filled with tons of kind of traps and wards, just to further tell everyone to just keep out and leave them alone. And so, you know, when you're working with lava, it's so cool when you like go to Hawaii, you see all of the different types of lava. There's some that's just all very crumbly, but then there's some that's very braided and almost looks like hair, and or very like crazy thin filaments. And so we really wanted to sort of use all of those different aspects of lava, especially with that main fortress. Just the idea that Thaddeus, who is inside there, is like crafted all of this with magic and just pulled up all of this cooled pieces of lava into these really crazy sort of sharp and intimidating and scary shapes, just to further tell everyone, hey, don't bother coming to see me because I'm not interested in having visitors.
And yet, he's actually quite welcoming once
Also,
you get to talk
and
to
like
him.
I wouldn't have been able to solve this puzzle to come in and see him if if I didn't have the designer's help telling me exactly how to do it. It took me quite a while to figure it out. It's quite complex.
Okay, we have one more person joining us, the principal engineer, Daniel, who is super, super awesome, and Bogan might be back. Our senior art director might be back also. So we've got a full crew today. Oh, hold on. I know what I screwed up, so I can fix it. We've got a little bit of an echo, but if Bing will let me fix it, maybe. Possibly. Okay, it should be good now. Would you talk for us, Daniel?
Yeah, hi.
Perfect.
Hi, folks. Sorry I joined the party a little bit late.
All good. We are trying to solve a puzzle right now, and I do not remember how to do any of these, so bear
I do want
with
to
me.
give a shout out to Noah, who is our technical designer, who actually created all of the puzzle tech for Animate and the Disrupt puzzles and pretty much everything that has the puzzle word in it in our game. Was a labor of love from one guy who just absolutely would not stop.
You have to go to the left and to the right. Yeah.
No, turn around.
I remember lots of debugging for this one.
Wait.
There's a green crystal you gotta shoot.
Oh.
And a blue crystal.
These?
No, down right there. Yeah.
Oh. But don't I have to move something before I can shoot it?
Yeah, you have to go to the left and to the right to do the side encounters first.
Yeah,
and
you
then
gotta go all the way over.
Okay. Thank you. I was like, I know I'm missing something, but I don't remember what I'm missing. There we go. Okay. Okay.
So Ghetto Nerd Society asks, do you think UE5 is a game changer for smaller studios? I think that's a good Mark question. More than anyone, he's our best Unreal person for sure.
Hey, Sales. Did you hear that, Mark? I think he's muted for a second.
Maybe, yeah. Yeah, you're definitely muted.
Sorry, I'm having a nice conversation with somebody in one of the YouTube's streams.
So the question for you was, do you think that UE5 is a game changer for smaller studios?
Oh God, yes. I've been doing this for a day or two, and the idea that you can come in right now, grab UE5, drop a couple $100 in the asset store, grab all the free stuff from MetaHuman with a 1, 2, 3 person team, you can put together close to AAA quality games. I mean, it requires a bit of finagling your design to help lean into what assets are available, but you can do things that we would have dreamed about at a full studio 10 years ago, and you just kind of do it out of the box. One of the things we did while we were experimenting with some of the other things, we had a very, very small team of 3 or 4 people focus on making a more standard idea of a shooter, just to see where we could take Unreal in a couple weeks. And I hope that we will be able to post that on socials at some point. But what a small group of people was able to do in an incredibly small period of time, like a big game jam, is insane. And I'm looking forward to seeing what the next year or two brings as more and more indies start picking this stuff up. I will probably have to take some PTO to play the games, but that's worth it, because there's just going to be so many awesome things showing up.
That's so cool.
So there was a discussion about wanting more melee features, and obviously that's stuff that's kind of about these. It can only say so much, but one thing that's like sort of lore focused for that is that part of the lore is that magic that's fixed into like totems or weapons can be used by people even if that's not their color of magic, or even if they're lightless. So like if you see the glowing swords that lightless swordsmen wield, those are magical items that were created by Magni that are used by non-magic characters. The staffs that the grenadiers use that shoot the glowing orbs, same thing, right? So sort of the idea of putting you see Kenzie, even though Kenzie's a red Magnus, pure red Magnus, she has a lash. She uses a lash to traverse the ley lines. Same thing with Devin. Devin uses a lash as well. He's a green Magnus. So there is sort of this idea that we're definitely thinking about how like those objects which are embedded with magic allow us to sort of work around some of those limitations of being like a red Magnus or green Magnus in a spin-off game.
Red is my least leveled tree of talents, so bear with me here, guys. You just like blast all of them. That's the best thing. What was the hardest puzzle to make? That's a Noah question, though, right?
Oh, jeez.
Yeah, that would definitely be a Noah question. Most of the animate puzzles are probably the hardest. What we did, the spline meshes, I'm going to give Daniel PTSD having to send him back to some of this. It's hard to understand what that is when you're watching the visuals, but under the hood, there's just a ton of math trying to form and move a variety of splines at different points in order to get them to go places. And having that line up well and recover well when you fail and all that, we probably could have been smarter and done something where you just scrub a timeline and move things back and forth, but we are doing all of it with live real math. And that's hard, and it makes everybody's life hard. There's a couple other of the more standard disrupt puzzles that are just, as you can look at this and see it, just setting these up and knowing where your laser beam is going to go and making sure everything lines up right, and that you can get to it. And then when those pesky environment artists start moving pieces around in your level and you can't get to that spot anymore, or the ground's 2 inches taller and the beam no longer aligns just right. We
didn't do any of that.
Yeah.
That's nonsense.
Noah did a lot of smart stuff in there. Yeah,
He did.
A lot of these puzzles, he built in a lot of the math, right, to kind of auto-correct, so he wouldn't have to hand tweak so much, and he did a ton of that math in Blueprint, which is really amazing. Like Mark was saying, basically any difficult, super complex puzzle in the game was one guy. And he built all these tools to help himself too. It wasn't just being very, very hardworking. He was also smart about it. I'm trying to think of one particular puzzle, Lucium. I want to say it's Greyvale. The tower.
Like the tower in the middle.
I mean, that was complex in itself, but also the various stages of it, where you had to come back to it later in the game, and then we had issues of saving and loading, and it was more than just the state of the puzzle; it was the state of the game and the state of the player that all had to mesh together. And again, thanks to our QA and lots of folks banging on it in testing, they found a lot of these crazy cases. Depending what state you left that puzzle in, and when you came back, it all had to resume correctly.
So cool. I can't even imagine the level of math. I remember learning a little bit about just the math that goes into like the output from guns in various games and how like different abilities and skills will affect it. I can imagine that's got to be pretty complicated in this game too, right?
Yeah. So there was a real quick question I'm just going to answer for everyone. There was a question about corrosion, the corrosion ability, which I mentioned when I was talking about red. The base effect of corrosion is that it makes targets take more damage from red sources. So if you punch someone or there's like different ways to add it on. Like you can add it on to disrupt. If you disrupt someone, it adds corrosion, which is one of my favorite talents. It makes you take more damage from red sources, and then there is a green talent, a red-green talent. So if you moved up the green talent tree enough, that you can add damage over time to it. So it's sort of a like on its own. If you're just red, it has an effect, and then if you blend into green, you can layer on this other effect. And so there's sort of two different ways that adds decay damage. You can do decay damage. You can actually really get to a lot of damage over time if you really try. There's a really nasty DOT build that's out there. I think it's covered in that meeting, in that video.
Yeah, I think so. We have a whole series of deep dive videos that Gia is talking about for everyone else that's curious. That talk about all kinds of different things, from basic combat to some of the lore to like really in-depth combat mechanics, the gear, the talents, different builds, and ways that you can combine all of your talents and gear to be really, really effective for different play styles. It's actually a really good question for all of you devs. What is your personal favorite play style? I'm going to get you guys the link to that playlist in a sec.
Died out in the early parts of the war. That's what you're here about.
I don't need a horse.
No, dummy.
Sorry, what was that, Mark?
All the green, all the time.
Okay.
I like to just spam the living snot out of green spells on people. Green, just I do mono green builds, and I just just basically just dump every single shot on people as fast as I can. It's
Something's got you scared out of your mind.
What about you, Daniel?
It really depends what I'm doing.
Okay, fair.
If I'm testing, then blue bolt, because I can shoot things and only the things I want to shoot, and from far away. If I'm playing, red. I just love running through, mashing, and yeah, I'm not a precision player. I like to just run in and blast.
I'm exactly the same way, Daniel. I'm red all the way. I like to be able to just get in the middle of a whole wave of enemies and not have to worry about the precision as much. And it's also just me trying to fulfill a Zendara fantasy.
I love red. I've said that before. I like stunting on my enemies, and bash just gives you the ability to just nail some of those really cool combos. Like you can cross the whole map with the right jump, hover, bash like combinations, and like hit people on high ledges, do all sorts of cool stuff. So red for sure for me.
I like mixing it up.
Hey, Bogan, welcome back.
I'm back. I couldn't stay away.
You're so awesome. We have all the devs here for you guys today. I was wondering if we'd get all 6 on screen.
This binding stone look like this otherwise innocent bit of business. Yeah.
I think my favorite is the one I'm playing now, actually. I love using Javelin and Vortex, and everything else is just a bonus. Time Burst is very, very helpful as well. Vortex is a spell. It's a Fury spell, and Time Burst also. They're both Fury spells that are a little bit off the beaten path. You can actually play through the game and miss them if you don't kind of like explore and look around and try to open every chest and find everything in every nook and cranny. I highly recommend doing that because you'll find these 2 spells and they are just very OP and very fun to use. Vortex is the one that kind of pulls enemies in, and Time Burst is the one, it's like a green effect, and it basically slows down time. It does slow you down as well as the enemies, so it's just something to keep in mind. But they're both very effective. And Javelin all the way.
Doing this
with panache. It's called a mind walk. Trick I picked up in
Yeah, green is very machine gun-like.
Rashanian magic?
I like the heat-seeking maelstrom spell. That's one of my favorites.
Yeah.
Is that what it's called? Maelstrom?
Yeah.
Torrent, you mean? The Maelstrom
yes.
and Torrent, yeah. Maelstrom is
Torrent.
the sigil that's like a
galley gun.
Yeah, I meant Torrent. That's like one of my favorite spells. It's so awesome.
Yeah, Super's got some really good work with our what he's called the heat system, but it's some stuff we've done after the game that I think for me, just makes green feel better as a set. It's over the last few months is really locked in as my color.
Yeah, I've got a upcoming change that we might get in from Maelstrom to make it even cooler, honestly.
Ooh.
Yeah, we're gonna sneak in some upgrades in when we do the frame gen patch. We got a few other things we want to put in.
I'll spoil it. So right now, when you're using Maelstrom, it spins up every time you fire it, right? And so what my new stuff does is it keeps the heat around, so that if you fire, you can pulse fire it, and it won't spin up every time, essentially. Or you can, like, between shots, it won't spool up every time. It's sort of it makes it a little more useful, I think, in my book.
I don't know if Javelin is really the sniper analog. Javelin is kind of just a special panda, to be honest. Oh, it's intended.
It is a special panda. It hits so hard.
Yeah,
though. The headshot with the Javelin is like.
I mean, it originally had a lot tighter FOV on it too. It's one of the few weapons we have that actually modifies the camera. Way back in the day, we actually had aim down sights with some of the spells, and that it was very snipery with ADS.
Yeah.
So that's the big secret of how Aristea fell. Just one more casualty of the Everwood.
The lure of the binding stone was too much.
Do the different difficulties mean that you end up with more pickups of like health and mana?
Even the mighty Aristea could only keep its head up for a year.
Yeah, there's difficulty tuning for drops.
Their ruins are everywhere, whole cities of them, and they were way more advanced than ours. That can't be right.
Aristea, the bastion.
So, Max Burgers, there's already been a free content drop that's very similar to a DLC. It was just free. That came out a few months ago. That was the Echolector update. And that included a new boss, a bunch of new lore, several new locations called Shatterfanes that are these like extra challenging kind of pocket dimensions where you go and do combat and some platforming and puzzly stuff and get cool loot at the end. And also new difficulty was added, the Grand Magnus difficulty. So now there are 4 difficulties in the game, and New Game Plus was added as well. So that was kind of our DLC, but it was free for all of you guys. Currently there are no more plans for anything further, but like I've been saying all along, if more people hear about the game, try the game, love the game, let others know about the game, all things are possible. So tell your friends, pretty much.
When the Aristea used the Binding Stone to commune with the fonts, what happened?
So HDR for consoles is coming when that patch drops. Does anybody know the exact? Is that dropped already, or is that dropping?
I think
that's
consoles
dropped.
have.
Yeah, consoles have HDR.
Yeah,
that
consoles
dropped on Tuesday.
All right.
Yeah. PC HDR.
I know
is
there's
coming.
some questions as to why we didn't drop PC HDR at the same time. We finished PC HDR, and it turns out in the version of Unreal we're on, in the HDR pipeline, there is a somewhat random NVIDIA bug that we are hammering out with NVIDIA that will cause intermittent crashes during level loads. It's not releasing one of the textures it's supposed to release. So we made the decision to not drop a patch that causes crashing on PC. I'm working on it. We've got a few folks looking at it, so that will hopefully be out very soon. I'll be honest, part of this was me not really focusing on HDR. I didn't realize how amazing the game looked in HDR until I bought a new monitor with HDR, and then I was like, I made a mistake. You guys are all right. I fucked up. My bad.
If you think the game is vibrant,
oh my god, it's so insane.
You like colors.
And a huge shout out to Dave, because Dave has been spending a lot of the last few weeks making all the little tweaks to make HDR look even better. When you don't make a game for HDR, you don't really get it. Dave's been busting it out hard to make sure this happened for.
Yeah. It's kind of crazy. Games are so complicated and code is so complicated and even like all of the art assets is all so complicated and it all connects with each other. Like everything is connected. So when you change or improve one thing, it affects other things. That's just kind of the nature of the beast. And sometimes there are unintended consequences, but the devs are always just doing their best to protect your experience and to improve your experience. So PC HDR is definitely coming. And console HDR is already here. And FSR3 with frame gen is coming to consoles in the near future. That's going to be really cool because this game will be the first to have that on console. And PC improvements are coming as well. So thank you, Alex. Oh my god, 118 months. That's bonkers. Thank you so much. I didn't realize I was about to die. Whoops. I can't make my OBS window any smaller and it blocks my chat. I apologize if I miss anything, you guys. Javelin does combo really, really well with Vortex. It's my favorite so far that I've tried by far.
She's by the ley line.
I will say, all of you guys that asked for multiplayer, we definitely have heard you, and we definitely agree with you. It would be really, really cool. So, again, I must reiterate, tell your friends, get them to try the game. The more people that get to trying this game and hopefully liking it, but just trying it, the more people that try the game, the more possibilities are going to be out there for us to do more cool stuff. Don't know where I'm supposed to go.
I mean, I'll go one farther and say we've actively experimented with different modes. We're not stupid, despite what some people might think about me. We really tried everything. Multiplayer's hard. And there's a lot of things that we did to make the single player more awesome, like time slows and things like that, which obviously don't work well in multiplayer. So there's efforts going in a variety of ways as we're looking towards our next projects. Multiplayer's on the table. We've done a huge amount of the legwork to get us to the point where if things go well, and especially if sales continue to be a thing, that we could have a multiplayer version if Tess could learn how to jump properly. And then we wouldn't, yeah.
I don't know
I
where to go
here and there
here.
too. But
Oh, I'm really stupid. There's literally a ley line right in front of me.
for you.
That was embarrassing. Thank you. I'm a dope. Like, how am I supposed to get
I don't
past
know all
this?
the details. Gary asked, "How much benefit do we get from being on PS Plus? Is it just exposure, or we get money? We get money from it too."
So for those of you who don't know the inner workings of publishers, there's a flat fee when a game goes into subscription service, and then you don't. That's it. It doesn't matter if one person or 100 million people play your game at that point. You don't get any extra money unless you have more MTX, which we're not going to do. That's not who we are. But it does, if your friends are playing the PS Plus and publishers see that 5 million people picked up Immortals of Aveum this month and play it, I guarantee there are going to be people knocking on our door asking for a sequel because that's a huge number of players. So
Yes, please.
Yes.
That is a thing. It's it's a little bit more exposure than the free work version of exposure, but letting publishers know that there is a market for a game is really important.
Yeah.
And if people come out and look, and we get the feedback, and you post in our different social channels and let us know what you think about it and what work you want done, that engagement helps other people, those people with giant checkbooks, make smart decisions about the next products that they want to invest.
Oh my god, there's so many bad guys. I love it.
Oh yeah, it's such a hard fight.
Yeah.
You start off on that little thing, and that Oathbroken starts coming after you, and you got nowhere to run except for toward him. It's just, yeah. And this is like that area right before you start getting legendary gear too, so you're sort of like, this, you want to have those ebbs and flows in gameplay, and definitely like this whole section is sort of a difficulty spike.
Gee, that's the best comment. G says they're telling anything that breathes oxygen and loves good solid games about this game. Yeah, you can purchase it. Like, so if you get the game on PlayStation Plus and you love it and you want to support the devs more, I think you can buy it so that you have it permanently, even if you no longer have PlayStation Plus. That is a thing. Every little bit helps. You obviously don't have to do that, but every little bit helps. But I will say, like, I think the thing that helps us the most is just getting the word out that this game exists and that it's worth trying. More than anything, because trying is what sells people on it, really. That's why there's free trials on PlayStation and Xbox and a free PC demo on Steam. Oh my god. I'm sorry, I'm laughing at a comment that Bogan pasted in our group chat. That does sound like a good time. Okay, I'm going this way. Oh, thank you, Wilkes. Thank you so much. I need to I'm gonna go back.
Go down to the right.
Yeah. Thank you. I'm just grabbing some of these comments. I try to kind of grab fun, nice comments to show the entire dev team. Obviously these lovely wonderful devs here are seeing it, but we have a whole dev team that would love to see them too. But I think I can go back through the chat and grab all the good comments later also. Yeah, it's mine. Jason, it's how do I do that? Is there a way I can do that? I think I have to turn off notifications to Slack. I think that's the only way.
So there's a question about what EA Originals means. What it means is that we are Ascendant Studios is an independent studio. EA published the game for us, so we have a business deal with them for publishing, but it's our title. The EA didn't fund it, and EA doesn't own the rights to the IP. So we're an original title, an independent title.
Yeah. Okay, we should be good now. Sorry about that, you guys. My Slack notifications. Slack doesn't like me, or it doesn't like my stream PC. My stream PC is on an older version of Enterprise Windows, So it like no longer receives updates. And Slack a couple months ago was like, basically you can't have Slack installed. So I'm using it through the browser, which complicates things a little bit, but that's okay. All right, do I have the right thing selected? First question. Okay. You might not be able to buy it while it's in your library.
Big spoiler. Big spoiler.
Ooh.
Big spoiler. Oh my god. It's the big spoiler.
Yeah. Fair warning.
I watch a lot of streams. I love watching people play this game. And a lot of people obviously guess the spoiler in advance. And the only thing I can tell them is the name of the game is Immortals of Aveum.
How can you be with them?
That's the one.
That's good. That's very good.
I can't believe it.
Okay.
Jack, report in, soldier.
Yeah, I'm here, sir. I found out the Binding Stone was created in a shrine forge somewhere in Eastern Oromon.
Poor Jack.
No exact location, but it's a start. Bad news is, I think Thaddeus died helping us find that out. I'm sorry, sir. I know you two were close.
Don't blame yourself.
I had a tail. Sandrak will know we're coming.
There's
to
some
the
pretty
shrine
cool
forge.
lore
That
too.
just means we'll come heavy.
Where
Return
the
to the
Immortals got
Pelican
their
for
name
mission
from.
planning.
Ooh.
I don't know if you have
I'll
that
see
story
how
in
it
your
is.
test, but
You're not going to even ask if I'm okay, or
think it's
explain
in
why
there.
my bloody face got
Sorry,
pulled
what
through a
was
Farkle stone,
Mm,
or how your
yeah,
evident
no.
pals in
She
Norby know.
the Kirkin tells you
Since I
that
set
it's
out
about
on this mission, I've had
the
my politics.
The
Unabla
Pants criticized.
Oh, I can't even remember the
My
words.
eyes were
That
full
they
of
that they
bunnies, and
supposedly lived outside of time, and so they took the
nothing
Immortals,
else.
took the name
Just been a
for
lot,
intimidation
you know?
purposes.
Oh.
Catch up
and
later.
it means well, everlasting or no, enduring, the enduring or something like that. Yeah. So it's more symbolic than literal.
It's just a silly name to make our enemies cry at night.
Exactly.
I love that line. I love that line.
Great line.
It's such a great line. She delivers it so well. Like,
Yeah. He really does. Yeah. You guys are I don't know if I can even say this. I'll let you guys say the things that I'm too scared to say pretty much. So thank you for saying them. That's cool, Gary Jones. I feel like some people kind of got mad at us about that, the whole Sir thing. I don't know why.
This is insane. The surface of Eastern Oromon is an
I just think about Star Trek.
We'll never find the shrine
On
forge.
Star Trek, everyone
I'll
is
switch
Sir.
back to the
Doesn't matter
islands
what
just
their
to
gender
protect
is.
us.
And
That's
so
why
for
I
me,
thought it was
like,
normal.
Oh, it's just like Star Trek.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, hero. See if you can
I mean,
make
it's
out
kind of a
anything
military thing as well, from the past at least, anyway.
Yeah.
Ready?
Why are we looking at sand?
Thaddeus gave me the history of Sandrak's Binding Stone. As you say, sir, it's the real end of time shit. The Aristeic
Immortals is in if one fails, more will fight back harder. Also a good way to look at it, definitely.
Before he died, Thaddeus told me that the shrine forge used to create this Binding Stone was
Under all that sand.
Maybe. He
That's a
didn't
really
specify
pro
whether
tip
it was
from
on the
Gracklin.
surface, which
If you
is
don't take the
completely
portal, but
blasted by
actually
magical
walk back to the
fallout or
Palathon,
islands
and you
above.
can do that later too.
Stretch
And actually, I will do it later because I need to get refract first.
Did you say Thaddeus died?
yeah.
But yeah, there's some good secret areas in like all of the locations.
What matters now is that we have a location for a location. And that's better than yesterday. We find this shrine forge,
we're one step closer to finding some weakness in Sandra's old
Ooh. Question on blueprints versus code. Oh, hey, random. Yeah. Everybody's laughing because I have some very strong opinions on those things. The TLDR version is we try to never have anything in blueprints. We do have stuff in blueprints, but we try really hard not to. I can get into the whys if people really care, but what it really boils down to for us is there is no viable way to debug blueprints in a packaged build. And when you've got a bug on a PlayStation and it's in blueprint land, it is functionally impossible to track it down, and you spend oodles and oodles of time dealing with that. The other part of that is blueprints aren't mergeable, so you can't have multiple people working on the same blueprint at once. So if you've got a character blueprint and you've got to make 7 bug changes in it, you get 1 per day because of how long it'll take, which suck.
Blueprints mislead artists into thinking they can code.
The code performance on blueprints also is particularly bad. It probably won't mean anything to a lot of people, but
5 to 10x
if you do, yeah, it's like 10x slower, and there's a lot of things that are really, really bad. Like if you do any sort of array access, it's always a copy. There's no reference, like array reference access. So you're like copying textures, you're copying all sorts of things. So like there's some really major performance snags in blueprints that really hurt. Not to mention making debugging a nightmare, as Mark started with. That's like the biggest thing.
It also allows you to break some of the tools that innately come with Unreal. Like one example was in the sequence files in the cinematics. Originally we had our characters just as skeletal meshes, but then we built them into blueprints for X and Y reasons, and certain features inside the sequence files stopped working. So like just, I don't know, being able to change things at runtime on the character during the cinematics stopped working. It was interesting.
I think a lot of the issues with blueprints is, the performance, and also I think being able to work with them, right? There's the exclusive checkouts that prevent multiple people from working on them, but also visibility. Like if you're used to working with code, you have a lot of tools at your disposal, and you have, very, very high level IDEs to help you navigate that code. And we've been doing it for a while. You can kind of scan code and read it. It's hard to do that with Blueprint. Like if you look at one big Blueprint file, it's literally going over a magnifying glass to kind of trace through and see what it's doing. And there's lots of places where things can hide. Like Bogan was saying, characters have blueprints, sequences have blueprints, and some of the issues with being able to skip cinematics, I know that was asked, is if there's little things left in there that were actually critical, but you don't know, you can't find those easily, not by scanning. It makes it difficult when there's basically operational, functional code in your project that isn't highly visible, that isn't highly traceable.
So I guess blueprints are awesome, as Gracklin is pointing out here, but and it gives people pretty wide access to how things work in the game. But I think just like the key to anything, they need to be used properly and wisely. Use them where they're needed and how they help the best, but also not to hide things from your engineers.
There's also one of the things that's really challenging with blueprints is that if you have any sort of resources that are linked in the blueprint, and then you reference that blueprint, you load all that stuff. So if you have particle systems, textures, etc., that are being referenced by a blueprint, and also logic in that blueprint, and you have something else says, I need to talk to that logic, even if you don't need all those textures, you're going to load them all. So if you are using blueprints, just separating your content and your logic, just separate blueprints, is also a really big deal, because that was one of the biggest nightmares for us trying to get the game to ship, was we had all these blueprints that were referencing stuff that also had code, and so you load the main menu and you pull in every enemy in the game.
There was a question earlier about what was the hardest thing to do in the game, or what was the hardest part of development. And I would say just what these guys are talking about right now. You can imagine we've been building this game over 5 years, and that starts with prototyping and free-forming, if you will. So to make a game performant at the end, things got to be clean, and they have to work like a machine, and you've got to clean out all the garbage. And if you've ever seen one of those mass murderer tracking tools with all the strings pointing to different things, that's kind of what the game is doing under the hood that you don't see. And it's really hard to clean up all that stuff if you're not disciplined in the very beginning to not clean up your trash as you go. It's so hard. And I think we've learned some lessons from that. And I don't know. It's a common story in game development, but it's a real one.
So there have been a lot of patches since launch, G. There's a ton of performance patches and features patches, and then we also put out a content update, a really big one that included a new boss, a bunch of new areas in the game to fight and get new loot, a new difficulty, and new game plus. That came out several months ago, and we're still putting out updates. We actually just launched the update that included HDR for consoles just a few days ago, and that is live. And we're putting out another update for PC that will give or make HDR possible on PC. And there's an FSR3 plus frame gen update coming to PC and consoles. So we'll be the first game on console to actually have that tech, which will be really cool. Okay. To the war chamber we go.
There's a question here about, or a statement saying that we're an independent AAA game studios, and how did we manage to make this game as our first outing? I think the simple answer to that is almost everybody on the team has a plethora of experience from past games and companies. So building very slowly and meticulously building the right team was kind of the answer to that. So we've all got a lot of experience, and to give credit to Brett Robbins, he truly came in from the very beginning with a very solid vision that didn't really waver very much at all. So that's probably why we were able to collect a group of people, the people that we did collect. And just one of our pillars for hiring was passion. If you're not passionate about what you just read in that design document, this is not the place for you. So we collected a kick-ass team, and people just worked their butts off to get this thing done, and everyone loved it. So we all just tried to see it through. I think that's kind of the answer to that one.
Yeah, so Mental Mars asked about, he said he's done some mining and found that there's a Spectral's ability in the movie folder. It looks like a different Dominion spell, and could talk about why it was cut and whether there were other Dominion spells. I don't know how much I can talk about cut stuff. There were other Dominions.
Let's talk this one out.
Sure. So we had there were two other Dominions. There was Spectrals, which summoned some spectral versions that fought along with you and used your spells, and there was Havoc. Oh God, I had like 5 different names. There was you summoned a bunch of meteors and it blew up everywhere. And I think the reason that we cut them was that they were kind of underwhelming in that we didn't have enough time and energy to invest in them to make them feel truly great. Immolate works really well. It's got a really solid feel, and there was sort of we didn't have the time to put into the Spectrals to make them feel right and make them behave in a way that was compelling. And we didn't. And then the meteor storm it felt very random. It just hit kind of all over the map. It didn't feel as useful as it should, and it was sort of we only have so much time. We only have so much energy to invest in this. Let's make Immolate a tricolor ability instead, and make it our primary Dominion. And it was sort of it was really about, we just didn't have the time to make them feel as special as they needed to be worthy of being an ultimate spell.
Yeah, Shake. We've actually there's an interview I did with Dave Bogan that is on our podcast, I think, and he mentions this, and I think several of the other developers that I talked to on that podcast also mention this, because we talk to people in other studios as well, like game directors and developers and all kinds of different really cool people. It's called the Rise Above podcast. If you look for it, just put in Rise Above and Ascendant Studios. But basically, definitely just try stuff, work on stuff. The more you try to build something, the more you'll learn, and the more you'll get ideas, and the more you'll improve, and you just get your hands dirty. It's one of those things that I think the consensus is you really learn by doing, right? And you're always going to keep improving, and then any sort of future employer will see the projects that you worked on and see that you were passionate and were endeavoring to learn and grow, and that goes a really long way. And there's so many tools and so many tutorials out there that you can learn how to do anything. And there's so many groups too. Like there's a ton, I said this earlier to someone that asked, there's a ton of groups on Discord that can help you when you have questions, if you're trying to make a game even by yourself, or you're just trying to write a program or learn, a new piece of software to do art for games or for anything really. There's just look for the right communities and ask questions and be open to trying new things, because there are definitely people out there that will help you and you'll learn from each other. And it's really cool that the internet in general has connected us so much.
Max Burgers asked what voice line we have heard the most. I don't really know I tried to think about that, and I don't really know how to answer that, but there was one really awesome bug we had. There was a train in training grounds as Jack is coming up the elevator.
Yeah.
And Kirkin, and he sees the Pentad from this vantage point from the first time, because we're so close to the edge of the wound. He says, "Holy shit." And we had a bug where that just, as soon as that voice line fired, it just kept going. So every 2 or 3 seconds you would hear, "Holy shit." And Kirkin would continue to talk, "Holy shit, holy shit." So that's probably the voice line.
Responding to her, giving her instructions by just saying, "Holy shit." Yeah. You got a big laugh out of that.
I'm sure we got a video recording of that somewhere.
For me, it's definitely the speech at the beginning of Ruins, because during the end last 6 months of development, I probably ran through the Training Grounds Ruin, Sarah in Training Grounds of Ruins, probably 400 times in that, and it's just the speech, you got a fear in your eye that you don't need today. It's probably the line I've heard the most, because oh my god, I've seen that video.
Yeah, Ruins has been around. Ruins has been around, and pretty complete or pretty fleshed out for 4 years of the development. So yeah, I heard that opening speech a lot.
Okay, 1 second. I'm trying to do too many things.
There was this great bug we had where for some reason it caused all of the AI characters in that scene to have these incredibly glowing, emissive beams of light coming out of their face, where their eyes were. And there was just, I have this screenshot where it's Silas with that crazy coming out of his eyes, and I added a meme caption of the fear in your eyes you don't need today, son, of course. And it's just one of those, we have an internal channel called Mulcium where we have shared all the ridiculous bugs that have happened over the course of the game. There's so many funny things. There's a Slack tries to auto-translate Risharnian. It doesn't understand Risharnian, but it tries. So every time you post a video with battle chatter in it, there'll be a transcript of all of the Risharnian battle chatter, like swordsmen and stuff say, and it is often highly inappropriate.
Yep.
Highly inappropriate and amusing. So that's a lot of fun. Thing that you can't really show.
Who need to shoot my own people? Okay.
So I have a question that I've been wondering if other people noticed. Does anybody that plays this game realize that the reticle changes when you change your sigil? Or is that something that's subtle that we all noticed and sweated on forever, but no one else really notices?
Wait, what happened? Say that one more time. I'm so sorry.
When you switch sigils, watch the reticle.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
But okay, so I noticed this, but I did not notice it right away. I think I only noticed it when I was trying to specifically capture things about the reticle.
So this is one of those hard things for us as developers, is knowing what types of details players care about and notice. We spent a lot of time getting that right and really sweating on those details. And I would just love to know, get feedback if other people thought that was a cool thing to do.
That's called craftsmanship.
But I would like to make sure we spend our time and money on craftsmanship that players care about. Awesome. Thanks, Gary.
Yeah. Sometimes if you see me look down or something like that, I am the one playing, and if you see me looking down, it's just because I'm double checking that my keyboard is on the right map. I'm so used to checking it now because it's often not on the right map. But I basically play exclusively. This has nothing to do with the game, really, so I don't know if you guys are interested in hearing this, but just very quickly, I play almost exclusively with my left hand with the keyboard that I built because I have an accessibility issue. I'm using a trackball and this keyboard that I built. So like a lot of the Furies and basically anything that takes a little bit of extra time takes a little bit of extra time for me because I have to hit multiple keys while also moving and jumping and doing all the things with one hand. So it's just a little tricky. I apologize. It's definitely not perfect gameplay, but I love it. I enjoy it a lot, even when I'm struggling.
Much like Mark was asking about if people noticed the visuals of the reticle changing from blue to red to green magic, I'm wondering if anyone can hear the differences in the sound effects when you switch from one to the other. They all kind of share a similar ground SFX, but there's other layers added in that speak to the principles of each magic. If you don't hear it, you will feel it.
Yeah.
I like the chirping bird sound of seeker shards. Like seeker shards have this sort of like whistling noise they make that I really like.
I think it makes a difference even if people don't realize it is the thing. So like I talk a lot about how I love the gunplay or the magic play in this game. And that's 100% true, but also part of that is the sound. It's the visual effect combined with the sound and kind of the feel of precision that you get. And I have the effects turned really, really low right now, but I can definitely still hear them. And it really, really makes a huge difference. Like the feel of gunplay is affected by the sound engineering behind it. Like every gun in every game and every impact in every game sounds different. It feels different because of how it sounds. The reticle changes how you know which one you're on. That's really cool. Okay. I think Oh, this fight, that was still tricky, but it was definitely the easiest I've ever had it in Shrineforge. I remember when we were trying to capture this for a trailer or a video or something, I don't remember what it was for, but it was so hard. Me and Zach both, Zach was our YouTube content manager, really, really awesome guy who was behind Witch Force YouTube, if you've ever heard of that one. When we were trying to capture this, we were both like, oh my god, struggling so much because it's just a really challenging place with so many different enemies coming at you from so many different locations. But it's so cool because at this point you've kind of got a really good handle on what your character is capable of, and this is kind of a place where you get to use all of that. So it's tough the first bunch of times, but really satisfying.
So there's a question about, does Unreal care about polys off screen? If you build a cave with a bunch of assets enclosing the gameplay area, do you have to slice off the backs of the meshes to optimize them, like using modeling tools? And how do you manage all those extra marine assets? I mean, there's a great nanite discussion there, right?
There's a lot of discussion there.
Unreal does a really good job of calling stuff out for frame rate, but there's more than that to consider. Like, memory is one example. You know, if your meshes are literally, some of these meshes are millions of polys, like incredibly dense meshes. And you know, one of the lessons we learned is that just because you have that power doesn't mean you should use it all. It has ramifications, and one of the things we were just not expecting was the amount of memory that stuff has. It adds up. It's just something. It's kind of like the scripts flipped. Like, you used to be more aware and paid more attention to texture memory, and not so much the meshes, because by definition they had to be game res, and therefore were kind of light memory wise. Well, Nanite completely flipped that on its head. In our game, we use procedural textures, so less texture memory space and more procedurally breaking up textures to look different from one another. Therefore, you know, memory savings on that side. But then the nanite meshes just kind of like dropped on us like an anvil. It's pretty crazy.
Well, I would still say Nanite was just incredible for the entire art process, because while yes, there were many pitfalls that we had to work through towards the end there with all the optimization, just not having to worry about LODs anymore. You know, Nanite takes care of that itself. It does, when you are going into the various Nanite viewing modes, you can see how on the fly it is adjusting the clusters to, not show occluded parts of an asset, but is only showing you what the player can see. So it is highly, highly performant and so much faster on the artist side, where, you know, you aren't having to make all of those LOD versions. You can just really focus on the details that you really want to add, and then just importing into the engine is incredibly smooth. And so, and you can do optimizations of the Nanite assets inside Unreal. Like it, we realize we don't need a rock with millions of polys. You're able to just lower that actively in the engine. And so there's just a ton of incredible tools that were really, really powerful and really helpful in just building out this massive world with all of the stuff in it.
I think when we really get into the how do assets work in Unreal 5, which for a lot of people is an undiscovered country, you know, there's the authoring side. What assets does the game actually have? What are we bringing in? And then there's the during the runtime part of the game, how are those assets being used? And a lot of where Nanite benefits is that thing. It's the micropoly tessellation that allows it to figure out how to reduce things and auto LOD them. how Lumen works with that, how different things, path tracing, not just for visuals, but also for things like audio, for determining how sound reflects and bounces. You need those polys to exist for that. So, you could cull things the second they're not on screen. That creates issues. It creates issues with, and you guys see this in tons of games, right? You move the camera a little bit and all of a sudden a bunch of shadows disappear because this giant wall got culled. I don't know about you, but for me, that's actually immersion breaking. I don't like it when shadows suddenly disappear because a wall got culled out. So you have to balance how much do you want your game world to change in order to keep performance at a certain place. Our game in particular has problems because we have giant buildings because Julia hates me. And you can imagine what happens if you cull the Palathon out, right? All of a sudden you have this 2 mile long shadow that disappears. You're like, that's kind of silly. So there's a lot of things that should get culled that don't. There's also things about, there's I don't want to get super technical. There's a lot of different things about how ray tracing and path tracing works that determine, hey, because the light bounced off this thing and then bounced off that thing, we now light an area over here, or the colors change, or even do you keep a light in the scene that's off screen because its radius is large enough that it's going to affect the area the gameplay is in. So there's a lot more to it. And the other thing, and you guys all, again, things you notice in other games, if you spin the camera really quick, if you didn't have those areas loaded, they're not going to have history. Lumen uses history. Most of you probably are running upscaling. You need history on the upscalers so that it can detect, do slices over frames and have that. So if there's no history because those pixels aren't existing right now, they get all smeary and ugly when you spin the camera really fast, which, again, you see in a lot of games, including ours. We've tried to minimize that as best we can, but that's sort of a side effect of all the technology we use. And now I'll shut up.
So we're about to have Jason Warnke, our lead combat designer, join us also in the call. Jason, just let me know if you want to be on cam. I can totally do that or not, as you prefer.
Cool. I'm happy to just be here to chat. Thank you for inviting me.
First.
And I've gone off cam, but I am still here as well.
Yeah. Can I add?
Although I guess if Jason isn't coming on cam, I can turn it back on.
Yeah.
Yeah, feel free.
Cool.
I didn't do my makeup for the day, so I'm not really ready to be on cam.
That's totally all good. Yeah, Droshna called it. I told my stream Discord, my personal Discord, that we were going to have at least 5 devs on today. And first I said 4, then I said 5. Actually, first I said 3, then I said 4, then I said 5. And then Droshna was like, it's definitely going to be at least 6. You guys are so awesome. Thank you so much for jumping in. It's so amazing to be able to, this is how I feel, all of you guys in all the chats, this is how I feel every day talking to all of these guys on Slack or in meetings. It's amazing getting to kind of pick their brains about all of the incredible stuff that goes into such a beautiful, epic game experience. So you guys are getting the benefit, and I'm so glad that I get to share them with you. Thank you guys for letting me share you guys with everyone.
I think this kind of ties into something that was asked earlier today about how did we get this done. This is this is our first game. One of the advantages to Brett and his whole team is that the entire development team is really extremely passionate about this stuff. We really love this game. We really love making games, and so a lot of this came from a passion angle alongside an extremely long list of talent.
I have to say that combat is definitely, Jason and I sort of had a shared equal level of sort of responsibility and effort. We were like really core partners on building combat, and it's been by and far one of the best working experiences I've had working with Jason. Just the combat in the game that we have very much comes from us almost always having the same sort of mind state about how it should feel. We just really work together in a way that allowed us to really make the combat feel how we really wanted it to, and it came from this synergy between the two of us. Like, this is how it should be, and we very rarely disagreed on those kinds of things, because we just like there's the rightness to it, I guess, that we sort of felt. And it's so much work on Jason's part in little tiny tunes changes, like so many small things that make big differences that Jason spent so much time on.
Yeah, the whole combat team. There's that adage about, I'm using adage, let's say, that adage about game design where if you feel the game design, then the game design isn't working very well. If the game feels extremely smooth and wonderful and always exciting, then the game design is working. So yeah, Super and his engineers really just killed this game, and it was a lot of fun making this combat system.
Also, I have a favor to ask for all the devs that are in the chat. If you are an Ascendant dev, just let me know if your Twitch name is different, like DM me on Slack or something, so I can VIP you, so you can like post links or do whatever you want.
Oh yeah.
There's a good question in here about the shroud feigns. Do they appear when you are absolutely prepared for them, or do you have to go back after you get more powerful? Maybe Jason can answer that one.
Yeah, Shroud Feigns are kind of all over the place. When you enter a Shroud Feign, you will either be ready for it, or the message, or the Shroud Feign will tell you specifically, you are probably not ready for this. Some of them are red, and you can blame me for those extremely difficult experiences. The boss Shroud Feigns were some of my favorite content that I made in the game. As a matter of fact, one of them is named after my my alias, because they were really fun to make.
Gracklin's such a fun boss. So Shake303 asked about, they live in Sweden. Switzerland. It's hard to be an aspiring developer. There's not many studios here. How do I get a starting position in the game devs industry? Well, I mean, obviously, like, remote has become a thing that one of the benefits of the pandemic is remote has become a thing in a way that it was not before in the games industry. So that has gotten better. When I'm looking at aspiring game developers, I want to see what you can build. I want you to make something and show me, hey, I made this, and I can tell you all these things I went through in the process of making it and what I learned. Like, that's what I want to hear. If I get it, if I'm looking for a junior, if I'm looking for somebody who's coming into the industry, I know they're trying to get a junior position. I want you to show me something you made and tell me, this is where I screwed up, and this is what I learned when I built this thing. I think that's the most important thing, and that means, and also, I want to hear about how you thought you didn't try to do too much. You didn't sit down and try to make a 1,000-level MMORPG by yourself. You had the awareness of having, like, I'm going to build a scope of a project that I can build by myself, and I'm going to make a thing that I made by myself. It doesn't have to be a 10-year project. It doesn't have to be, but like, that's what I want to see out of it. Like I want to say, hey, especially if you're coming from outside games, don't have a degree in engineering. Like, I want to see you built something and you learned something about what you built, and you're going to be able to tell me, these are where I went wrong, and have a really clear awareness of your own mistakes. That's what I want to hear out of someone in an interview for a junior position.
This reminds me of talks you and I had on Quora for many years.
Yeah. If you look up my name on Quora, there's a lot of old writing about how to get into the games industry. That is actually how I met Mark. in the first place. So.
And I think that with a lot of game dev, right, there's so, like Tess was saying earlier, there's so many resources, official and unofficial, that if you want to, you really can get into it. And if someone's looking like you're coming in for a junior position, well, what have you done? That's a legitimate question. It's not like, I want to be a nuclear engineer. Well, what have you done? Sorry, I can't do that at home. But you do have a lot of tools for game dev and a lot of YouTube videos and a lot of websites. And so, that not only does that kind of, develop your skill set before coming in, but it also shows that, yeah, you do have this interest and you do have this drive. We talk a lot about how we didn't have enough time to do a lot of the things we wanted to do in this game. Time and effort are definitely necessary ingredients here, and showing that, okay, no one can manufacture time, but what I mean is like your dedication and putting in that time will really go a long way. And your portfolio hopefully will be a result of that time as well, but really go and do it. It is the sort of thing that you can do actually quite a lot on your own with just the resources on the internet and also the people in the community.
I want to put a sort of a plug out there for, especially if you're interested in level design. Unreal for Fortnite just came out, and that's a really good place to demonstrate skills for how to build. Like, I know how to build cool levels. I know how to build, some scripted interaction inside of my levels. It's a sort of simplified version of a very professional tool that's, we even are talking about it internally, like looking at it. And so, if you're, sometimes like a level design portfolio can be a hard thing to develop, right? Mostly like level designers, like, you either have to do mods on an existing game. UEFN is a new thing out there right now where you can get your stuff in front of real people. You can promote it. So that's a really good place if you're trying to get attention. I think that really, really well developed UEFN levels are the kind of thing that you would show really well in an interview or in a portfolio.
Not to mention, UEFN actually it has rev share, so if you make something,
you can make some money off of it too.
Just make stuff, fail fast, make a stupid level and see why it was stupid and see why it was good, and then make another one and see how that feels. And I think there's also like this fear of perfection of like, it's gotta be amazing. It's like, for you, no, just make it and learn a lot, and you're gonna think of like, I'm gonna make a cityscape, and then the first thing you do is plop down a building and realize just how much work that one thing was, and then decide you want to do mechanics and start to build those out and try those mechanics out and realize they're all very hard. And then once you start perfecting those mechanics and they start taking a long time, you start to feel that joy of creating something cohesive and big or small, and it's a great feeling. There's also this great talk at UEFN this year about, I'm trying to find it right now, but it was about maximizing a horror moment in UEFN, and it just kind of astounded me as like how much you can do in UEFN. It's amazing. If I find that, I'll share that link in stream.
The one thing I'll say about getting a junior role, the hardest thing to do, especially in a remote studio, is get people to trust you enough to take the risk on you. And it's hard because these roles really need hands-on support, and there's a lot of you have to have faith that people are going to do the right thing, that they're going to ask the right questions, that they're going to communicate properly. So being able to do your own work, and as they said, it doesn't have to be perfect, but it's a conversation piece to say, I have experienced this, I can communicate about this. It's it's a place to start the conversation of, hey, what would you do if you worked here? Because otherwise it's too much risk. And that goes for a lot of jobs in the new remote world. It's really hard to start with people. But if you can show that I've taken the time to do the foundation work on my own, you have a much better chance of getting a leg up. Oh God. The Archon's coming.
You got this.
Oh my God, there's two of them. I forgot there were two of them. Crap.
Oh, the two Archon fight, yes.
Hi, friend.
I've had that feeling too. Like, are there supposed to be 2 in this room, guys? I'm testing this. Are there supposed to be 2?
Oh God.
Just to share this
No.
with all of you, this was one of the most contentious fights in development. So between Sean, Lucas, our lead level designer, myself, we discussed, and also Brett, how to make this fight really exciting and give you that stress moment that's just expressed for us. And honestly, if you get the flow, this fight can be really rewarding. If not, it can be really frustrating. Gotta get that timing right.
Like 300 tries to finally be able to play this, to beat these 2 simultaneously.
300.
It's definitely difficult for the art team. It's not as skilled with all of the builds and all of the intricacies. But I would just like run around hiding behind all the pillars until I could just take my shot.
I mean, that's a fair strategy. Also, Tess, excellent crystal shots there with that javelin.
Thank you. I love the
Tess
javelin.
is making me really want to try this whole javelin thing because that is my least favorite.
I understand what you mean with it being like slower, but if you use limpets or you use time burst or you use vortex, it slows everything else down enough that you can definitely use it more easily, and it's so satisfying. It's ridiculous.
So this is a you've learned all of the systems perfectly and you know the game kind of tip, but if you equip limpets, knock an Archon to their knees, and then limpet them like crazy, they will stay in the knocked down form for so long you can kill them in one knockdown.
Oh wow.
Yep.
Pro
Also,
tips.
in the current tuning, Seeker Shards kind of wreck Archons. Like, they stun them really fast. Maybe I shouldn't tell everybody that.
If are we allowed to share some fun tips or like dev stories about the game?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's do it.
I think one of the coolest things about the Archon is the Archon was basically our first big boss that we made almost 5 years ago. And if you can imagine this, the Archon was actually only about 10 feet tall originally, and not too much taller than a Reaver. And we kind of went back and forth for, I don't know, like 3 years about how to make it bigger, or if we can make it bigger, and the implications of level design and stuff. Like, if we make it bigger than a normal human, then that means we can't use it everywhere in the game. And then eventually made the decision that that's okay. We can only use it in specific places and make it an actual big fight. And I think it's benefited from that decision.
I kind of miss that. There was that fight we had in that test map where you fight the first Archon on the ground with the pillars, and then there was like a second Archon that would come up at the top of the stairs and would like shoot down at you. The Coliseum room. I'm so sad that no version of that room made it into the real game, because it was like, I just remember one of those like really compelling early moments where I was like, oh, we just found a gameplay like mark. Was that scene when that Archon at the top of the stairs, and then all the guys come rushing down the stairs on the other side. You're like, I can't get up to him. I got to go through all these guys to be shooting at me the whole time, and like, but then him beaming and we had this like test map where we really, I think we would say we really found what the combat was with that map, where we just built this whole string of pretty much gray box rooms, and they were just like, this is an experience. This is an experience. This is an experience. This is an experience. And we, have the certain enemy compositions, and we were really just trying to nail down what everything was supposed to feel like. And there was this room with the Archon that then it was so compelling and really helped define what the Archon was. And then we didn't.
Well, we actually, I mean, we did.
Setup, really.
We didn't use that like a cookie cutter version of that room anywhere, but also Julia looked at that room and was like, "This is not a good layout for art." But we Sean used the essence of that room in a couple different spots for challenge shrines.
Oh right, yeah,
and also like just talking about good development processes. really early on when we didn't know what the game was. Really, we knew a general understanding. We didn't know how the combat mechanics were going to kind of come together, what the level design mechanics were. The art team made this really amazing test set of tools. It was basically like level blocks, like Lego blocks for levels. And me and the other level designers at the time, we were just throwing together what we called like little combat dojos to try and figure out what size and shape and the metrics of combat were going to be. And so I think we ended up with like 58 different combat rooms, and maybe 2/3 of them actually made it into the game, into the final version of the game in some way or shape. It was really cool. But
yeah, I
just,
can
like,
definitely think about some of them being in training grounds for sure. I could see some of those dojo rooms in training grounds for
well,
sure.
yeah, I mean, Dan, the training grounds was just our combat demo.
Yeah.
Turned into a real map.
Fully converted. We just replaced all of the white box with Aristeian architecture. That's what it was. Nothing really changed much.
All right, so that's what disobeying orders feels like.
Okay.
So good.
I'm happy I survived all of that. Okay.
This was a fun environment to build. Because it's just like finally a giant Aristeian temple where most of the time you're only getting to like run across ruins. And so you finally get to this island that's been hidden in Oromon, like never been found. And it's a really fun chance to just use all of this architecture kits that we built for this one civilization. That just is pretty unique how with the whites and the kind of internal Tefoni crumbling meshes where it's all broken apart. And just to really see like the entire lore of the story where they're talking about their stands being just these Magni who really mastered magic and were just so powerful they were able to communicate with the font. And this was just a really cool chance to really show off some of the majesty of kind of their environments and the spaces that they build. Obviously it's still destroyed, but we had a lot of fun kind of leaning into it.
How do you go about designing something like this that's so I guess the best word that I can think of is like convoluted on the inside? Like, because I mean I've played in this level I don't even know how many times, but I still get very turned around kind of just because it's so twisty turny and maze like but you still feel like you're in this grand place. So how do you go about like mapping that and then designing it?
Yeah, I mean it's always so hard because we are using sort of the same assets in all these rooms, but we really tried, the art team and the level design team, like we're always trying to find ways to guide the player subtly without just having a giant like go this way or a bright light over the door kind of thing. And so we used a lot of, like, each room was subtly different. One is more of actually like a pentagon shape. And so we were able to sort of distinguish each room by kind of its architecture slightly. And one of the key things about the Aristeian architecture that I spoke about a couple days ago is like, because they're just so prolific with magic and so powerful, all of the sort of magic plants in our environments, we really were thinking that's a good way of sort of drawing the player's eye to where they should stand for certain puzzles. Like you went through all those rooms, you had to do a lot of those, the disrupt puzzles, or their fract puzzles, and you have to stand in a very particular spot, and so that's difficult. You just run around the room, you don't know where you're going, but if you kind of pay attention to sort of where the glowing sort of magical plants are congregating around a certain pillar, broken pillar that you actually need to stand on to get that correct line of sight to unlock the puzzle and open the door. Like, those were some of the subtle things. We really didn't want to beat players over the head or treat them like they were stupid. We really want to encourage people to explore and kind of get lost a little bit, but still have enough subtle cues with lighting, with the architecture, and with the plants to just all kind of coalesce and guide the player in the right direction.
I still get lost all the time after 5 years of playing this game. So
okay, that makes me feel better. Oh, it really is so beautiful.
Where Yeah, Elysium's humongous, and like I know this spot. The chest is right around here. No, it's not. In most levels, you can hit the debug cam and fly around and see where you're supposed to go. Elysium is enormous. I ended up, I'd place just temporary geometry, giant cones, shooting thousands of meters in the sky. So if I'm debugging and I need to know where something is, okay, there, and then I'll debug cam to the spot I need to go test.
Hey, Tests, are you gonna do the coolest super secret shrine here?
If you tell me how to get there from here, but hold on, let me take a super quick AFK because I have needed to for quite a while. So I'm just gonna leave people staring at the beautiful portal, but I'll be right back, and then we'll do it. Why not? I will be right back.
There's some chatter in one of the channels about what our favorite games are and what we're all playing. It's really hard to pick what your favorite game is, but I'm just gonna say XCOM 2, the Firaxis one right now. And what I'm playing a ton of right now, I'm playing Hitman 3, which is I'm kind of late to the party on that one, but that's a lot of fun. And Helldivers, so much Helldivers.
Yeah, you're a Helldivers maniac, man.
I have friends who are like twice as much as me, at least. I have a friend who hit 50 on the first week.
Oh, wow.
And you could barely get in the first week.
I've been heavily playing Enshrouded, but I don't think I play it right because I just go and find ruins and then rebuild them. So I've got like 7 castles that I've now rebuilt across the map, which apparently is not... You're supposed to actually like fight stuff and play a game, but I don't do that.
I'm not shy to admit I've been playing the new Warzone season to see what they've been doing. There's some pretty cool stuff in there. There's also I'm failing to remember the name of it, but a poker roguelite card game that is so addicting.
Oh, Balatro?
That just came. Yeah, Balatro. It's
oh my
it's
god,
phenomenal.
It's so good. They sold 1 million copies in the first month.
Yeah, they did a great job with that.
Yeah, it's a good game.
I really want to. Oh, cool! I really want to check out Helldivers. Also, I think I'm going to be playing it for the first time like this Saturday. Wait, I've heard so many good things.
Very good game, yeah.
Yeah, I've heard so many good things from all of you guys. It just sounds really fun. So, finally, maybe we'll have a little bit of time to actually play and stream it.
I'm just really suffering until Jump Ship comes out, and like that's where I'm.
Oh, it looks so good.
Okay, so I know there's a secret here. I don't think I've ever found it without help. So feel free to help me find it.
Well, if you want to do this, you'll actually have to go back in.
Right. Okay.
You need to go all the way through the the maze again.
Right.
It starts above the portal door.
What's the purpose of this being?
It's so that if you're down, you can lash out.
Oh.
So you don't have to like run all the way back.
Gotcha. Okay. So I go back the way that I came?
Yeah, so this little puzzle begins right at the exit of this whole thing.
Okay.
So if you go all the way back through, I can't quite remember exactly the right spot, but if you go all the way back through toward after the forge, the ancient forge, then there's a little window that you have to pop before hopping down.
Okay. I think I popped the window, but I didn't hop down. Hey, Moxie. Welcome to the stream. Another super, super awesome creator. I don't know if I have any mods in chat, but feel free to give him a shout out, please. Oh my god. There's a cat playing on my desk. Okay, wait, no, don't follow. This is why I always get lost, because if I'm going a different way than where I'm supposed to go, I turn around and follow the marker without thinking. Okay, so I have to go.
Going the way the marker doesn't say to go is the way to find all the loot in this game.
Yeah.
Like, if there's a direction the marker isn't pointing, 90% chance there's loot back there.
Okay.
Right? Like, it's like basically, I mean, we made this game for loot goblins.
The
like
left door.
more than anything. Like
Yeah.
we made it for the people who want to find it all. And I think one of the things I love about our design is all the loot's unique. Like there's no like every sigil is unique. Every every ring, everything you see it on the character. There isn't it's not just all duplicated, random generated stuff. Everything is like every piece of loot in the game is its own unique piece, which is really fun.
So wait, you said left.
It's the door behind you. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't. The middle door. Right now.
Okay, so the door where the thing is leading me.
It's leading there now.
Immortals of Aveum Community Council in the house is right. Okay, wait, isn't this the way I came? This is how I get confused. There's not too much delay on ping, but there is a little bit. I think probably a little bit more since we're in a call with so many people. But
oh, I probably should be watching your internal stream instead of your Twitch stream.
oh yeah, yeah, that'll help.
My bad.
Okay. Just mute.
Yeah, what
one.
Super said is the door that we're not pointing. The ping is not pointing to right now. We're heading back towards the double Archon fight, and then beyond that one.
Okay. This is the way I came. Oh my god. Okay. So we have Joe Hall joining us also.
Yay.
Awesome.
Yay.
Oh, that he has been waiting to join. Oh my god. Computer's like struggling. I'm gonna put this window a little bit higher. Well, I notice when people are trying to join us. I wish it made a sound. Be helpful. Good.
Jason, there's a request to talk about Endgame. Can you talk about that for a little bit?
Yeah, absolutely. Was there a specific question? Let me see.
Lethal wants to know what the Endgame post-game consists of.
Yeah, so we added a number of chests in the epilogue that were only available that way, but we wanted the game to primarily be played on a single playthrough if you were a completionist. So the end game consists primarily of extremely hard feigns and a couple of very hard fights in replay levels, and the purpose of all that would be primarily to collect all the loot and defeat all the hot challenges, the challenge feigns, or the shrouded shroud feigns, the red ones with the 6 boss foes, known as the 6. And then once we released the Eccollector as well, we added an additional layer of extremely hard challenges that end in the hardest fight in the game. So if you were to go off and defeat all 6 of the 6, you would gain yourself a selection of very good sigils that themselves work towards a particular set of builds that I've seen people build. You can kind of tailor a whole build around sigils you gain from the 6. And then try to go off and defeat the Eccollector, who is a extremely fun and a difficult fight made by one of our principal combat designer, Patrick Gelbert.
So for people asking about New Game Plus and Endgame, my recommendation is do the Endgame before New Game Plus. You're going to really want those legendaries when you go through the second time, and you're not going to be able to get them till the end of the game if you don't get them before you loop around. So I would say the best New Game Plus experience is the one where, I mean, you don't have to get every gold chest before you do, but you definitely want to at least get most of the legendaries and beat all of the 6 before you start New Game Plus and Echo Lector, because you're going to be able to upgrade those legendaries a whole nother set of levels when you play through New Game Plus. But you're gonna want them, especially we designed New Game Plus Grand Magnus difficulty to be the really, really hard skill challenge, and if you don't have all the legendaries going into that, it can be really quite hard.
To add to that too, the ability to upgrade past the max upgrade level in New Game Plus is pretty fun to add. We also added a number of ways that epic gear could become top tier gear if you level it up in New Game Plus. We add stats at a higher level. We had a max number of stats to some gear at the higher levels.
That was really important to make some of the builds viable, right? Like we wanted to make sure, like, there's is it a ring? It's a sigil. It's a sigil, I think, that makes your torrent into like a mega missile. And it's a purple sigil, so it's not legendary.
Yeah,
but in New Game Plus, it has a new tier of upgrades that take legendary essence and continue to improve it so that build stays viable, and actually I think it gets even some new stats.
We have a very special guest. Super, I'm taking over your slot. I hope that's okay. You're definitely still good to stay in the call, just your cam slot. Brett Robbins, our CEO and founder, is here to answer some more questions and hang out.
Hello.
Nice.
But this game looks awesome.
It's pretty cool, huh?
Yeah. I want to watch this game.
So cool.
Lots
Okay.
of love in these threads.
Yeah. Brett, you need to be in. I think at this point we might have. Yeah, we still have room in the Slack channel for. Hold on. I'm just organizing. You guys chat amongst yourselves, but I'll give you the links to all the chats as well.
Okay. Yeah, I don't see the chat stream right now. So.
I should have just made a channel. I didn't realize so many would want to join.
Yeah, let's just make a channel.
Can you guys do that? Because I don't know how. With Slack. Thank you.
No problem. I got it.
Thank you so much.
What level are we on?
So,
Tess, get to the secret Howler Shrine.
Yeah, I'm trying.
Oh,
but
yeah.
I'm lost. Let me just grab the chats.
You have to solve there's a mirror puzzle, right?
Yeah.
I just have to find it.
We were retraversing back to the Shrine Forge itself because there's that crystal you have to hit right before you drop down.
Yeah, although you can get up there from outside.
Can you?
Oh no, you're right. You have to hit that one. Yeah. No, yeah. You gotta
hit that one crystal first.
Oh, and that's a pain because if you miss it, you gotta kind of go all the way back, right?
And that's what we did.
Nice.
I've seen so many people watching streams do the loop again because they're talking to Devin and they walk right past the portal and then they can't get back.
Right.
So
the stream, the real-time stream with no delay is in the ping, so you should be able to see it. And the chats are in DM. And I think they're in the new panel as well. Right. So many notifications. I'm so sorry. Okay, which is the live
Well, if
stream?
anybody has questions for Brett about why Avium's the way it is, how he came up with the idea for the game, like, this is the guy, this is his child. So if you've got burning questions, you can embarrass Brett by asking him.
Oh, Brett, there was a question earlier about the Pentad. They're like, what is and who is the Pentad? How does that? What?
Yeah. Yeah, well, there's a lot of mystery around the Pentad. It's a, it's sort of a godlike figure in the mythology of Avium. You learn a little bit about it. One of the interesting things about the Pentad is that it's a five-faced statue. And each of the faces represent one of the kingdoms. It sits in the middle of the wound, and it sits in the middle of Avium, and each face looks out towards one of the five kingdoms: Lucium, Kyle, Rasharn, Oromon, and Calus. And so it's like an ever-present sort of watcher and a force of balance in the world. And I had always wanted, when we were developing the look of the game and everything, this idea of having a single point of interest, a single element that is always present no matter where you are in the game and in the world, having this single focal point and a kind of a reminder of the mythology of the world ever present. That was really interesting to me. So having this mile high statue that no matter where you are, you can see it, was just was cool, and it felt kind of eerie and interesting. So yeah, I mean, through the course of the game, you learn a little bit about the Pentad, but there's a lot of mystery there as well.
Oh, thank you very much, Jason. I'm sorry, Brett is not super, although they are both absolutely awesome. Give me 1 second to fix that.
Oh, Brett is super, but not Dan super.
Yes.
Am I listed?
Yeah, I was not prepared for quite this many awesome people, so it'll just take a second.
Yeah, then let's get you out of here, out of this.
Yeah,
this
I'm
maze.
so stuck. Thank you.
Are you trying to get to the Shrouded Howler? Is that what you're trying to get to?
We were thinking that we just gotta get her out of the level now. I think.
Love the Shrouded Howler.
It is there's a bit of lore in the Shrouded Howler too, which is quite fun.
I see a question about combat. What do you guys reference or get inspired by to make the combat? Just trying to make something new. I'll let Jason.
Oh yeah, yeah.
But I would say, when we started, it was really about trying something new and trying to do a different take on a shooter. And we went down some interesting roads and really did some weird stuff with the controls. And after a while, it was, I think, it was different, and it was kind of strange, but it didn't really feel all that great. So we sort of made a concentrated effort to make this feel like a more familiar shooter, control-wise at least. And then once we got there, we were able to start layering on all the other cool stuff we were doing with the Furies and the control spells and things like that. But we needed to make a foundation first of just, okay, let's make this like a really fast-paced, cool shooter. And one touch point for us was certainly Doom 2016 and Doom Eternal, as far as making like a fast-paced arena shooter, something really kind of intense and visceral experience. That was a big one for me, at least.
Yeah, everything Brett said and also we wanted to take the learnings we had from frenetic combat, in Call of Duty, and expand that into a magical system. Because one of the hardest parts about this whole thing was how do you do a first-person shooter without guns, because guns are such an easy touch point. If you hold a pistol, people know what a pistol's going to do. If you hold your hand out in a weird position with this big metal thing, like what does that mean? And so it took a lot of time to get that intuitive element to our UI. And one of the things that Mark touched on earlier was the reticle changing. We needed to do everything we could to tell you that you have different abilities when you switch your hands up. So, the reticle changes, you have different sound, then when you pull the trigger, you get the impression that something's going to change. Also, Tess, you're just about to come up on that thing.
Thank you.
So before you drop down, right there. So if you look through there and shoot it, oh, you did shoot it.
I did, yeah.
There you go.
I just don't know how to get to the other side.
You have to go out.
And on the outside, you lash up to it.
Okay.
So you didn't have to go back inside.
No, we totally wasted our time. I'm so sorry.
It's okay. It's all good.
But I would say specific touch points to Doom was, really important to us. Call of Duty, of course, that was our DNA. Destiny 2 also had a lot of inspirations, and part of the Fury casting system on controllers was inspired by Rage 2, which had some really cool elements. Yeah.
All right, now she's in the right spot.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. Thank you.
You got this. Got to go around though. Around the outside.
Okay. I like how that's almost making a heart. All of the features that you guys talk about, how the reticle changes, the symbology involved too, like how it's a little bit diamond shaped for blue and the triangle for red and the circle for green. They're also really, really helpful for accessibility for anybody that's colorblind or just needs the cues or wants the cues. It's so helpful. Okay, so how do I... Oh, over there?
Yeah, over there. So Random Numbers asked about finger tutting. Is that how you pronounce it, finger tutting? One of our animators, it was the first time he'd ever been a professional animator in the games industry, Anton, did use those, use some videos alongside, Doctor Strange from Marvel, to come up with hand gestures and hand positions.
Someone asked if we looked at finger tutting. We did. We looked at tutting.
Someone asked about ADS, and I think ADS is I think it's worth a real discussion, maybe even from Brett, because it's a big decision. It was a big decision for design to not have ADS and have control spells on the left button instead. I think it's a big core part of what defines our game that we chose that decision. And it was very much Brett's call, and it was a good call in my opinion. But I think a lot of people have asked about it. So you want to talk about more why you helped that, Brett?
Yeah. It was the left-right hands, really. That was the main thing. And once we committed to that, and that started feeling really good. Like once we got the lash going with the red blast, and you started comboing left-right, that felt good. And then, and then we had the shield button, and we actually did spend quite some time trying to figure out another place to put the shield button, and nothing felt as good and as natural as the left bumper. And I was pretty stubborn about making shield a thing, and wanting you really to have to rely on shield. One of the early combat decisions I made was I didn't want this to be a cover shooter. So you're not hiding behind a bush, shooting your sigil over it. You're more of a gunslinger that can walk into an area and control a whole room. And the shield was really important for that. So, once we found the shield start to feel successful and the control spells, when they were feeling successful, those button placements were just really critical. And that didn't leave us a home really for ADS. And then also ADS was really only great for the blue shot, and we knew we wanted the game to really force cycling your weapons. We wanted you to have to switch to green, have to switch to red. So then it was like, well, ADS isn't that great. You don't really need it for the other two. Green had homing, generally has homing capabilities, and red is a shotgun blast. So it was like, okay, are we sacrificing the controller and the controls for the other mechanics in order to serve, 1/3 of your primary shot arsenal? And then so it didn't seem worth it at that point. But though it did become basically a sort of a hand gymnastics problem where it was like, okay, we're just asking too much off of your hands to be able to do all the things, and had to make a couple of choices there. I wasn't really against having ADS. I think it does help. It would have helped Blue Shot, but once you got all the other things in the mix, it was less important.
Also,
There's
to add on to
also-
that. Oh,
Go ahead. So there's also a consideration on the engineering side for the controls. And again, this is probably going to cause some heartache for a few of us who have had to debug this. There's a lot of states in our control system, and ADS is yet another state. And so what do you do if you're in the middle of a lash and you try to toggle ADS on? And how does your system know what to do? And also you might be sprinting or hovering or whatever. You're blending through all that, and it just adds a huge amount of complexity and bugs to an already rough to build system. You'll notice a lot of games don't do as many states as we have. They don't generally have the ability to hover and then transition from hover to lash while shielded, and also have a persistent weapon. And there's a reason for that, and it's because it's really, really hard to do.
Absolutely agree. And I think there's this really cool knock-on effect that because we didn't follow through with ADS pretty early on, we were able to make a level design decision that the combat arenas are mostly wide and round or ovular or whatever, right? Not like long corridor cover shooters. So that you could circle strafe and you could use your different toolkit to manipulate the enemies in interesting ways. And we wouldn't really have done that if we had longer ranges and ADSs and more hit scans, which kind of makes our game, if you look at our screenshots, a little bit unique compared to other shooters out there.
I think mobility is a really big focus for our combat too. We have a lot of melee enemies that kind of put pressure on you. They get in your face. Some of them are quite strong, like the brutes and stuff can really mess up your game if you're not paying attention to their positioning. And so, by taking that choice of making your cover mobile, essentially with the shield, which is what always kind of how we always talked about it internally, and having everything from swordsman, the Veki leaping at you. You've got the up to the Oathbroken that just charge you and are in your face. Like obviously their cover is still useful. You're still going to put solid objects between you and your enemy, but we're very much a mobility focused game. Like your mobility in combat, you're lashing up in the air, you're hovering, you're dashing across the whole arena with bash to hit someone. Was a big part of our focus, and the shield enables that. Blink enables that, hover enables that over the course of the game.
Oh my god. Holy crap. That's the first time I've ever beaten this guy.
Nice.
I was about to yell and I didn't want
to. Yeah, tough one.
Oh my god, I'm like...
That's probably one of the hardest.
That was insane. Thank you guys so much. Oh my god. That was very intense. I wish I had my heart rate monitor on right now.
Done.
I could probably turn it on.
I also want to just mention a little tiny lore Easter egg here. This is the only Shroud Feign in the game with corruption in it, Which has some implications.
Oh, isn't there a corruption worm one that's got the shrouded super hard
The shrouded Leylodon? Yeah.
Doesn't
there's not much corruption in there.
Oh.
This one is a very corrupted shrouded vein.
Oh my
That's
god.
That's the labyrinth vein, I think.
Labyrinth vein, yeah.
Yeah, that's a good one.
The one with the Minotaur?
Yep.
My heart rate definitely went over 100 there for a while. Oh my god. The adrenaline. That was a good fight. I love a good fight, and that was a really good fight. Thank you guys so much for creating just the most incredible game experiences. Seriously. I've played through so much of this game so many times, and every new time that I get to do something, I mean, there's still obviously new things that I hadn't done before. I hadn't ever beaten that before. But every single time I just run through it, it's such a joy.
That's awesome.
So there's a question about the philosophy behind our enemy design and kind of how we tune them for how they work in the game and why they work in the game. That I think would be really interesting to talk about with this group. So his actual question is, as far as how do you interact with enemies in the game, what is the philosophy? Is it more Doom Eternal in that you want the enemies to kill you if you're just kind of taking cover? So Jason, you want to tackle that?
I think Jason, he said he's stepping away.
Ah, loser. Super.
Well, one of our core pillars is use the right spell for the right job. And so there's sort of most enemies have a way that you can deal with them that is going to deal with them probably a little bit more efficiently than some of the other ways you could. And you may or may not be specialized into that. And so that sort of makes, we sort of built our design around that a little bit of like most enemies have a, if I choose this strategy against them, this particular spell or spell combo works really well against them. And often, there's 2 or 3 for many of them. So there's a certain, like, that's definitely one of our core philosophies for both how the player and the enemies interact, right? So you'll find like the Lash and Red Blast combo is sort of the first one players discover, right? And it was one of the first ones we had, I think, as a mechanic as well. I think that one definitely predated even my time on the game for sure. Like, it's just such a great feeling to pull the enemy in close and then hit them super hard. And so, but that only works against certain enemies, right? Only the small enemies. The same thing for that. There are certain enemies. I think Disrupt is maybe our least understood spell in the game, but there are certain enemies that if you know how to disrupt them, you just wreck them. Like, if you know how to disrupt an Archon, the timing for disrupting an Archon, the timing for disrupting, a Red Magnus. If you disrupt a Red Magnus at the right time, you reset it blocks his heal. Red Magnuses have a healing crystal. If you disrupt that, if you know to look for that, and so there's that has been considered for every enemy. Like, what are the best choices? Like, you can beat every enemy with any spell. Like, we don't, with the exception of the Gestalts, right? It doesn't need to be the right color. But there are like sort of right choices sort of built in, and as you learn the game, as you get better at the game, as you feel the game out, you start to know what those are, and you switch. You get more effortless at those switching mechanics between them, and that's sort of how we make build variety feel good also, because as a player, you're going to spec into certain interactions, and those will be better against the enemies those are good against, not as good against the enemies they aren't as good against. So I think that's a big part of the philosophy of how we enemies and players interact.
Yeah, shield and dodge is a really fun combo if you get it right. forget sometimes that I have that ability. Like I use my shield, and I remember it when I need it. Like I definitely used it against the Howler. If you have the right set of talents leveled up, basically, you can chain them essentially. Like one feeds into the other. I'll show you the talents in just a second.
You've been hiding anything and everything about Sandrak being an immortal since day one. I deserve more than a report.
I love the synergies of everything. The gear and the different abilities that you have, and one-handed magic each hand, the dual wield, like two-handed magics, furies, and all of it. It's amazing.
Yeah, it was a very, very deliberate design decision from even way back in the day. I think about my first few months on the project and some of the spells we had and the things we were trying to do with the Angry Cube and some of the transmutes and just, yeah, we had some bonkers things. Yeah.
Dave was showing us an old video of like early Pale Forest and Angry Cubes in there, and I still wish he would come back.
I miss Angry Cube.
There was
a recovery.
There was a
explain
one point. There was one point a spell transmuting thing where almost all of our spells could interact with other spells and turn into different things, and it was super complicated, and there was a bunch of engineering went into it. And then I think the death knell for it was the combat team couldn't keep track of which one did what. Like we were like, if I do this and then if I cast Vortex and then I lash the vortex, what happens? And we couldn't remember, and we were the ones who designed it. And it was like, okay, like this has got to go. We got to find something cleaner than this, something more understandable than this. And that's a big challenge when you're making a new thing. Brett touched on it earlier. Like we had to have guns as a core, right? There's sort of a tension between how new you can be and how much people understand it. And when you try to push the new too far, it becomes too confusing for people. They don't get it, and so.
Yeah. So there are some pets. We were talking about this the other day. We were here with Hogan and Julia, and Julia has her doggy nearby, and I believe
you were just looking at the painting of her.
Oh, perfect. Okay, so some of the favorite pets of all the devs. I can put you on big cam if you don't mind for a sec, Julia.
I have to bring her over, but sure.
Okay, you let me know when you're ready.
My dog's in there too somewhere.
Yeah.
Yeah, on the opposite side.
Yep. Think. Right here, right? What is his name, Britt? Or hers?
Tank.
Tank. That's Tank.
Oh, cutie.
Yep.
Oh, that's so cool. Okay.
All right, I had
Gus is the reason we should all be playing this game.
There's Indy.
Oh, Indy cakes.
So cute. Oh, she's such a good girl.
We have a dog-friendly office, so she, for basically the past 5 years, has been the mascot that has been covering the office in white fur. Like all of the couches are just, you can see her hair all over them.
Yep. And Brett, if you wanted to show that painting again, I can also make you big cam if I can figure out which one it is.
Oh yeah, you have it right beside you in the office.
Yeah, there it is. Look at that. Oh, that's so beautiful. And literally...
Yeah, we had our concept artist, Morton, design, like we basically sent him some images of our dogs and he aviumified them. So, you know, adding horns to Tank, and Indy has like purple tiger stripes and that sort of thing. So it's just a fun way of inserting our animals.
Cool.
Okay. And then the rest of the animals in here are actually endangered species from all over the world that we still kind of aviumified them, but in the context of the lore of why Kirkin is painting them, they are extinct, but we still wanted to get that sort of environmentalism aspect, which is through line in the game, in by sort of having all of these creatures that actually are endangered species on Earth.
I love so much that these actually look like real paintings. Like if you get up close, you can see the canvas texture, and I've never seen paintings that look this much like real paintings in any other video game before, and I've been a streamer for 10 years. So you can imagine how many games.
Yeah, we have an amazing material artist, Woodrow, who has been making all of his substance materials, and so he was designing this like sort of the rough canvas texture, and then we were able to just sort of layer on the actual artwork behind it, and so it just it adds that extra level of believability to it, and I really like them too. Kind of has like an interesting sheen to it, like it's an actual oil painting.
Yeah, the immersion of this game is also absolutely epic. People were talking about it earlier, how they would love like a VR version because the immersion is so good, and I completely agree. And I've just been telling everyone, if you want more cool content, just let people know to try the game. There's free trials, there's the free demo, it's available on PS Plus. If you have PS Plus, you can get the standard version of the game right now, anytime this month. Just claim it, play it. HDR just went into the game for consoles a couple days ago. It's coming very soon for PC, and we'll soon also have FSR 3 with frame gen on console, and will be the first game ever to actually have that tech in consoles. So definitely worth just checking out, and if you enjoy it, just let other people know to try it for themselves. You don't have to convince them to like it, just let them know to try it for themselves, because I think a lot of people, once they try the game, they really fall in love, and it's hard not to. I love Zendara so much.
On my way.
Okay. If I can find my quarters.
Okay, I have a question for Brett that I wanted to ask about the lore, and I'm going to do here. So, there are a lot of animals in those pictures that are like Earth animals, and there's a number of other vaguely Earth-like references in the game. Is Avium some sort of weird Earth future?
That's a good question. No, not really. I mean, it's we wanted it to be relatable at all times, and we make lots of references to things like horses, and horses don't exist anymore, and clearly there've been a lot of extinctions through other animals. So that whole gallery of hers is of extinct animals. Where Earth actually fits in, I guess I shouldn't say it's a hard no. I would say it's not something that we have really given a lot of, wanting to put a lot of emphasis on. We wanted this to feel like its own unique magical kingdom. Whether that means it's, like a parallel Earth, or there's a parallel dimension, or another reality, or things like that. I think I would leave that open. But we had actually talked at one point about doing a version of the game that, like, imagine the game was actually in a modern setting. This is after we were developing. We were deep in development of the game, and it wasn't going to be this game, but maybe a future game where it did take place on Earth, but there was still the three colors, and there was like sort of a parallel reality where some of the characters existed, but there were different forms of the characters that were in a modern setting. It was a little bit like, imagine like the end of BioShock Infinite, where you see that there's always like these versions of reality that exist in different forms. That was kind of like sort of an interesting idea for us. In that case, maybe Earth would be part of it. So I can't say it's no, but it's we certainly didn't think a lot about relating it to future Earth or past Earth, or anything like that when we were developing it. We wanted it to be its own thing.
I love how it feels familiar, but is still a completely different world. I think the best alternate universes, sci-fi, fantasy, whether it be in books or movies or TV shows or video games, the best ones are close enough to be familiar, but different enough to feel like you're somewhere completely new. Really cool. This one definitely scratches that itch. Yeah, Dietrich, like I said, all things are possible. The more people that hear about the game, the more the devs can make happen. that hear about the game and play the game and tell others about the game, the more the devs can make happen. This is actually a really funny cinematic. I'm going to raise it just a little bit.
I can't read.
Yeah, it's like Jack's drunk.
Interrupt my story in the rudest, most disgusting way.
Yeah, it's like the night before they expect to all die, so they're
Yeah.
just having a party.
Did I ever tell you guys about the time I almost turned 100 years old? My company was holed up in the trenches at True Haven.
Yeah, it was important for us to make a great combat game, but I really love exploration and puzzles and finding all sorts of things in every corner of a game. So it was really important that we had, the Metroidvania elements where you can backtrack and unlock new things as you're getting new abilities, and I'm a completionist myself, so like getting trying to find all the golden chests was, always going to be a big thing. Trying to beat all the Shroud Fanes was going to be a big thing. And allowing for, if you like puzzles, there's lots of puzzles that are optional. If you like really hard boss fights, there's boss fights that are optional, that are really hard. And just having like a, kind of a bigger canvas than just the linear story part of it. I'm really glad we're able to get all that stuff in, because it makes the world feel a lot bigger, makes the game a lot bigger, more satisfying.
Was Kenzie ever considered to be a love interest, as people have gotten that vibe? Question from Mental Mars, who put together a really cool wiki about our game. And if you guys are curious, his website is mentalmars.com. I highly recommend checking it out.
She definitely thinks Jack is attractive, but she has the hots for Zendara for sure.
Yeah. I kind of regret we didn't have more Kenzie in the game. I like Kenzie a lot.
She's awesome.
I really like working with that actress, Anna. And she was fun. She was really fun to write. We tried to, we got her back into the story kind of later in the game and everything, but I would have liked to do way more adventures with.
I like hearing her interact with Devin. Like just their quipping back and forth about like politics and philosophy is hilarious to me.
There's a pretty funny exchange. It's after I think it's after they've brought her in and she's in the war chamber, and if you just like hang out in there, they're talking, and it's a pretty fun. They're talking about what was it? The gift shop. There's a gift shop in the Palathon.
Oh yeah.
I don't think a lot of players would necessarily notice it, because you have to kind of hang around to hear the whole conversation, but it's pretty funny.
I think I remember I was trying to capture something for something. I don't remember what it was for, but that was the first time I saw that, and I accidentally got my laughter on the recording. I was like, what?
Yeah.
Kenzie DLC, please. I love it.
I would love to do Kenzie DLC.
Yeah.
Great.
I'm sure Anna would too.
Yeah. She's great. Anna Brisbane is the actress. She's lovely. She does a lot of voice acting, and she's like all over Twitter and Instagram. You guys should definitely just follow her, because she's really funny. She streams and does stuff on YouTube too, I believe, sometimes.
Yeah, I think she streams games. Yeah.
Very, very cool. All of the cast is amazing. Lily, so epic. I love her. I loved her even before I knew she was Zendara from a different show she did called Roswell. And she was there when we went to the Game Awards, and Brett recorded a really cute little hello to you guys with her. And we had to bleep out her name in the video because not her name, but like the name Zendara in the video because it would have been a huge spoiler before launch. But if you're curious, that video is part of our like TikTok intro. If you go to our TikTok, which is just Ascendant Studios, like the studio, so it's there. And I think there's a couple of different versions of that clip on there. So.
Wait, is that the egg one?
No.
The one where she crushes an egg?
No, yes. We need
because
to
that
put
one was
on there.
amazing.
Yeah.
I think that was one of our launch. Like we had all the actors give like little short videos to just say like, you know, Immortals has launched. But Lily just went absolutely above and beyond. Like she was in the gym and just fully got into Yeah, she totally got into the Zendara character and like at the end like crushes an egg in her hand and it's amazing.
I think that one's on.
I don't think I've
Instagram.
seen that.
It's on Instagram.
We should find that.
Yeah, I can find it.
Okay, I want to know: are the pictures of her with the cardboard cutout from the launch party on the Instagram? Because those were so funny. Like she got the cardboard cutout of Zendara and was just mugging with it for a bunch of pictures, and they're so hilarious. I don't know if they're on Instagram or not.
This is actually the clip. I'm just gonna put it in chat for you guys. So this is the little TikTok promo that we made recently. That includes the clip from the Game Awards. I'm gonna try to find the egg one because that one is great. I don't know. I think that might have been on her Instagram.
Yeah, it was on her personal.
Okay.
I love that Brett had that answer right on the tip of his tongue. Immediately knew that.
Oh, I think I found it.
We're Instagram.
Yeah, I found it too.
Okay. Do we want to show it to the stream? Can we show this to the stream? I'm not sure. I think we can.
Let's do it.
Sure.
Why
Sure,
not?
it's fine.
Okay, how am I going to do this? Hold on. Think, what's the easiest way?
Like her full audio.
Yeah, you'll need the audio for sure.
Yeah, definitely. Okay. We're gonna show Brett Big Cam for just a moment. Is that okay with you, Brett?
Yep.
Okay. So while we're here, I'm just gonna do some behind the scenes shenanigans on my game PC to make that work. Okay.
Behind Brett is actually a sigil that our lead modeler, Peter Turner, 3D printed and constructed, which is really, really cool.
Okay.
Yeah, that's so awesome. And it's like full scale model and everything.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Also, the light up Archon.
Yeah, although I don't think he lights up anymore.
Oh no.
Okay, I'm hoping if I reload it.
We'll put new batteries in it for you later.
Oh, there he does.
Oh, cool. Okay. You guys are ready. Okay. All right, here we go. Mute the music.
What's up, kiddos? I trust milking season is going well. I just wanted to let you know that Immortals of Aveum is out now.
How's your form, Mark?
I can't wait for you to meet Zendara. She's this fierce,
It is a little sloppy, but
no-nonsense
I'll give her the
hero.
reps.
Basically, gets to boss you around while you see the world.
Is the audio coming through?
Yeah, not for you guys. But for
Oh,
the
okay.
stream it is.
I know you're gonna love her. So, sigils up. Let's move.
That was so good. I love it. I love it so much. Okay, we're back to Big Cam Brett for just a moment. Oh, whoops. Okay. And there we go. Okay. We're good. I feel like it was worth the shenanigans to show you guys that. It was really awesome. I will put the link in chat also if you guys are curious. He's amazing. All of our actors are committed to the bit. Yeah. Yeah, so Brett, basically the I can make all of the game and whatever I'm showing to stream audio audible to you guys, but I normally don't, just so it's a little more peaceful and you guys can talk however you want. But it's all audible on the stream. Okay. Music back on. Okay. I think we've got, at most, maybe I have another half an hour in me, so let's see how far we can get in the game. This is
You're about to do Goliath, right?
yeah, which is I really wanted to get here today because it's just one of my favorite levels, and it's just one of the coolest things I've ever seen in a video game, period. In that little TikTok promo video, you guys see a snippet of an interview I did with Alyssa Lutz, who is one of our, oh gosh, I can't remember her title, but she does like animation and art, and she helped, she's a game designer. She's a game designer. Yeah.
Game designer.
Yeah. And she was responsible for a lot of that level along with Morgan Dudra, and they talk about how difficult and interesting and crazy putting that level together was. Do you want to talk about kind of how you guys came up with Colossals in the first place, Britt?
Sure. I think early on, when we were doing a lot of concept art and like look development for the world, we had this idea of these giant statues that were kind of in the battlefield, kind of like huge, humanoid statues. And I think somewhere along the way, either early on or maybe once we started to kind of get those concepts going, the idea that these weren't just statues, these were actually fallen soldiers or automatons, these large magic, sort of war machines, became really compelling. And it was just going to be like sort of background elements and like, oh, there was these ancient battles that were fought with these enormous golems that are.
You see them all over ruins.
Yeah, you see them in ruins, exactly, and you go inside one of them in ruins. But then it was like, okay, well, that's all. It'd be awesome as we're developing the story, to actually see these things in action, to ride inside them and everything. And I always had liked, some of those early God of War levels where you're like, walking around on a huge creature, or like Shadow of the Colossus, games like that, where you just really got this cool sense of epic scale. And I wanted to get, something like that in our game at some point. So the idea of having to cross the deep mirror, because the deep mirror water is dangerous, the Colossal in order to cross it. I almost say Goliath because during development they were called Goliaths, but officially Colossus. you needed one to cross it. That was really cool. Cool idea. And we even, in an early version of the game, at least paper design, you went to Kyle, the kingdom of Kyle. You went there on a Colossus, Colossal. But that was cut for time. But it's just, and then I found it's just a really compelling, interesting level visually. The design of the Colossal is really cool, and seeing out into the sea, into the deep mirror, it's like really, I don't know, the sense of scale is really awesome.
I really like the first time you see him, the little cinematic introduction where he's just like rising up out of the water. Water sort of streaming off of him. It's just looming and casting this huge shadow. We'll get to see it soon.
I used to watch, when I was a kid, I used to watch all these old Japanese cartoons like Grandizer and Mazinger Z and Force Avengers, Star Avengers, stuff like that. So when Brett told us we were going to make this giant colossal thing, like Pacific Rim style or something, I was pretty happy, pretty stoked. And Davide did a pretty amazing job on the design of that thing.
Oh yeah, that was Davide, right?
Yep.
That's great.
It went through a couple of iterations.
Yeah.
But that's one that just kind of stuck immediately.
Red Magni are like the hardest enemy for me because they move so quickly.
Yeah, and they heal.
Yeah. Green too, but green I damage with time burst, so somehow they're easier. Also, you can just torrent them and like you don't have to aim quite as much.
Yeah.
Okay.
You gotta use red.
Yeah.
Use red. Red.
Okay. Right.
I don't know. I still find Blue Magni to be one of the hardest challenges in the game. They're just like that first Blue Magnus fight, and then we throw a second one at you at the end, and it's like at least we put a save in the middle. It's so hard.
Yeah.
Yeah, and like they're just, and it's great because there's that wall of them in that intro cinematic, right? Like it's funny that intro cinematic inspired so much gameplay. Like we had that intro cinematic kind of early, and there were so many things that were in that cinematic where we were like, that's got to be in the game. It's so cool in the cinematic. Like Sandrak's giant rock attack is another one where it was like, no, we just need to make that. Why? Because it's in the video. We have to make it. It's in the video, and it's just it was so great. That video just really and like, but the Blue Magnus, like they are like, especially the the 2 of the 6 that are blue are really hard. I know how to beat them, but
we had done that video, way before we had done a lot of that design and game design work. So it's awesome we got all that in.
And the first evidence that Sandrak is a Triarch as well.
Can you guys hear me okay?
Yeah, we can.
I wanted to mention, sorry, my stream cut off a second ago, but the back on the Colossus, the technological elements of the level design and the like listing back and forth was something really cool. I wonder if Mark and Julia might want to talk about that. Make that feeling like you're in a level that is static but also walking was really cool.
You mean my heart attack when?
Yeah.
We're gonna go inside this thing and outside.
Yeah. I mean, even for the jump, Brett walks into my office and goes, "Here's what we're doing. You're gonna pilot this giant robot, and you're gonna shoot lasers out of its eyes and kill everything." And it's like, we're not doing that. So yeah, this was an evolution, obviously. How do you make a floating level that moves through space and feels like it's in the world that you can have an entire battle on and get raided by enemy ships and all the other spoilers. And it's huge credit to our environment team for being able to build sections of that world that actually ran well enough that we could do that and it looked great. And a lot of iteration on actually getting it so that as a model you didn't see through the seams and fall through little cracks. And it took a lot of people a lot of time to do it. But this comes back to the benefit of us being an Unreal 5 game where Lumen really allowed us to have real-time lighting so that as we're moving things around in the level, we're not worried about having to reload light maps and change lighting conditions. And that freed a lot of folks, Julia's entire team, to be able to do this in a way that made sense. And then I will let Julia talk about all those things.
Well, I mean, we still had like major hurdles with lighting the Goliath because, you know, initially we did think like Lumen was just going to save everything, and so we were like, this is gonna be fine. You're gonna be able to like be inside and look out through portholes and windows, and there's gonna be a whole destruction event. And we quickly realized that that was not going to be possible, and so, you know, we definitely spent a lot of time on the Goliath models, reworking it, and just working with the modeling team to construct like inner shells and outer shells and the entire sort of airlock systems, so that we could sort of manage the different post-processing on the inside. And so it was still, but I mean, I feel like we really took our time with that development, because we were just fortunate to have a Rockstar team with Alyssa and Morgan on it, and Peter. And so it did come together in a very, the level didn't change that much. You know, it was very well designed from the beginning of the different tiers. You know, we're going to say it soon, but like the heart chamber versus the head chamber versus the entrance and all the catwalks up the side. The reason that I think it is so polished is that we just really locked down a really great layout very early on. And so we're able to iterate on the art, like how the models all fit together and how lighting worked. And of course, there were a lot of things that we had to accommodate with the moving of the water and the feeling that it's taking steps and the actual animation of all the legs and the swinging arms. But it was a very tight level in terms of development on the art side, which was awesome.
I'm particularly proud of the going in and out of the body and having these vastly different lit spaces. And again, this is what real-time lighting lets you do, which, you know, is the heart and soul of what UE5 brings. You know, in any other game, if you had done this in Cyberpunk, or if you had done this in whatever, No Man's Sky, you're walking in and out, you have to cover those lighting transitions somehow. And most of them, we're just going to blow a bunch of light in your face. You can get a white screen for a few frames, and then we'll bring the lights up or whatever. Mm-hmm. And you'll notice with that, like, everything is fully real, and you can pocket the corners a little bit and get different lighting actually on you and play with the shadows and all of that. Not that I totally just walk around in the Goliath for hours on end just enjoying the art, but yeah. That's, you know.
Yeah, usually when you're lighting levels, like you're either indoors or outdoors. And of course, like the largest expense for the lighting is the shadow casting. And when you're outdoors, we typically rely on those directional lights to cast shadows over everything you literally see. But inside, when you're in a very dark thing, like the inside of a giant automaton, you need to use a lot of lights to make it look pretty that also need to be shadow casting. The fact that we have a directional shadow casting light on outside as well as all these lights on the interior was kind of a super challenge to get that to work properly. So that's all about paying attention to the size of your lights and the placement of them and not using more than you need and all that.
Does seasickness cancel out hangovers?
I love how there's people just doing random stuff all around.
Yes. Yes.
So cool.
I love Jack's
Such a
face.
cool design.
Yeah.
What the
What's our bearing, sir?
Can't give you anything.
The combat spaces inside were really interesting too because it's very vertical. The two interior combat spaces were kind of like the heart space, especially since it's sort of like this vertical climb. There were some really interesting and fun challenges of getting that to play well with our AI because of the vertical height and all the different jumping and everything. But I think it works out really well, especially that the lower of the two interior spaces with all the lash points is probably my favorite jungle gym in the game, where the mobility of the game of Jack as a character and the design of the space, that interior space, just work together really, really well to where you're jumping up and you're coming down, and the enemies are chasing you all over the place, and it was definitely. I think Jason could even talk much more about getting the verticality to really feel good in this level, because it's like it's a very unique space to have this very vertical climb to a fight like this.
They're also those two combat spaces are so dramatically different with challenges that are unique. The lower space being like you said, jungle gym with grenadiers and gorgons tossing bombs at you all over the place, which is stressful. But I really love working. I worked with Alyssa on that heart room quite a bit. That opening the doors, and we'll see it soon, and being greeted by a reaver and a bunch of cronies in this kind of mid to long range space, but your floor plan is extremely limited, so the mobility is key to that fight, and either locking down the reaver or moving on.
We're seeing my favorite conversation in the game right now.
Yeah, this is
great insult.
Is it the upcoming fight?
No.
Did you write, Brett? Did you write that stuff, or did Michael?
Look, the thing is,
Michael wrote this one.
super educated. Do you remember how
this is awesome.
me?
In our every meeting,
It had the most complicated logic flow of any of the conversations, because there are so many different pieces you could string together.
Yeah, that's
It's like a matrix of insults.
Yep. It was fun to record. Darren had to do every single version of it. Ends up being like 12 or 15 permutations or something like that, and it was hilarious because he had to shout each one of them.
Even simply the opportunity that you gave us, Brett, to write something like this. I remember seeing this for the first time and kind of having this moment of realization that we were able to actually do that, because you probably wouldn't have seen something like this in Call of Duty. Certainly Call of Duty has its moments, but this is so funny. Absolutely love it.
Moon's gonna hurt.
It always does. But something before it. In our every meeting of
And then in the cinematic, he doesn't say the full one. He just says the part at the end.
I was waiting for him to say it too. It was so good.
Yeah.
Oh,
Because in the conversation, Devin says, actually, that part just works pretty well. You should just say that. That's what he said.
That's the one. I think we've got it.
So
Let's
good.
test it out. I'm Sandra. Wait, are you ready?
Yeah, Greek. I'm trying to VIP all the Ascendant devs that are stopping by. If I miss one, I apologize. But usually they'll have like a little diamond pink VIP thing in front of their name.
Shut the fuck up, you fossilized buffoon. What do you think?
I mean, just telling him to shut the fuck up is pretty good. He'll absolutely hate it.
Huh. Yeah, I guess you would.
And you really sell that part of it.
Hey, Empire, welcome back.
It was good. Okay.
Aaron, this is not near the end.
Happy to help.
Yeah, you're good. Don't
Get up to the
worry.
control room. I'll join you shortly.
I haven't been going very quickly. There's too much good stuff. I think the first time I played all the way through on stream, I actually went too fast. I was worried I wouldn't make it to the end before we were done with streams for that week. So I kind of didn't explore as much. This time I'm definitely not exploring everything, but I'm exploring a lot more.
I love how this area looks.
Yeah.
The swinging arm is so cool.
Yeah.
little bit of lore there with Zendara too. If you take
I'm glad you're going to mention this because I know it's your favorite, Jason.
Oh, well, there's a funny story of me being in the office and I walked past this spot and Zendara actually literally scared me because I wasn't expecting to hear this creepy like chanting going on, and she's saying a poem, I think, to the font out in the ocean, and it's a great little bit. I love these little bits in our game.
Well, that's what, like, I love the intricacies of her lore, where, yeah, the Calthusians, you know, where she comes from, even though they're this, like, giant, like, burly, like, group of people who are living in the mountains, where classically that would just be, like, barbarian sort of tropes. They're actually, like, the Calthusians are really adept with poetry and composing music, like, Zendara, I believe, talks about like her music lessons as a child, and you know, everything there. You can find little lore bits that you can pick up where you basically read like the poetry from the people of that kingdom. And so I always love adding like how we've kind of taken some tropes and just sort of turned them a little on their head.
I'm just curious.
This whole level is just such a masterclass in environmental world building.
Yeah.
There's so many subtle little things that could tell an entire story buried in this level. It's one of the things I'm most proud of that we pulled off. It's just a huge credit to our environment team. So those of you playing, I would recommend trying to spend a good 20 minutes and just look in every little nook and cranny and understand what it is. Try to, you know, there's a reason there's wooden scaffolding around this massive environmental mech suit and just all of this. And there's a lot of history that goes into why this is the way it is.
I like that guy just chilling on a box.
Yeah, it's so beautiful. It's wild. And we're literally walking through the water right now. Like and by we I mean the Colossal.
All hands, this is the captain. We sighted a fleet of Rashanian airships headed our way. Prepare to engage.
Okay.
Prepare to repel boarders! Airships got a toxin!
Yeah, Isaiah, and I have a whole bunch of the awesome dev team here with us, including our CTO, our CEO, and our two like lead art directors. It's crazy. We also have the lead combat designer on the call and the lead combat engineer on the call, and oh my god, I'm so sorry, I'm forgetting Daniel's title. I'm the worst. We have
lead engineer for the majority of the game systems that were not combat.
Thank you.
Like game system, he was like gameplay systems, right? So like all of your
a lot of
things.
the stuff in the background, the behind the scenes of things that move, things that interact, and hopefully you don't notice them except for making a fun game.
Daniel is the presence of calm and wisdom.
He's sort of the unsung hero who does all the things that aren't flashy and exciting, but they're really important. And if they're wrong, it's like it's all those things that like if they're wrong, then things are really really wrong, and if they're right, you don't notice them.
Like saving
the
the
game. Daniel does. Yeah, saving the game exactly. So things that are so important, but because if they're wrong, your game fails. But if they're right, nobody notices.
Yeah.
I also want to mention that it's not just me. There was a big team of people. I know I'm gonna forget a lot of names or miss some, but you know, Bill Evans, Eric Lipschitz, Jonathan Tees. There's lots of people went into making all those systems and making all that invisible glue that makes the game.
Yeah.
Someone asked if there was a physical copy of the lore book, and there is. It's awesome.
Yeah. Oh,
right.
Brett's got it too. It's really really cool.
Yeah, it's great. Our
We should find some way to let people buy them.
Yeah, that would be. A lot of people have asked for sure, just on social media and on during today's stream, but just in general on streams.
I'll sell you Brett's copy. Just make me an offer.
Yeah, I'll sign it.
Ooh. Deluxe edition version.
Okay, so this is still inside the moving, walking Colossal.
I love this fight.
Here's that jungle gym fight. Yeah.
I'm impressed that you're rocking the javelin.
I love it
I know.
so much.
Oh,
Crushing
Brett,
the javelin.
we have had a
It's
huge
changing my
conversation.
mind about it. Like I might have to try
See the
it.
light. Got to get that limpet vortex javelin going.
Yeah.
Well, when do you get Vortex?
You have to beat the Shrouded Howler.
Yeah, it was the fight that tested in the.
Yeah. This is
So you
not
have
a
to-
plus, so I had it already.
You have to get to Shrine
So-
Forge and then also beat the Shrouded Howler.
You don't need Vortex. Vortex is a really nice bonus, especially if you spec into Vortex Javelin. You can get some really cool combos, but the Limpet of Javelin is where it's at because you can lock enemies down and really take the time to line up that headshot. And if you get all the talents for Limpets, you can slow people down for a really long time, do a bunch of DOTs, and then increase the amount of damage they take while they're limpeted. It's pretty cool.
I think you get Time Glow from that Howler. Don't you get Vortex in Library?
Oh, you're right.
that's
Vortex
right.
is in Library. Time Globe
Yeah.
is the Howler. You're correct. Vortex is. It's right at the entrance to the library.
This is
right?
why I'm.
So-
This is why I'm the CEO.
I mean, most CEOs wouldn't know those kind of details. Most CEOs
Yeah,
would be like,
actually.
hey,
I also was one of the ones like placing where all the rewards were, so I remember.
Yep.
That worked out really well. That was a lot of work. Just what goes where with the loot, it was an insane amount of work. Like the amount of thinking we had to do at the end. Like, so there was so much about just playing the game over and over and over again and being like, I did this puzzle and all I got was this. Like, no, that's not right. It's got to be something better. So much of that. At
so
the end,
many
and
spreadsheets.
yeah, right. Spreadsheets.
And so much of it's, when did you get a chance to get this different talent? Because there's such an interplay between systems. So as you tune one, you have to rebalance the other.
Yeah, there was a question earlier about tools to become developers, and certainly if you want to be a combat designer, get really good at Excel. Make sure to take a bunch of math classes, understand basic, algebra and statistics and and then like the other the four important things about being a combat designer are understanding math, understanding animation, understanding moment to moment gameplay feel, which includes UI, sound effect, and animation, and then just being good at playing games.
Yeah.
Someone's saying you're like a Magic Doom guy.
Yeah.
I consider that a compliment. That's great.
Yeah, it's the highest of compliments.
I agree, Brett.
There's a line.
I also like the fights out here because you feel like you're able to protect your buddies. You can actually save the Lucians that are on, the sailors from being absolutely murdered by the Rosharnians.
We could have made that an achievement.
Yeah.
Oh, that would have been a good achievement.
Yeah. Going up. There's a line.
Because ruins had that as well. You could actually form a little posse if you saved enough of them, and they'd follow you.
Yep.
Through the trenches.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, we ended up toning that down, but I always loved it when they were running along with you.
I know. At one point, I had 30 guys
Because
just
we had so
following
many
me.
swordsmen in there at one point. Yeah.
There's a line when
Oh,
you.
this is my favorite room.
I love this fight.
When you're in Pale Forest, where Zendara mentions Doom, and everybody thinks that was intentional.
Doom and I are old friends.
Yeah. Oh god. Oh god.
I remember our
Immolate.
Yeah, I remember our first teaser dropped, and everybody was like, "Oh God, Doom, Doom, Doom," and Brett was like, "I didn't even think about that." That was so funny.
Yeah,
Really good.
yeah. They thought we were like making a Doom reference with that line. It was like, no, not at all. It's just a cool line for her to say.
That is true, though. My career kind of started making maps for Duke Nukem 3D and Doom in old DOS editors and stuff. So that line works for me in two ways, both because I love Zendara and because that was where I started modding back in the day.
That's so cool. This level.
Also, good job melting that Reaver.
Thank you. I always forget about Immolate because I'm like saving it for when I'm in really, really deep doo-doo, and that was definitely a moment. And you said it, and I was like, oh my god, yes.
You're on a trackball, right? Or something?
Yeah.
What's your mouse setup?
Yeah.
You are nailing these headshots from a mile away,
Thank
like
you.
with insane precision.
Oh, yeah. I think Javelin's easier with mouse and keyboard, right?
Yeah, I'm assuming.
There's a hidden amount of auto homing on Javelin,
Yeah.
so even on a controller, it's okay. But I'm just watching her stream, and she's like lining up that reticle perfectly from a mile away, little pixel perfect archer hit kills.
So afraid I'm gonna fall down.
That's the only bummer in this fight is you could fall quite a ways down and have to run all the way back.
It's
That was a technical challenge too.
It's a testament to our level scripting team too, because most combat doesn't really have this much verticality in it, and so a lot of Daniel's work and Alyssa's work went into making sure that the enemies can behave properly when they're so vertically differentiated. Like if you fall down, they'll actually properly track you down there. If you pull them off, there's a number of scripting tools that will auto kill them depending on certain situations, like if they fall certain distances. It's very solid scripting work.
Yeah. It's worth it too because it's sort of a vertical grind. You have it's a 3-stage fight up this climb with pretty hard enemies all the way through. So it definitely it was worth the amount of time and effort it put in. I really do love this level a lot. Both combat and like it hits both notes, right? Like visually it's super cool, like lore wise it's super cool, and then like the combats in it are also fantastic. And the level really plays well to all this.
She's so tough.
You gotta knock off that armor. Do a couple red shots first.
Yeah,
You'll
it's all about
blast
the bash. It's all about the bash. Yeah,
So
bash
it
is
is-
really, you really got to bash it bang.
It's super tricky for me to hit bash. God.
That's the problem is it will take you right off the map.
Yeah. The main
Uh,
issue I have, if I just show you guys really briefly, so this is my controller, right? So this is what I'm using for everything, and for anything that's a Fury, I have to hold down a key while moving and activate another key. So like I'll be moving with WASD. This is really small to show you. Can I do big? Maybe just for a second. Yeah. So basically, I'll be doing WASD, and I'll be like holding something with the base knuckle of my pinky, and like if I need to blink, I'll have to use a different part of my pinky, and then I'll have to do one of these buttons with my thumb to activate any of the Furies. And bash is like the hardest one to hit. Just because I don't use it as much, and I had to put it somewhere. But whenever I face a red enemy, I'm just in a little bit of trouble, but it's fine. We'll manage. But yeah, that's just an accessibility thing for me. My right hand has some permanent damage from an old injury, so this is how I must do it. Did she decide to leave me alone? I'm like, it's quiet here all of a sudden. Opening a chest mid-fight, no problem.
I'm pretty sure you killed her with that bash before you fell down.
Oh, you think so? Good.
Maybe.
Okay.
Maybe not.
Well, yay! No, I didn't. No, I didn't.
She was just waiting in the
yeah.
wings.
There we go.
Yeah.
Now
Time
she's
glow
dead.
bash. There you
Oh,
go.
This is so satisfying with the time burst also, because you can literally see her disintegrate. I love it.
I'm not sure if Joe's still here, but Joe and the VFX team made some really amazing things. There's a whole concept that's not super obvious, but like you were saying earlier, Tess, as to that flavor, that
Yeah.
subconscious feel, that killing certain enemies in certain conditions creates certain VFX, and so when you do it right, when you get a kill that's done skillfully, you see an effect that rewards you for that kill, like that cinder effect you just saw.
Yeah. It really is a huge part of what is so satisfying about this game. We had a lot of trouble showcasing it in like trailers and stuff. People didn't believe us when we were like, there's a ton of impact in this game, mostly because of the ESRB. We actually couldn't show a lot of this cool stuff very clearly because of that. So, but it's there. That's one of the reasons why trying this game is what makes you believe it. Like, if you want more content, if you want more cool things from these incredible developers, just tell people to try the game. There are free trials on on both consoles, the Xbox X and S and PlayStation, and there's a free PC demo on Steam. And if you finish the demo or the free trials, you get an extra 5% discount at the end to purchase the game. But mostly we just want people to try it, because once they try it, they're bound to love it. So, there's that hair in my nose. Okay. This is just one of the coolest environments ever. I mean, look at that. Look at where we just came from. Insane. Wait. Oh, I see. Okay. I get it. Oh, I see. I swear I've played this before. I just don't remember.
These mirror ones are tricky.
Yeah. They're cool though. They're also very satisfying when you get them right.
Yeah.
Yeah, the layering of the puzzles is something really cool in our game. Putting Animate together with Disrupt.
There's 2 puzzles in the game that gave me so much trouble, and I remember Noah was invested in both of those that involved big like circular radial discs and charged crystals and those mirror puzzles.
Yeah, those are crazy.
The PC spec requirements were actually lowered, Isaiah, a while back. So you're probably going to be good. I think if I remember your specs correctly. I feel like you mentioned them. I might be crazy, but try it. Try the demo, just to be sure. There are more improvements coming. Every patch includes some fixes and performance improvements and all kinds of good stuff. HDR is coming to PC also very soon. This is so cool. Okay. Yeah, the upscaling is really, really good.
I love that. Where
Yeah.
you see the Colossus like smash the skiff out of the sky.
Definitely. Oh, so cool.
I still think taking elevators in emergencies is not Jack's best move.
He needs to use the stairs.
But he can sort of fly. Not quite exactly fly, but, you know, we're close enough. Oh, hello.
Oh, that Green Magnus is in trouble.
Yeah.
I remember this was one of the hardest fights in the game, and then we nerfed it a bit because the previous fight was so hard. We're like, okay, we got a boss fight coming up, so we had to take this one down a bit.
If I remember correctly, this fight
Spoiler.
originally had
Spoiler.
2 Green Magnus and 2 Archons on the shoulder that you had to deal with, or something like that, right?
Well, for a while we went pretty Archon crazy. And Archons were showing up all over the place, and they're really hard, so we took a lot of them out.
You know, I think that was actually the right call, because I've watched a lot of people play this level, and a lot of people like pretty much waste this Green Magnus really fast quite often, and they feel super satisfied by it. And it's like, it's good to have that. I did really well in this fight right before you go into the boss fight.
Yeah.
So he did. I think it was the right call to tone this fight down. It's one of those things where it's like little, rhythm is important, and like there's so much little adjustment to get those kinds of things in.
Yeah.
It's so close. I think. Yes. Gotcha. All right. So far, so good. I was about to
want to
immolate.
say this is like the 6th Green Magnus you encounter or so. So you've outfought them, a number of times at this point. So you're pretty skilled up on what Green Magni can do.
You saved your immolate for the next fight.
Yeah. I was like, I don't want to use it. I shouldn't need to. Maybe, hopefully. This is so cool. This whole level. This whole game is so cool.
This next cinematic has my favorite Zendara moment in it.
I was waiting to talk about that too. Love it.
This environment we're coming up on just is mind blowing. Like the knowing, when it was what it was supposed to be, when it was just an idea, to what the final product would actually look like. It just captured that imagination that we had at the beginning perfectly. Like, it's so good.
I can't believe we pulled it off.
Yeah.
The font is on the bottom.
Don't tell them that, Brett.
He's holding the waters back.
He's draining the font. We gotta go now.
Actually, it's my second favorite Zendara moment. My favorite is when she picks up Devin and slings him over her shoulder when he's hung over.
You are broken and you are bound.
That is also a good one.
The fault of Aristea.
I remember when we were having those early ideation meetings where we ended up deciding to put this fight here. It's one of my favorite things that we kept from those initial conversations of an ocean just pushed out away from a font.
Jack, use your mark to destroy it
Boom!
now.
He doesn't have any such mark, my dear.
What?
Poor Zendara.
Stand down, brother. You could rejoice with me. The work is almost done.
Or you could just shut the fuck up.
Manners. Every moment of your life has existed in the orbit of my own. You cannot describe yourself without mentioning my name. I am the sole catalyst for your sense of purpose.
The effects in this whole cinematic and in this boss fight are just awesome.
But I know
Absolutely gorgeous.
you see me as your enemy because I don't see you. A triarch. Kirkin was lucky to find you. Bijay!
Oh,
There is no grace in your magic, no skill.
All right, guys, I'm gonna head out. This is fun.
thank you so much for hanging out, Brett. It was absolutely awesome to have you join. I know that everyone in all 3 chats really appreciate it and enjoyed hearing from you. Thank you.
Thank you, Tess. This is awesome. Good luck fighting Sandra.
Thank you. It's been a pleasure and continues to be.
Bye, guys.
Bye.
Vanti Toy.
Oh. Oh, oh. Cooper, if you want to jump back on cam, you just let me know.
Okay.
Like a soldier in the kill the immortal.
I'm gonna take a tiny pause here to do that. Okay.
Just while you're doing that, I'll talk a second about the design of this fight. It was really fun to take Sandrak, who has the Binding Stone, and who's also one of the best Magni alive, and figure out how to take each of the basic player spells, and what we termed them as siege spells. So what does a siege spirit orb look like? What does a siege spikes look like? And I think the fight came out pretty well.
Little OBS magic. It's really nice. You can do so much with OBS. If you're really well prepped, you can do it all really seamlessly. But sometimes things happen live, really awesome things like your CEO jumping in. That you can. It just requires a little bit of tweaking to adjust to, but really cool. All right. I have finished 2 drinks. All right. Wish me luck, friends.
You got this.
Don't embarrass us.
Oh God.
Beam that dude.
Such power wasted on an imbecile.
Oh man, you're so good doing this with javelin. Yeah.
You gotta time that between his siege spikes.
Yeah.
Which javelin are you using right now? Is that
Godspear.
Godspear, yeah, okay. The heavy puncher.
Yeah, it's so
It
good.
does hit like a truck, that's for
It
sure.
does, yeah.
Little nuance here. There's a slightly hidden amount of headshot bonuses because there's 2 legendary javelin sigils. One of them is Godspear, one of them is Windermere, and Windermere is focused heavily on crits, so it does considerably less body damage and considerably more headshot damage. Where Godspear is just does good damage along the body, but it has only a small amount of bonus damage to headshots, so you can just body shot people pretty good.
Well, it's the faster one too, right?
Yeah, Windermere is like you shoot 3 of them quickly. I
Yeah.
think it's one of the only sigils that has the only javelin sigils that has a high clip. Most of them are 1 or 2 shots only.
Oh. I just used the wrong thing.
Rain of orbs.
Zata Mesti. You were unforeseen.
This is not good.
Tell. Okades Kor.
Leave me alone.
Bija. Vanti Toy. Bija. No, see, I need more time.
That spike field is just one of my favorite effects in the game. It coming at you, it's just so intimidating. And I remember when Robert, who's one of our engineers, actually kind of threw it together when he was an intern, and it just was like, oh, that's perfect. Like it just really nails the feeling we wanted, and it was like one of the first things he did. actually. One of the very first things he worked on.
Didn't he work on a whole set of like siege spells for the super construct that we ended up having to cut for various reasons?
Yeah, yeah, they're really cool too. They were just too much. Like it was like this is already such an intense. Like they were really cool. They worked great. They were just it was like the fight was already overwhelming, and so it was like we couldn't really, we had to simplify it to make it, because you were already fighting the hand first, right? And so it was like adding those extra abilities. It just became like his moveset. It kind of became overwhelming for players more than anything else. And we didn't have time to polish him for the Shrouded Realm version, unfortunately. So it would have been fun to throw new abilities on.
Ooh. I can't see him.
That doesn't belong to you. Let me bring this to a close.
Hi there, buddy.
No. I don't think you were behind cover.
Yeah.
That attack that he does, the Fires of Dawn, the giant fireball that explodes, the magical nuclear bomb. I was always fascinated by the idea of using line of sight or light as a method of applying damage to the player, and using shadows as the way of defending it. I think Robert did a pretty good job with that attack.
I like watching it blow up all the guys I didn't kill from the summon. You have you have all the like reavers or whatever that if you don't take them out with the binding stone when they get summoned, they're still in the fight. And then like the Fires of Dawn, just like they'll stand there and go twitch, and then burn. It's super cool.
Yeah, it feels really gratifying when you're like you don't quite get them all down, and then the Fires of Dawn goes off, and they all just melt.
Just like the pale forest.
Thank you, Tapanak. Oh my god, that was crazy. That was so good.
Oh, hey.
Thank
We
you.
gotta stop being like this. Holy shit.
I love how the Pentad is always just like jump scares surprising you.
I love this moment coming up.
Zendara, on your feet. We've got to go now. The sea's collapsing on itself.
Let it be your tomb.
He's still alive,
Or,
damn it.
How about yours?
That is so awesome. So good. Definitely a favorite moment. Oh my gosh.
He's dead. He's gotta be.
Maybe not dead exactly, but extremely inconvenienced.
We lost the binding stone, Jack.
Found it.
Messages for Tess is good, Isaiah. Whichever one.
Hey,
This feels like a good place for me to wrap up. I've been here since 8 in the morning.
We were supposed to be done 2 hours ago. But
What?
it was too much
I
fun.
accused.
You
too much
a couple
fun.
hours between friends.
Yeah. Seriously, thank you so much, you guys. You've all been absolutely amazing. This was such a good time. I'm so glad the community got to know you all better and got to see this amazing, amazing stuff about the game while you guys were able to talk about it. Meet Brett, meet Super, and Julia, and Bogan, and Mark, and Jason, and Joe, and Daniel, and everybody. I feel like I'm missing someone. Just everybody hanging out, and all of our devs. Like, this isn't all of them, but all of them put their hearts and souls into this game, and it shows very much. Obviously, I think so. Please, please, please try it if you haven't already. Tell your friends. And I hope you guys all have a wonderful, wonderful rest of your day.
Thank you, everyone.
Thanks.
Bye.
Thank you, guys. We'll see
Thanks,
you
everybody.
soon.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye, friends.